keeps some memes.
Yeah, I think maybe.
time now 7:20, just near 7:23, 7 minutes to go until we get underway. So 1 meter 35, the championship. Scratching number 2, scratching number 12, scratching number 53. So of course we are aware that the venue is going on this morning for the World Cup horses, so those who are participating in that, if you do need to come out of order, we are aware of that, so there are 200 worries there. Course information for you all, 490 metres, your end time allowed 84 seconds. Jump off, we get there, exits 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, B, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 270 metres to jump off again, 47 seconds at that time down. First couple of horses that we're looking for, in first, Habanero there, standing behind Narrowview, then at the gate number 4, Kicking Pass. Big thank you to the headline sponsor of our 135 classes, that being Callao Bloodstad. Big thank you to Hendricks and 13 from Callao Bloodstad, coming on board as the sponsors of the 1 meter 35. Of course, Callao have got a stand set up. They're located just behind the judges' box. So do go and have a chat to the folks from Callao, because their auction is coming up. So go and have a chat to them, have a look at the horses coming up on auction, and go and see if anything takes your fancy. Horses in on offer, really amazing quality. And of course, big thank you once again to the BMT Cup on board, sponsors of the 1 meter 35. Yeah, and the Biogen World Cup Qualifier.
Hi, good morning, viewers. Thanks so much for joining us. You join us on a massive Sunday here on South African show on the show jumping calendar. You join us for the Biogen 2024 World Cup Qualifier held at the Maple Ridge Equestrian Farm. I'm joined again in co-commentary here by Sten Muckner. Morning, Sten.
Morning, Brendan. Nice chilly morning.
Yeah, it is chilly here this morning, I must say. We've had a little wander around this morning. I must say the surface looks fantastic, beautifully watered, beautifully rolled. I think we've had a look at the running orders of a few of the classes, and I think we're all in for a real treat today. It's the creme de la creme, all the top qualified horses from the 135s, the 140s, and then obviously the big one at the end of the day, the Biogen World Cup Qualifier, 150 World Cup Qualifier, which is going to happen a little bit later. Stan, going through the course this morning. What did you think? Obviously, the course builder, Kate Launder. Nobody needs no introduction to the South African public. She's going to set a few tests today. What did you think?
Yeah, I think Kate always pitches a nice track. She's very good at reading the room. She knows the level of competition amongst these riders. She always judges it very well. So I think she's set quite a testing track. I felt like she eases you in. I mean, we won't get too technical, but I think your first real questions only come later in the course, sort of between 9 and 10 and 11 and 12. So, yeah, Brendan, just a side note, walking around the arena this morning, I think Verity and her team, huge shout out to them.
Yeah,
like you said, the surface feels absolutely fantastic. And to Biogen, the sponsors, and everyone involved in putting the show together. I mean, the arena looks fantastic, world class.
Absolutely. Big shout out goes to Biogen, a company that's deeply committed to the health and fitness of all South Africans, and our proud sponsor of the Maple Ridge World Cup Qualifier 2024. But yeah, and I think just moving on to the competitors of this class. It's so exciting. I think we've once again got the best seats at the house. Everybody's I see walking the course there. Ronnie Healy, Ashley Healy's got a new little dog in tow. It's going to be a really, really exciting 135 championship. This,
like you said, looking at the competitors in this class, I mean, just to show the level of competition that there's going to be here today. Your first 3 riders in the 135s, Jonathan Clark, Lorette Knowles-Taylor, and Ashley Taylor, all have Springbok colours.
Actually, even 4. So does Jodie Ambrose.
Jodie Ambrose, sorry. Sorry,
4,
I hadn't even looked down that far yet.
Amazing.
I mean, there I was thinking. So your first 4 riders all have South African colours. Yeah, and I think there's just a full list of super competitive riders and great for the most part, a lot, younger horses at this level still, they're still learning their trade and that.
Sure,
So you will see some riders still busy with a production job. I know we were chatting to Chris van der Merwe this morning, and he was saying, for where he's at, he's just really still producing these horses.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which you and I know is complete nonsense. If he gets into a jump off, they're going to go the speed of light.
Absolutely. And I suppose just talking there about the production job, I think for this 135 class, big thanks has got to go to the Callao Warm Blood Stud for their involvement in producing such exciting horses for the South African public and the South African market. I think when we start talking about exciting stallions like Callao Lisbon, that just keeps on producing, and I think he put his hand up again this show and produced another Grand Prix winner for the Callao stud with Callao Lexington.
Sure, and I think he often sort of sits a little bit in Lisbon's shadow, but Larison jumped an amazing round in the Grand Prix on Friday, one-time fault.
Sure,
and I
absolutely.
See there's 3 Larisons in this class.
Absolutely.
That's also a stallion that's sort of starting to put his stamp on the sport.
Yeah,
I think.
absolutely. He's putting his hand up a little bit as producing good horses now, as not only being a fantastic breeding stallion himself and a show jumping horse for the sport.
Yeah. I see Jonathan. Looks like he's eagerly waiting to enter the arena.
Right, Sten, I think we're going to cut to a quick commercial break, and I think when we get back, we're going to kick off with number 1, which is Jonathan Clark, and back on track, Habanero S.
Who's had a very long warm-up. this dam line, the lot number 1 on the upcoming Callow auction is out of the same dam, Con Touch. So yeah, that'll be one to look out for. Ash rode that really well.
Beautiful effort there at the road to flow. Wow.
Let's see if she sticks also to that 7 after the treble. A little stuttery in there.
Yeah. Going on the 7.
Yeah, so that's going to be the
Go.
ride. The
Looks
7.
like clear round all the way.
And our first of, I think, what's going to be a very fast class. That's the first one into the jump off.
Yeah, as you said, fast class. This 135 jump off was always a real treat. Ash is going to be first in the jump off.
Amazing job, amazing round. Must be nice to have Lorette and Barry in your corner. I mean, just the wealth of knowledge that you've got access to every hour of the day is just amazing. Hey?
I think you're right to a point. I think you've also got to, you got to be a sponge. You got to want the information, and I think Ash is just so professional in how she wants to produce things. And as you said, she's reaping the rewards of a masterclass production job there.
Okay, next up we have King of Hearts, Jodie Ambrose, riding for owner Sue Peters. The 4th rider in a row that we said has South African colours. I mean,
absolutely.
It's amazing. She had to kick down. This 5 is riding a little long, hey?
It is riding a little long, but you did call it. You said everything that's past the judges' box a little bit in the morning. The horses are slightly distracted. I mean, I didn't walk it hugely long. It is a white and black vertical going to a black and white vertical, which potentially in the shadows could be a little distracting for the horses. Again, for me, I think very typical of the way Kate Launder builds courses. You've got to be organized at number 1 and organized at number 2 to set yourself up to go to have a good round. I think that if you are unreactive and dawdling over number 1, I think you could get caught out fairly early in the course. And as you mentioned, there are a few tests later on that are really going to take a little bit of thinking.
Yeah, which Jodie's coming up to now. I think this 9 to 10 takes a bit of riding on the... Jodie's opted for the 6. Yep.
As opposed to Ashley, who opted for the 7 there. Suits this horse. He looks like a big stepper, big jumper now that he's got rolling and got going forward. Easy 7.
Yeah.
Second clear round.
I mean, Jodie's been in fine form in this horse lately. I mean, she's been in the prizes show after show after show. So, yeah, I don't think we would have expected any less from that partnership.
Interesting, Jodie just moving up to Joburg. I wonder if she's enjoying the Gauteng lifestyle and that type of thing.
Really, the fact that you have the choice of 5 shows every weekend goes hand in hand with not having a weekend off work, though, in ages. Okay, so next up, we have Erin DeSantos riding Capital Kenzo. Kenzo, son of Kronos, recently purchased by Tamar Bernstein. Glicksman, sorry. Glicksman. And that partnership looks like it's blooming.
Absolutely, it does look interesting. And
Kenzo also new to this level. I think he jumped his first 135 2 days ago.
I think so. I agree with you.
Originally bought off the Capital Stud auction by Liam Stevens and produced up to the 120s. Then ridden for a short while by Shannon Wyndham Quinn. And Erin's doing an amazing job with him. I mean, it's a horse that she's going to have to learn. Got his own way of going a little bit, but he really does try to leave the jumps up. And he's,
For me, that triple bar where Kate's put it is really, really intelligent. It's just off the turn. It comes quite quickly. For me, a triple bar can be quite inviting. And it's just sort of encouraging people to get a bit deep and really forcing the horses to push for that back rail. It's really intelligent show jumping or course building for me. And I'm really keen to see what this World Cup's going to be looking like this afternoon. Good shot there.
Yeah, it gives him a bit of space on the 6.
6 suited
Interesting.
him.
We've seen riders almost 50-50 doing 6 or 7. So they're obviously choosing what suits their horses better and what their ride to that first oxer is like.
Jumped that treble beautifully.
Definitely the 2 in that treble, Brendan, riding a little long after that oxer jumping in.
I think they're putting in a big effort over that first A element of the triple bar and maybe landing in a bit of a heap. Again, I think just being conscious of having your body up and your leg on so that the horses can continue to jump in and out is really important.
So Erin and Erin and Kenzo finishing on 8 faults, but
think
she'll
a
be
solid
happy with
round.
that.
Yeah,
for your
solid
first,
round.
for the horse's first 135, I think that's a great round. Next up at number 6, Diamonds Conway, ridden by Jessica Jane Woolham. No, that's not. Number 7, Karina MK, ridden by Salome Nell.
She's an 8-year-old mare, this by Carico.
Salome trains with Belinda Martin, Penbrit Equestrian. She's had a super successful junior career and has made the move into the adults category really easily.
I think with Belinda out at Penbrit, she runs a really professional operation, and she's producing really quality junior riders, and I think good on them. They really do put in the work out there, and it's starting to show in the ring. Belinda herself enjoying success on multiple horses. I think her daughter's beautifully produced.
Salome's just on such a good rhythm here, isn't she? She's really got the horse traveling.
Drifted a little bit left there to that number 8 with the water tray underneath. See what her plan is here.
Yeah.
Definitely short jumping the Oxer there and went on 7.
Yeah, that Oxer takes a bit of jumping out of that corner. See how she manages here the treble.
Wow, this horse has got a beautiful jump.
They're definitely having to push a little bit in that first 2.
Sure.
Yeah,
excellent.
great round.
Super
Another
round.
clear. And she knows how to go quick in a jump.
Yeah, she'll be quick.
I wonder how much of that she did without her stirrups. I've just noticed now she's missing a stirrup. Always more difficult without your pedals. So next up at number 8, we have Callahoo Corleone, owned and ridden by Paige Lee Gage. This horse originally bought, I think, by Shelley Moore in Natal and produced by Ryan Walbridge. And then...
First horse to really get down 1 to 2 super easy, and gives a beautiful effort over the back on track Oxer.
I think that's been Paige's biggest difficulty almost with this horse, is like too much step, too much jump.
Agreed.
Which sounds like a nice problem to have, but it is, I mean, it can also be quite intimidating and quite difficult to sort of harness the horse's jump like that.
See, people just, I don't know, I think...
It's funny, when we walked the course, maybe because I wasn't actually riding, I didn't pay so much attention to that, but I thought, it looks like a nice gentle ride. The triple bar, the triple bar's not that big for 135 track, but definitely out of that short approach. I think also anything that's ever sort of on a 90-degree turn, an Oxer or a triple bar on a 90-degree turn off the side of the school, always rides quite tough. And then I think partnered with that it's such a short approach makes it really difficult.
Speaking of partnerships, up there the viewers can see that Paige is riding with a Biogen Numna. Just to chat about our sponsor for the day. It's a really...
a little bit, just too much jump there again from Corleone.
Sure, beautiful effort there, and a big thanks to Paige's sponsor Biogen for all that they do for South African show jumping.
Yeah, I know Paige would like to say that she's Corleone's biggest fan, but I think she's a strong second to Shawnee, her mom. Shawnee spends countless hours with the horses and is very involved in their management and getting them to shows the way she does. So next up at number 9 for the 334 stud, it's 334 Balabetto, ridden by Chris van der Merwe.
And I know we're not really supposed to have favorites, but this one's difficult not to love.
I was chatting to him the other day. He was mentioning about that this is a premium stallion.
Yes.
For those at home so Govert purchased this stallion from the Holsteiner auction. So when these stallions go for licensing, Chris was saying it's about 3,000 stallions each year go for their age group. And Balabetto ended up second in his age group. So he was the
Oh,
second
there's
highest.
a good shot.
He's the second highest licensed stallion in his year on the Holsteiner.
It's incredible, right? Sure, Chris there, obviously with his mind on the clock, nipping inside that little filler. Very professional riding from Chris as always. This horse looking like he's maturing each time he comes out. I think just because he was so big and scopy when he was young, he looked like he was still sort of settling into his body. Chris looks like he's found a bit that suits him.
How well did he shorten there, though, up to that
amazing,
vertical in his body? He's one I don't think will be stretching in here. Nope.
First one to give B a little rub because he was a little deep, having to wait up to the last.
And he went on the 8 to the last. Very organized, schooling, training,
Beautiful
as we would
riding.
expect.
Another clear
But
in the time.
2 for time. I don't think there'll be too much disappointment in that. I mean, this stallion has a very bright future, and they'll be thinking about the big picture with him. So one Van der Merwe followed by another. Next up, Leona Van der Merwe, riding 334 Vedette for 334 Sportshus stud.
Christopher's much better half.
Better looking, better rider, nicer person. Am I allowed to say that? Sure.
Yo. 7-year-old mare here by Vagabond.
She came down this long side with her eyes quite big. Again, like we said in our introduction earlier, I mean, as a young horse, 7 years old, to be riding at this level already. I mean,
fantastic, right?
Right up there with the European standard of a production of horses, and looking at home.
Sure, she jumped that triple bar really easily, used her body beautifully.
I think Leona has 3 rides in this class.
Pressed her up there to the water tray. She was a little worried about going to number 4, so Leona just making sure this time.
Really good shot at the oxer.
I mean, if you want to know how to ride it, for me, that's pretty much it. Foot of room at number 9, roll up on a foot of room at number 10 on 6.
And 7 to the last.
All day.
Yeah.
Sure. There's another one for the jump off.
It shows about knowing their horses as well. I mean, Chris and Leona would have walked that course together. They would have gone through it together. Chris went on the extra in a lot of places, schooling that horse, and Leona going on one less in a lot of the places, just letting the mare roll on and really use her body. So at number 11, we have C.S. La Quinta, ridden by Daniela Evertser, for owner Rainer Katu.
He's a 10-year-old gelding by Contender out of an Armani mare.
Having a very uncharacteristic rail here at number 2. This partnership is lightning quick usually against the clock, and have had some amazing results lately.
Agreed. Danielle's a fantastic rider. She's super polished. She I find prepares her horses very well for the jumps. She's a tall, strong girl.
Does a lot of training with Carl Bunzai. I think he's been instrumental in her riding.
I agree. Sure. Good shot, Danielle.
Sure. The
6,
horse,
yeah.
but I mean, the horse being really careful there at the vertical. She planned the 7, obviously, and just bowled on and didn't quite get the horse to short enough, but showed its care.
You did say uncharacteristic. I mean, if this horse has really put in a good effort this morning. It's fairly new at this level. I mean, she's not going to be unhappy with 2 down there. A soft rail at 2 and just jumping out the treble. It's a super round there by Danielle.
So next up at 14, we have Rivendell Champagne, ridden by Mia Nordier. This horse competed as a 120 horse last year for the team event, for the United Aviation League of Champions. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's quite a step up in 6 months.
I agree with you. I think what also sort of benefited Mia a little is that she was forced to keep the horse in the 120s to stay a part of the team, which really gave her sort of time to produce this horse nice and slowly. The horse really was prepared for its job, I feel.
Yeah.
It travelled all around,
I
went
was
down
going
to
to say, like
Shambweni,
you say,
jumped
those
under the
team events,
lights.
those team events were all at the big venues, at the big
Yes.
show. So this
Yeah.
horse has seen everything at the 120 level. So he's been able to get mileage before
Sure.
the jumps got big. I think that's a very valid point. Because I think he could be a bit sensitive as a younger horse. I remember him being a little spooky. But Mia's just done an amazing job. And
I agree with you. She really does. Trained by Barry Taylor. She's a very diligent disciple of Barry's. And I think, again, proof that hard work always prevails. She's really put in the time with this horse. I would have thought to definitely roll on the 6th there after such a good shot at number 9. She's putting together a really solid round here.
push a bit.
Unfortunate fence there, but I think Mia will be absolutely thrilled to bits with that round.
Yeah, I think the horse just showing a little bit that it's new to the level there.
Yeah.
I mean, the treble combination catching him out, but I mean, really, really good round. Next up, one of my favorite young riders, Holly Smith, riding Fran Laren, Beau de Lune. The Boveniers from Fran Laren have just been successful at every level that they've been competed at, Brendan.
Kind and want to get to the other side of the jumps and just, I mean, I use the word amateur lightly with this young girl, but you know, just for amateur people to want to just love their show jumping, they've been fantastic horses.
Yeah, Beau's been an amazing sort of schoolmaster type for Holly when she was getting used to the bigger grades. And even him, who we say a bit of a schoolmaster type, canters down with big eyes here to this back on track oxer.
Holly there nipping inside that little horse filler, making sure that she's going to be inside the time. Beautiful riding to the triple bar, super shot. This girl beautifully polished by Dominique Alexander. Her upper body is fantastic, keeps her rhythm through the turn. She rides multiple horses. Dom's always going on about how he thinks she's an unbelievably talented young lady.
I think she just really has the head for the sport, the
Yeah,
mind
agreed.
for the sport as
Agreed.
well. I mean, on top of being the sweetest, kindest, friendliest young lady,
Yes.
she's also just super talented
Absolutely.
and has ice in her veins.
I was going to say, and really gritty when it comes down to it. She can get on there and get some fighting done.
Just maybe getting a bit tight on the 7 there. It's quite a tricky line that. I thought that was going to take some riding.
And again, I think maybe just like we were mentioning that in the middle of the treble there, the horses have to step. It's at the end of the course. They're quite tired. A big ox
Beau, a
jumping in.
slightly older horse.
Yeah.
Maybe just getting a bit tired towards the end of the track, but I think beautifully ridden by Holly.
Sure.
So from one Dominique Alexander protege to another. Next up, Thomas van Rijkersworsel riding Pippa. It's a fairly new partnership. The mare came in, I think, last year. Thomas has taken his time getting to know her.
Not that he needs any time to get to know horses.
We've
as
seen
he's-
we've seen him learn horses in 3 days and win classes. So
Yeah, he's a very interesting young gentleman. I must say I've had the privilege of working with him on a number of occasions and teams and that type of thing. And a more professional man you will not find. He's often disappears from social events and he'll end up back at his horses and hanging out in the stables and icing their legs and making sure that they're going to be comfortable for the next day's competition.
yeah, I was sitting with his parents at Burlington last week. I mean, they were saying they often have to phone him at 7, 8 o'clock at night to say, please, dinner's ready. Are you coming home? Or what's the story?
And that's not because he's out partying, that's because he's with his horses.
And Dominique said he can't kick them out of the yard. He said they just don't leave. He sits there with the laser and with the ice and with whatever he has.
He's just again knowing Thomas a little. He's always using his voice. He's a tall young man, so he's lucky that he's got leverage on his side. But he's always
his
got
control has to be even better than with his body. Hey,
sure. Oh, a little lucky there.
But works out well for the 7 down here then.
I think just Thomas's plan B riding is magical. You know, I wonder if he would have planned the 6 there, but then because he got a little deep, just makes the 7 look so easy on the outside curve. This mare making a beautiful shape.
There you go. Rolls up in the 7.
Another speedy one for the jump off.
Another lovely round.
Fantastic prize money on here this morning. 6,000 Rand for first in the Callahoo Warm Blood Stud Sport Horses 135 Championship.
So next up at number 17, Rosefield Capital Cambodia, ridden by Chantal Chelin. Chantal actually hails from our area, Brendan,
Neck of the
Durban
woods.
girl.
Yeah.
She had a very successful junior career.
I think now she's based in the south of Joburg, I believe.
Yes.
He's a 10-year-old gelding by Capital Chicoletto out of a Randall Z mare.
I've worked with a few Chicolettos and they've all been really kind, good jumpers.
He had a magical style of jumping himself.
Yeah, I think he himself was super successful, and his progeny that have come into the sport have all been amazing. They've really been nice horses to work with. And I think he bred them almost easier than himself as well. You know, he was top end care and could be a little spooky, often with the water tray, I remember.
Yeah.
But his progeny all seemed to be very level-minded and sort of straight and easy.
Sure, the horse really trying over number 9.
And working out really well for the 7. Chantal did a lot of equitation as a junior, and it really shows in her riding. She's super stylish.
I agree
neat.
with you. I agree. Yeah. Sure. And lucky they're running out of a bit of space to the last, and
Another horse sort of falling victim to the end of the course, you know, a slightly longer track.
okay, so look, I mean, the time's pretty tight.
Yeah, I
got
don't
to-
think that, you know, Kate has measured around, but there's no time to sort of school your horse around these corners. You've got to be cantering along. Brendan, I'm going to let you introduce this next horse.
Oh, you beat me to it.
So Ziskanel riding a chestnut stallion that I really like. I love him, but I just can't pronounce his name.
So I do believe that the direct translation of his name is the Lion King. I was very interested in this horse when I saw him coming in from Europe. He's a horse that caught my eye. He jumped really quality, easy, clear rounds in our famous Bob Charter Arena, which often tests horses' brain and real focus and that type of thing. You know, I think this is a new partnership for Ziska, and I really believe in this horse. I think that they've got some big classes in them. He seems like an easy jumper, like I mentioned, with a really solid, easy way about him.
Brendan, I mentioned that I said a stallion. Has he been gelded? When he originally came in, I think he was a stallion, but I think he's been gelded.
Oh, has he?
Yeah,
Okay.
it looks like it. I don't see a yellow tag on him anywhere.
Okay.
Or the appendages that would go with the yellow tag.
Oh, he looks like...
This horse was found for Ziska by Michelle van Eck. I think they went
Okay.
overseas and did their shopping with Michelle. You hear Belinda just shouting some words of encouragement there. I think asking Ziska to keep her ground speed up. There you go. She listened diligently. Does the 6 up to the next vertical. Good shot at the treble. Sure, he really does have a classy jump here.
Yeah, I like this horse a lot. I think that if she spends the time getting to know him, I think that he's going to jump a 145 Grand Prix with her with ease, and I think could even have a World Cup in him. Let's see how he goes.
I don't think you'll build a jump big enough for the horse. I love him. I love
He
him.
looks magic.
So at number 19, Sifakile Kim Kardashian Funton Bosi, ridden by Oscar Ngube for the Sifakile Consulting Group. another horse that I really, really love. She's blood, she's athletic,
she's game, man.
she loves her job almost too much. And yeah, just top end care, a lovely, lovely man. Oscar's doing a great job in producing her. She's a mare that stands over ground. If you look at her, she's quite long in her back,
Yes,
which I always find sort of relates to length of stride and scope.
Easy up there on the 6 after the getting a little deep to that triple bar and having to squeeze up, make sure that the horse is reactive underneath him.
Yeah, like we've seen so many of them. Hey, get a bit deep there.
Yep.
It's funny how course designers can build a jump where everyone nails it, everyone comes off the turn and like, hits it on a perfect distance, and then you can build a jump in a spot where everyone comes and makes sort of a little bit hard work of it. Hey,
let's see what Oscar's plan is here. Looks like he's going straight line 6.
Yeah.
Definitely with the time in mind, I think that unless you really felt like you needed to take a second there, I think the 6 does look, wow, awesome.
The mare just backing up a little bit, coming around the corner to that treble. I don't know if that's the sun, because the whole side of the arena that you jump in before that treble is all in the shade, and that's the first jump that they canted to in the sunshine. Shame, what an amazing round till there.
No, it's
just
so
a green
unlucky
mistake. Next up at number 20, we have Jenna Odell riding African Artisan for Olivia Roberts. This young lady's on some fine form.
She really is on proper form. I must say she's always been a fantastic rider, a quality rider, but just as of late she seems to have got these speedy horses that are just suiting the way that she's riding, and it's been fantastic to watch, I must say.
The speed that she rode that Grand Prix at Kyalami Equestrian Park when we were watching that Friday Grand Prix
incredible
on Callow Lord Cassini was just ridiculous.
And I must say, she always looks so like poised. You know, she never looks like she's worried or stressed. She's always just got her situation under control. She's always got her horses very organized underneath her. I think she's again a long-term pupil of Gonda Beatrix.
I was about to say you would expect nothing less, would you? Gonda's definitely left her mark on her pupils.
Absolutely.
They all ride magnificently.
And again, I was just in chatting to a few people from Natal at the last show, and not only does Jenna ride beautifully, but she also trains a few children, and I must say all the kids that she trains ride beautifully. So she's the full package, that's for sure.
For a young lady, for a young trainer like her, I've listened to her coaching, and she is so confident and sure in her system, and I think that comes from Gonda and Chad. She's just so invested and sort of really believes in what she's doing, so makes it easier for her pupils, because it really does show the trust then in the system.
Agreed.
That's the second horse in a row now to have a little look at that, and I'm sure it's got something to do with
the sun there
and
a little.
The shadows.
I wonder, just as
because I mean, Oscar and Jenna, I'll tell you now, it's not jockey mistakes or jockey.
That was a bit unlucky. That horse gave an exhibition up to there. Maybe you're right, Sten, that it's a little bit all in the shadows there, and then all of a sudden they're coming around. It's that white triple combination.
There's got to be something, because you wouldn't see, that's not a jockey error from those two riders. I mean, they're both top professionals, so the horses are obviously seeing something that side of the arena. We're a bit far away, we can't spot it, but there's got to be something there. And I think it's the sun on that white jump, maybe with the shadows.
It is such a cruel sport, because I thought Jenna was riding such a beautiful round. There was so much
Textbook.
good there. Yeah.
Really nice way to prepare for the World Cup later. Always in the 140s, I think, on Lord Cassini.
Yeah.
So next up, Hannah Gerber riding CDE Lorlock Picasso. Hannah's had another young lady who's had a really successful junior career with the Farnham team. Recently now moved across to Chad Cunningham. She does a really good job with this horse.
He's a little unorthodox, and I think the way she rides and gives him that good tempo and really holds her body away allows him to be as careful as he wants to be.
Really makes sure of the 6 going down the hill, supports him, puts him back on his hocks.
Yeah, beautifully ridden there. Made the horse's job really easy at the Biogen double.
She'll be on 6. Yeah.
Absolutely.
This horse actually has really big step.
Yeah,
I haven't noticed that before. He's got really big
and
step.
prefers a bit of the room.
Yes, yeah, definitely prefers room.
Good shot. Using her voice through the treble. Looks like another clear. Yeah, super
good
riding
ride.
there. Hannah Gerber, really top riding.
So next up at number 22, we have Rivendell Baldor, ridden by Lucinda Woodruff, making the trip here from the Cape. Lucinda comes from a family of equestrians, more in the racing world.
Yeah, absolutely.
But she's a really good show jumper. And nice to see the Cape Townians making their way
the
up.
trip.
I saw that
Absolutely.
we drove in behind their truck this morning, I think, Brendan. Sure.
This horse is a 15-year-old gelding by Bono van der Kiekerhof out of a concerto mare.
And the Bonos have really all jumped. Hey? They've been successful in our sport. Sure, they
And
really
such
have.
kind horses. I've had the privilege of working with one or two, and I've always watched his progeny, and I agree with you, Sten. They really are fantastic horses.
That love to jump.
Yeah, want to get to the other side of the jump.
I mean, when you talk about Bono, you think of Bonus Point, you think of Bon V, Paige
Yeah,
Newlands.
yeah.
I mean, he's the little man that can. I mean,
Yeah,
he's just jumped
absolutely.
bigger and
Yeah,
bigger. The other
yeah,
day he
yeah.
was placed in a 140 class.
Yeah, absolutely.
Um,
And I mean, this horse is jumping a sparkling round here this
yeah,
morning.
Lucinda
Yeah.
really doing a great job. She's chosen to
go
go
on
on the
the
extra in a few places, and she's just paid the
Yeah.
price for that with the time faults. But I mean, I know she's super competitive, but I mean, to leave all the poles up around a track like this, I think she'll be
Yeah.
happy. You
Yes,
know,
she's thrilled. She gives her horse a big hug there. I think she's over the moon with that.
yeah, I think to come to Joburg and compete against the riders and that here at the level that these riders compete, I think it's a big deal for the smaller provinces.
Sure.
Not to say that they don't hold their own. I'm just saying to come where you normally got 6 or 7 or maybe 10 riders in your class, to come to a show where you've got 100.
Yeah, it's a big thing.
It's quite a deal.
Yeah, absolutely.
And just the atmosphere and that for the horses as well.
Sure, making the trip and the whole story. Right, next up, we've got Tegan Brains. Beautifully classy young rider on Volskirk Acapulco. This young lady really interests me, I must say.
Rides with Ray Corber.
Rides with Ray.
And I mean, might I say, maybe even more stylish than him, if that's possible. Maybe. Don't worry, Ray. I'm not saying she's as quick as you,
Definitely better looking.
but I mean, she is super organized. This
Yeah.
young lady,
Yeah,
and
very.
can ride anything.
A bit big into the double there, uses her voice, just sensitively asks the horse to back up. Yo, good jump there at the Biogen water tray.
Yeah, and as I say, can ride anything. Can ride anything well. She rides many horses
Agreed.
and makes them all look amazing.
Oh.
Does really well to get him back on the 7 there.
Very organized up to the triple, beautiful shot in. 7 to the last.
Yeah,
Super round, Tegan
and
Brains.
that's one that's going to be quick.
Yeah, another one. The
I
jump
said
ball's nothing up
Ray
there.
didn't have to worry. She's not as quick as him, but I'm pretty sure she is. I was just trying to make him feel better. So next up at 23, we have data scientist Gringo de Turin Z, ridden by Ray Corber for Slade Equestrian.
8 horses in the jump off at the moment. 42% clear round rate. I'm always interested whenever Ray's on horses. I think that, I mean, not only does he ride with exceptional ground speed and very short organized reins and the rest of it, but I find he's so direct in how he rides. He's always going to the jump. He's never sort of ambling around the turn and the horses are sort of not really sure where they're going or anything like that. I find that he's very direct and
that shows when you watch him ride against the clock, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it just, I mean, he amplifies that when he rides against the clock, but I feel just in general how he rides horses, he's never dawdling through a course, but also at the same time I find never bustling them.
No, it looks, he's so quick that it looks slow.
Yeah.
Because he's so well organized. I think like you were saying about how direct he is and whatever, and he does all of that with an amazing leg position, great hands, good balance.
Yeah. We can
his
go
body
on for
control,
ages, really.
his body control. I mean, we were talking about Tegan being his pupil and being so beautiful to watch. I mean,
foot perfect.
Yeah.
Foot perfect. Data Sciences, Gringo and Ray Corber in the jump off.
And we hear a big clap coming, I think, from Dar Slade, one of the proudest owners you'll ever meet of their horses.
No, Dar will be happy with that. That was a fantastic round, and he'll be real quick in the jump off.
Next up, we have Kylie Stain riding for Linda Ellerine, the back on track Callao Larentino, second of our Larison entries of this class. Kylie, not so recently, I guess now, but had a bit of time out the saddle, having her child Mason. Gregory Scott helped a little bit with this horse while she was out. And she just looks so happy to be back in the saddle with this guy. She really loves this horse.
Yeah, I think just riding these quality horses from these amazing stud farms that we're privileged to have in South Africa. This horse, bred by the famous Callao stud, was founded in 1999, making this the 25th year that Callao is in existence. Callao stud has produced many Grand Prix winners over the years. Callao Consuri and Lara Neal, Lord Cassini and Jenna Barrow, and as of this show, Callao Lexington and Jean Corber, all Grand Prix winners. Kylie, a Grand Prix rider, I'm sure she'll be having a Grand Prix in mind at some stage with this horse. He does seem to do his job real easy.
Yeah, he finds the jumping easy with that canter. I mean, he's just got an amazing canter, doesn't he? And they're almost falling victim to the horse just having too much jumping in too big over that oxer. 2 down, but I think the horse is new to this level. Yeah,
I think again, a production round for Kylie with a new partnership. I think she'll be over the moon.
So next up at number 25, we have Equine Performance Products Will, ridden by Hannah Garton.
A more structured young lady, I don't think you will find.
And as we were saying earlier about how fast Jenna went in that Grand Prix at Cape, Hannah was just unbelievable. She won that class. I don't know that I've seen people go so fast.
She's a top jockey, this young lady. I think just talking about organizing horses, I feel like she does that so well. She's always got elevated hands and she rides leg to hand so well that she's always got loaded power whenever she needs it. She does a master job on Pollyanna for me. I think that a lot of people, when they see her results, would be envious of having a horse like Pollyanna, but I think that Hannah makes her as good as she is. She really puts in the time on the flats.
100%.
She makes that horse the best that she can be, and because of that she gets to reap the rewards, I think.
A product of Ronnie Lawrence's training, and I mean it shows in her riding.
I agree with you.
She's a real master of her trade.
I think the 7 would have always suited that horse's
Yeah,
type,
for
just
sure.
the way he goes.
It's funny because his jump is just incredible. I mean, the way he canters to the fence, you don't expect him to use his body the way he does, and he really does. He uses his body beautifully.
Beautifully,
over the fence.
yeah. Hannah's got to work hard to keep her shoulders up. just again, that oxer jumping into the triple combination is creating such an effort that the horses are either finding that hard or finding the organization for the vertical tough that comes at the B elements.
That two strides is definitely a little bit long. So next up at number 26, we have Omni Demuse, ridden by Paul Hart for Taryn and Combrink. I believe Taryn had a nasty fall here the other day, but I think that she's okay, so wishing her a speedy recovery.
Sure. Super riding there, 1 to 2. Got up the distance easy with Paul.
Paul Hart, another one of our riders in this class, who has their South African colours.
Yes.
Top event rider as well. And has been super successful show jumper. He's jumped at the top of the sport for years.
Yep. Really top event rider, as you mentioned. Springbok rider, ridden in the World Equestrian Games. Now, obviously, polishing his trade in the show jumping ring. As Taryn's been out having children, Paul's snapped up the ride on these classy horses, and I think it's done him good. He's really upped his game. These horses are really competitive. They're in the prizes in most classes.
Yeah, he's done a great production job. I mean, he's got quite a few young ones for Taryn, and they've really come on with him in the saddle. Paul, just a really neat, stylish rider as well. Hey,
agreed. And again, I go on about it. I think anybody who has the bravery to go around those open event courses have my respect and bucket loads.
Absolutely terrifying. Good round. Good round.
Clear. That's super. Well
really?
done.
No, just that unlucky rail there at number 3.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It also gave a really good effort.
Really good round. Really good round. And just nice to see Paul so busy in the show jumping ring again. Next up, a young man with a great sense of humor and even more show jumping talent, Jason Slade, riding the Data Sciences Orientha van Het Pegasus for Slade Equestrian.
I mean, when we all met Jason, he was this little dude, and now he has the longest legs in South African show jumping.
And he never said boo to a ghost. Now he has a little chirp for me every time I see him. I'm starting to feel a little bit picked on, to be honest. He has some clever comment for me every day. Last week when I saw him, I was chatting to him in the arena, and he asked me if I could stand up when I talked to him. I was standing.
Yeah, but really, he's grown up into such a lovely young gentleman. Just absolutely loves his horses. Has always loved the sport since he was a little pip, and has been really a product of the system. He's jumped in all the teams as a young kid, and is on his way to doing good things as a young rider, and then as he goes into his adult career.
Another guy who's, like you were saying, really tall, so he has to be so mindful of his body, but his body control is excellent. He rides with Ray and I think with Gonda a bit now as well. Just a really stylish rider.
Jumped that triple combination for fun.
Yeah, Super J. Good round.
And
as you were saying about Thomas earlier, you know, you look at all the success these young men have had in our sport, but like you were mentioning, they spend more time with their horses than most. They'll spend more time with their horses in a week than most riders spend with their horses in 6 months.
Yeah, agreed, and it shows for me.
And that's where the results show.
Yeah, agreed.
So next up we have Morgan van het Heike, ridden by Philippa Baxter.
So unlucky. This is one of my favorites, I must say.
Barely touched that front rail, and I was about to say she just gets such an amazing tune out of this horse. Not the easiest mare. Originally ridden by Jonathan Clark, who was really successful on her, and I think a lot of people were quite keen on trying her when she came on the market. And I'm not sure that too many of them lasted more than a couple jumps before they realized that maybe
wasn't for them.
The horse wasn't for them. Philippa, I mean, okay, I know this round not going according to plan, but she's had some amazing results with this mare, and I think there's a lot still to come from this partnership in the bigger grades.
Oh, jumps that easy. She is quick and careful in the jump off, this mare. And as you say, maybe not today, is not going to be Pip's day, but she has had some sparkling rounds as of late. She's from a real horsey family, is Pip.
Yeah, I mean, they live, breathe,
Also
and
from
sleep.
our neck of the woods.
Yes. A little bit more your age than mine, though.
Gently, gently, gently. 6, 7. She's got big step, this mare.
really
Yo.
does have big step. I remember when Jonathan used to ride her, if there was an option to drop a stride, she always did.
Unlucky round for Pip today, but she'll be back for sure.
Yeah, no harm done. Come
No,
back
no.
to fight another day. You know, these horses aren't machines. They're not motorbikes. They come out every day a bit different. And
Sure.
Yeah.
I do
I think
think
she'll
that
be
the
fine.
step just looked like it was getting to her today.
Yeah,
She-
sometimes you can also have the horse almost too well
Yeah,
on
a
the
little
last
bit.
day. It looked like that.
Well,
'cause-
she's the first one who got down 1 to 2 so quickly.
yeah, without
Everyone
kicking.
else has been kicking, and she got up and bumped the front
We
rail.
could even hear her saying, whoa.
Yeah,
from here.
first one for me.
So next up, our 334 Sport Horse Stud entry, 334 Madalifi 28, ridden by Carolyn Duprier. Not the easiest mare, this, and
No.
Carolyn really gets a good tune
I
out
agree
of her.
with you. I agree with you. They've struck up a fantastic partnership.
Another mare that I think we haven't seen the best of yet. I think we're going to see more and more from her. I think she's going to produce up the grades a little bit.
She's a 12-year-old mare by Ugano City out of a Darko mare. That triple bar has been tricky all morning, I must say.
She
Riders-
rode that. She really rode that well. She set her up in the corner and
Yes.
put her leg on. The mare was very responsive to her as well, which always helps.
Good shot.
Come on, get up.
I think that this Biogen line, the 7 to 8, has ridden well.
Really well,
Yeah,
I
I think it still takes some jumping, you know. I think that the horses have got to land organized after the Biogen Oxa jumping out and then quickly get organized for the water tray on 4 strides there.
How well did Carolyn ride that 7 now? On that big mare, I mean, she got her back so well that she had space at that vertical. That was super riding.
Yo. She going to be good
And
for
moves
time?
up. And she's in the time.
There
Well
you go.
done, Carolyn.
Super
Take a
riding.
bow. Big smile there from Carolyn. So next up at number 30, another 334 entry, 334 Giselle, ridden by Leona van der Merwe, her second ride for this class. Real flashy little mare this.
Yo, she really is, isn't she? She's an 8-year-old mare by Casal out of a Kidam de Revel mare.
I remember when she first came into the country, she was sharp.
Yeah, very.
Leona's done a really good job in getting her to settle a little bit into her jumping. I mean, as Leona does with all of them.
As she does with all of them. I mean, she can ride them if they're big and cold. She can ride them if they're little and bouncy.
Yeah, if they've got a mouth and 4 feet, she knows how to tack them up and ride them.
I mean, that little horse there had to balance up on the
Really,
6.
yeah.
Also, I think when little horses have got big step, they don't feel little. Oh, I mean, she jumps that for fun.
Springs in her feet.
Again, just a reminder, she's only 8.
Yeah, so another young horse at this level.
Easy 6 there. Sure.
Like you said about Ray, about riders being able to ride forward in a way that they don't hassle the horses. I mean, Leona's another fine
Another one.
example.
Agreed.
Yeah, and that's going to be quick in the jump off. I mean, we keep saying that. You know, the hardest thing, I think, We used to only say it about the 135s, but now it's become for the 140s as well.
Everything's getting
It's
real
a
quick.
rat race.
Yeah.
I mean, even the Grand Prix level is becoming just flat
So
out.
quick. Yeah.
George Morris, when we went on a trip to America, and George Morris, one of the show jumping greats, I mean, he said to us, show jumping at the top level has become steeplechase, basically.
Just, absolutely. The horses are so quick. The riders are so hungry.
So next up at 31, we have Oxford Cobain, ridden by Lorette Knowles-Taylor for owner Brett Latimer. Massive supporter of our sport and a man that loves the show jumping. Lorette really enjoys this horse. He's a competitive little guy, isn't he?
Really competitive. A 9-year-old son of Consuelo.
Such a successful stallion in our show jumping. Consuelo has been.
Yeah, absolutely. Really gives them the rideability and the care. Sometimes they can be a little sharp.
Which Cobain, I'm sure, is. I mean, he's putting his best foot forward here today, but we've seen him be a lot. He's got
Absolutely.
personality.
Yeah, so, yeah. Personality is a very good description.
Lorette loves them like that. That's why she married Barry.
Ooh.
She is definitely not getting time faults,
Yeah,
I'll tell you
she
that
is
much.
flying, but I think this horse is just happy at this
No,
pace.
it's his natural way of
Yeah.
going, for sure. Oh, such a soft rub jumping out of that treble.
Oh, she'll be
I
upset.
must say,
Oh,
I'm
big smile
upset.
still.
I'm upset because I was really looking forward to that in the jump off. I thought that was going to be lightning quick. I love watching Lorette go in a jump off.
Sure.
And on a horse like that can really put his
Yeah,
foot down,
you
pedal
can
to
go.
the metal.
Yeah.
That would have been exciting to watch, but not today. So next up at 32, we have Callao Abu Dhabi, ridden by Jody Fernandez. Jody trained by Ronnie Healy, who I saw maybe had a little line this morning because George Cutlitz was helping her walk the course. Ronnie's done a great job producing Jody as a rider. She's got a great work ethic. And I see they all love her there at RH Equestrian.
I agree. But I think, and I'm sure that Jody will agree with me, that this horse has just been absolutely unbelievable for her.
Yeah, what a teammate. I mean,
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
just another, I mean, so just to go on a little bit about Callao and what they are doing, you know, that they are so designed and providing us with these new age sport horses. And not only that, I mean, for this girl also, I mean, I use the word amateur lightly, but I mean, she's new at this level, and to be able to produce your own horse off the auction up to 135 level is pretty much everybody's dream for me, you know.
And to do it on a horse, so for you to be able to jump your first time round this level, the 135s, on a horse that's never done it before, you know, there's a saying in show jumping, and I mean, like you said, we're not saying Jody's no amateur, but they say green plus green equals black and blue. Often you have a young horse with a sort of novice rider.
Yes.
Horse just finding the middle rail and the treble there. It doesn't go according to plan. This horse has showed its class.
Really
And
showed its class.
And Jody's shown her ability that she's going to be able to produce horses to this level. I mean, she's done a great job.
I think though the word that you've said is producing it from the bottom. You know, she took
done
the
the
plunge and she put the work in. She bought the horse off the auction and has put the work in, and it's going to be so much sweeter for her. I think she'll be really chuffed with that.
So next up we have Aeroplus Atoki. Ridden by Kiara Burns. Sure, this horse has big step. Originally produced a little bit by
Simon Henry.
and before Simon Henry, Cheyenne de Beer had him as a young horse. He was a little bit quirky, but he seems to really have settled as he's grown up. He's always had really big step.
Yeah, you can see that.
As you see him getting down the
easy.
6. I mean, Kiara does a really great job on this horse. Just keeping him together, keeping the lid on, trying to keep that step organized. Gets away with a little touch jumping out of that double. Shame. Like I said, I mean, that horse just has so much step.
And she was trying to use her voice there,
You
trying
heard
to
her from
encourage him.
5 strides away saying, whoa, but that, didn't help. Maybe she needs bigger jumps. Chiara trains with Joe van Achterberg at King Cardine Equestrian.
She's also been at Dominique Alexander a bit, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Super stylish rider, and I think there's a lot more that we're going to see coming from that horse. So, next up, at 34, we have Callahoo Picker's Boy K, ridden by Jean Corber, winner of the Grand Prix on Friday.
Sure. I mean, and I think no more deserving person than Jean to get a nice big win on her magical horse Lexington. She's another one who's put the work in and produced him from the bottom up. And yeah, this is a very interesting little horse, I must say. 8-year-old gelding by Concoriano, out of Jean's very famous mare Piccadilly.
And we actually, lot number 2 on the auction coming up now, Ecuador, is out of the same mare.
Interesting that. And just to chat a little bit about Callahoo and what they've done. They're a family-run business, 4th generation horse breeders, and will be enjoying their 19th and 20th Callahoo auction by the end of this year. I think what they've done for South African show jumping will definitely go down in history for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's changed the whole route of our show jumping industry, to be honest.
Callahoo founded in 1999, making it their 25th year in existence.
Yeah, I mean, you can't look at a set of results these days without 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, however
Sure.
many Callahoo horses in the lineup.
Absolutely,
What
absolutely.
I found amazing at that last World Cup at Kep was first, second, third in the 140 championship
Yeah,
class.
magical, huh?
Lisbon, Lisbon, Lisbon.
There we go, another clear round there.
No, one
Nice.
down.
They're one down.
There at the treble, jumping into
Another
the treble.
one, eh?
It's definitely ridden, as the sun's sort of shone more onto that treble, it hasn't ridden that easy. But Picker's Boy is off the hook. I mean, he's won enough. I think
He
he's
has won enough.
that not won enough to not win anymore. I just mean he's allowed
For
to
now.
have a rail
Yeah,
once
of course.
every 6 months or so.
You know what I do find interesting about course building and what I suppose separates good course builders from great course builders, because I believe Kate is a great course builder in my opinion. You know how she's got a triple bar vertical, and then she sort of turns you up. From your 9 to your 10, she sort of rolls you up there on the 6 and then turns you left and sort of, I don't know if some of the horses keep rolling and get a little bit long and flat down there. I mean,
coming up the hill to the treble, yeah.
A little bit. You know, often when we're trying to not get time faults and make sure that we keep encantering, we can get the horses a little long. And I wonder if that's what's happening up there. I mean, I'm going to keep watching and see if it all plays out.
Well, if you want to see how it should be ridden, good thing to do would be to watch Thomas van Rijkersworsel riding number 35, Gulliver.
It's just behind this cannon jump. Did that fall?
I think it has fallen, yeah. But this horse was loaned by Thomas to the Portugal team when we had that team event here 2 weeks ago, which South Africa were the winners of. And this horse had a bit of a tricky show. His Portuguese wasn't great.
Shame, he was still struggling to work out the language.
He didn't form a great partnership with his rider, who actually really gave it her best shot. But they didn't really get along. So this would have been a show for him just to get back into the swing of things, grow a bit of confidence. I think, as you can see there, with Thomas in the stirrup irons, I mean,
a little happier now.
Taken 2 weeks to get the horse back up to good form.
Sure, absolutely.
So next up, riding SD Diabab for Emilio Luigi Agliati is Jody Ambrose. So this horse, brand new to this level.
He's a beautifully bred 7-year-old stallion by Diamante Semeli out of a Nabab Derev mare. So look, I mean,
bred in the purple.
In the purple, yeah.
Jodie's really got a good tune out of this horse. Like you said, recently she moved up to Joburg and she's taken over the ride for the team there at Farnham. And she can ride, this young lady. Well, she's not that young. Sorry, she's a year older than me. I'm allowed to say this lady, not young lady.
This lady, we're all getting a little older these days, unfortunately.
Another product of good KZN show jumping, Jody.
Yeah, and I think interesting that Sue, Jody's mom, has moved up to Joburg now and is enjoying her semi-retirement, if I'm allowed to call it that.
Semi-retirement, but I mean, Sue flips.
She's never going to retire.
Sue loves show jumping.
Yeah. She's also Jody's biggest fan.
Yeah.
She's been instrumental in producing her.
Has produced Jody.
Yeah.
I mean, I know Jody trains with Barry, but Sue, I mean, I remember Sue from when I was tiny tot with Jody winning everything.
Sure.
And Sue there, trucking horses, warming her up, tacking horses, like they've just been an
hugely
amazing
invested. Yeah.
An amazing team, mom and daughter team.
I agree with you. Not only do they do warm bloods, they do thoroughbreds too.
Race horses as well.
Jody prepares race horses for the track, so it was a good enough round, I think, for a horse that's fairly
Another
new
rider.
at that level.
Yeah, like Paul Hart's horse, the younger horse, just finding that front rail at number 3. But otherwise, a really good round. And I mean, like I say, brand new to this level and a new ride for Jody.
Sure.
So I think there's a lot to come from that partnership.
Yeah, I agree. I think one to watch for the future for sure.
So next up at number 37, we have I Farmer Callagher Ardennes, ridden by Ray Corber for the I Farmer team, Stuart Barker.
I mean, just sort of chatting about what a horseman Ray is. I mean, he's just got off Gringo, who's quite a tall, substantial horse, and now gets on one that's looks real blood and is so much finer. Looks a little spooky. I think when the bell rang earlier, it kind of had a little fright. So I think Ray's going to have to.
We saw him. He only recently took over this ride, Brendan. You and I saw him ride this horse at Kep at Kyalami Equestrian Park, the World Cup qualifier there, where the horse had an issue the day before. So it's a new ride for him. And Ardennes looks like he has big eyes today.
I think though,
Not at the size of the jumps. I think about everything around
else,
the arena.
Yeah, and I think then what Ray does as a rider is make sure that he's up tempo, so that he's never going to be far away from the jumps. He wants to make sure that he's always going to be up to the jumps, that the horse understands that he's very serious, that he wants him to get to the other side.
Yeah, and the horse is starting to settle into a bit of its rhythm now, finding confidence from Ray.
Yeah, I agree. Finding confidence from Ray, absolutely.
I mean, you saw him the first 5 or 6 jumps look quite unsettled. Oh,
Whoops.
oh there you go.
Come.
You only need 2 strides to canter to 135.
I wonder if the judges are going to call that 4 faults, because it did go backwards for 2
sure.
steps,
He
unfortunately.
Definitely did take a step back.
Looks like
They've given them the 4
faults there.
yeah.
Gee, that was quality riding by Ray Corber.
And showing, and the horse showing his care. I mean, he might be a little spooky, but he definitely doesn't want to touch anything. Ray having a little giggle.
A little chuckle there.
I don't think that's like, wow, look at me. I think that's a little bit, phew, I survived. So next up at 38, riding for the Biogen team, Biogen's Lexus, Paige Lee Gage, her second ride for this class.
He's a 13-year-old gelding by Nabab Derev, again, famous stallion out of a man named Apollo van het Lindenbos. I'm not too sure what that is.
Lexus has a typical Nabab head.
He does, doesn't he?
Big long face. Why the long face, they said to the horse, but yeah, he has a big long face. And another rider, like you said about Morgan just now, that's only our second rider who's been hanging on down the 5 strides, 1 to 2, and still not found enough room. So obviously another big stepping horse.
Just again to chat about Paige's partner Biogen. Biogen is an authentic sports and wellness brand with a wide and premium range of vitamins and supplements that cater for all sporting codes, disciplines, and lifestyles. Biogen are deeply committed to the health and fitness of all South Africans and are a proud sponsor of the Maple Ridge World Cup Qualifier 2024.
Lex is just looking a bit keen this morning.
I think, like you said, a nice problem to have when they've got loads of step. I think that you just got to sort of spend time getting to know the horses, I think, before you can work it out.
Sure. I can tell you what our good friend Ronnie would say about Lexus. Because he's done it to me with a couple of my horses.
What did he say?
No, you must just jump bigger jumps. When
Okay.
they've got too much jump, you must jump bigger jumps.
Just put the jumps up.
anyone out there looking for some free advice from your recent Outdoor Grand Prix winner and recent Derby winner, Ronnie Healy, his advice would be to jump bigger jumps.
Unfortunately, we don't all see distances like Ronnie does.
Okay, next up at 39, riding for the 334 Sports Horse Stud. It's Chris van der Merwe riding one of my favorites,
Oh.
334 Lorona. I think it's fair for me to be able to tell my story now about Lorona. So when Chris first, wow,
How was that? On 6, he
Jeepers.
added one there just so maybe she didn't get too buzzy.
but she's the type of mare that you know, Chris knows her now, and he just wants to keep a lid on her because he knows when it's time to let sail and that jump off, no
Yes.
one's going to touch him.
Yeah, agreed.
I want to go back to this. Chris, when he first started riding Lorona for Govett, and he had only been there maybe a month or two, we went to a show at Stain City, and Chris said to me, "You have to watch this horse. She is okay." He said, "Granted, she's a bit difficult in her mind, but she is the real deal, like we're seeing now." I mean, he knew it from day dot. But he told me, "You have to watch her." So I'm there, I'm in borderline ready to video him. And Lorona never made it through the start. I think she thought the flags and everything were maybe just not so much fun. She didn't love the idea of that.
Amazing, eh?
And I mean, just showing her talent today.
Now look at her, yeah. She jumps this course easy. I stand to be corrected. I mean, this is an 8-year-old mare by Grand Dorado, and I think Grand Dorado won a quality class last night.
Yeah.
I think I watched the video of
Yes.
it. So it's all in the breeding there, looking fantastic.
True to the script, clear round, and that's one I'm excited about to watch the jump off, because that is gonna be amazingly quick. What a mare! That mare is just incredible.
Yeah, she is, isn't
Wow, wow. And Chris and Chris is okay.
He's not bad on his day.
He's all right. Hey, next up, Hannah Gerber back again for his second ride, riding Capital Hudson. And I mean, we said she does a great job on the chestnut horse. She does an even better job on Hudson, I think.
Well, and just again, I mean, I find that both the horses are quite different. So
Yeah.
she would really have to be having a thinking cap on for each horse and having a different game plan for each horse.
You spoke about her ability to ride horses to space. I mean, that's on full display here.
Sure.
And her body control, just incredible. She's really, really tall at the fence and gives the horse every opportunity to come up at the jump.
She's a very athletic young lady. I believe she's a top hockey player. You can just, I think, to be doing any other form of exercise and riding multiple horses. I think these riders are all super fit at the top of their game.
And then, you know, there's just that other small little inconvenience of, depending on your age, fitting in maybe school,
Some
varsity,
school, yeah, I
work,
mean, it is
earning a living,
There's
all
a bit
of that.
inconvenience, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think just talking about
Exams.
space and body control. I mean, gee whiz, this girl's doing a beautiful job here this morning. Oh, I hope I didn't put the mockers on her there. She looked like she left that 6 a little late. I wonder if she was...
Maybe a fraction too much space there.
Yeah. But still, her body control really helping
Really
Hudson
helping him through that treble, hey?
big time.
Unlucky at the last.
Hannah really putting in a good effort there, though. Really trying to keep the jumps up, not today, but quality effort.
So next up at number 40, we have Caratu Z, ridden by Catherine Frank. Caratu, a really sporty little mare and quick.
Gelding.
Gelding, sorry, and,
Yeah,
and really
I
quick
agree.
against
Yeah,
the clock.
Yeah. 13-year-old by Caratano Z. This girl was a long-time disciple pupil of Joe van Achterberg and recently moved to go and trad a little with Chad Cunningham. I think And she's also a top equitation rider, if I'm correct.
Another product of the equitation system
Yeah,
that we have in our country,
agreed.
and just shows you how much it helps with the riders. That old philosophy of equitation just being sitting pretty, and that's gone out the window years ago.
Sure.
You look at all the girls that are or riders, young riders, guys and girls that are very good equitation riders, are super successful.
All kick on to be good show jumpers. Yeah, agreed.
We've seen that with the Minty boys.
Yep.
They're all
Ashley Taylor, this girl.
all of them. All these top riders basically at the moment have been in the equitation system of our country, and it's just super to see.
So it's amazing. I think I sold this girl her first good pony, and when I met her at this little pip coming to try horses out, I don't think I've seen a more well-presented, organised young lady, and I think she was 11 then, so
shows in her riding.
Yep, shows in her riding. That horse having a little celebration there, clear around for Katie Frank and Karatuzi.
They'll be eyeing out the podium. Another rider that'll be eyeing out the podium, Zandi Alcock on Tack and Tog's Callahoo Lansing. A speedier pair you will not find. Lansing originally produced by Ray Corber. Had a super successful career with Ray, and has been just as successful with Zandi. Zandi recently moved to train with Jonathan Clark.
He's actually next up, but just chatting about Tack and Tog's Callahoo Lansing, a 14-year-old gelding by the famous stallion Lisbon out of a Pilot mare. Just to elaborate a little on that, the Callahoo Stallions have been at the top of the SASJ High Performance rankings since 2017. And just another little piece of information about the famous Lisbon. He's headed up the SASJ High Performance ranking for the 5th year in a row.
And I know I said it just now, but I mean, I don't know that I've ever seen a stallion have progeny first, second, and third in an open class, 130, 135, 140, or 150. Never mind in the 140s.
At the 140 level, absolutely, yeah. And he is very typical of the Lisbon types for me. He's got that magical canter and the beautiful balance.
Beautiful face, good in their bodies.
Yeah, and then you just put the good looks and the good body in there, and you got the full package.
Yeah. Zandi giving him a lot of space, getting nice and straight everywhere. Little cluck out the double.
Sure, it worked for her. He put in a big effort jumping out there. She's a focused and very driven young lady.
Another rider, like we said about Thomas and Jason, another young rider that spends a lot of time with her horses.
Yeah, I mean, to all you to young viewers out there listening and watching, it sounds like it could be a trend. That what you put in is what you get out, 100%. All these young riders put in a heck of a lot of hard work and are then lucky enough to reap the rewards. This horse is putting in a real solid effort.
Little spook. I think that was at our speaker, at the sound speaker on the bank.
Was that clear around there?
Two for time. As we said, she went a little wide, getting straight everywhere.
Yeah.
But I think for where that horse is at the moment, that was a perfectly judged round by Zandi.
Yeah, I wonder. I think just maybe under the new tuition, maybe Jono's saying to her, settle down a little, and it's so typical how Jono rides and trains.
I mean, you know, Brendan, it takes people time. You don't just move to a new trainer and go light up the world. Often there's a bit of getting used to that takes place. So next up, Zandi's trainer, Jonathan Clark, riding for Linda Ellerine, the back on track entry, Kazan Z. Wow, he jumped at number 2. Kazan, a really exciting young horse. He came into the country 2 years ago, I think now, but he's taken a bit of time to just find his feet since he's been here. And Jono and him have just been learning each other. And I think a really, really exciting horse for the sport.
I agree. An exciting horse for the sport, an exciting horse for Jonathan. Jono having to use all of his professional feel and talent to get the best out of this sensitive horse. I don't know if the viewers can see, he's got a little bump on his hip. he's quite worried about traveling. He's real sensitive for things outside the arena, and Jono's just gonna, as I mentioned, use his professional ability to
Which
try
he
and
has in bucket loads.
bucket loads. Absolutely, I think that this horse really suits Jonathan. I think that Kazan's lucky to have Jono on top there, because he's going to get the right info. Ooh,
The
that was a
softest little rub. I mean, that's
I think
where you find show jumping, because you can ride a round as good as this
almost too good.
find the
six.
toe of a hoof on that little vertical, and then they fall down. I mean, these poles and the equipment these days are so light. Those cups are so flat.
Yeah, agreed.
Those new yellow cups that we have on the top rails are so flat. These poles fall for nothing.
And you did mention that the poles are lighter. I think for any of the viewers at home that don't realize that, all the top poles on all of these jumps are all, I would say, a third of the weight of a normal wooden pole, just to sort of align ourselves with the FEI and the European standards.
Yeah. So on track now we have Jenna Gilchrist riding number 43, Fidji Durazet. Jenna trains with Ronnie.
Hails from Namibia, is that correct?
Yes, and she's had quite a successful show with her two horses. I've seen her in the results often this week. You can see rides with some really good ground speed.
And you would think that if she had to leave all the jumps up today in the first round, she'll be a speedy one in the jump off.
Jenna's just going to have to be a little mindful of the time setting her horse up. I mean, she is quick across the ground, but she's doing a good job in setting her horse up in the turns.
Yes, that can sometimes unfortunately be your undoing.
Work against you a little, but actually I think she's going to be okay.
Whoa. Yeah.
No, she's absolutely
All good.
fine. That was quick. That's going to be one to watch in the jump off, because also these young ladies know how to put their foot down.
Yep, absolutely.
Hey, at number 44, Hausberger's Sir Crumble, ridden by Ashley Healy, ridden for Hausberger Financial Services. So Crumble, this magnificent stallion, jumped his first Grand Prix on Friday, finished in the places.
Amazing,
so she would be here today just to give him a nice easy trip around this track.
Sure, a little stretch.
Look after his confidence and make sure that he knows that, it's not always as difficult as that, but that's what it's going to be in the future for him, because he looked like he just
jumped it for fun.
I mean, he looked no different, did he?
Yeah, I think that was a really...
Maybe even fancier. He looked maybe even fancier. Actually, that's rude to say he didn't look any different. I think he looked even classier at that level than what he's looked in the 140s.
I think is probably what you meant.
Yeah,
It didn't look like he was
100%.
impressed by the size of the jumps. He just took it all in his stride. I think that's what these quality horses do.
Yeah, and I think if you had Ashley Healy guiding you around your first Grand Prix, you'd also be filled with confidence. I mean, it's strange to think, Brendan, that we've known her since she was
a child rider, mum of two.
Mom of two, and just like a seasoned campaigner in the Grand Prix and World Cup level.
I think, Stena, I wouldn't just quickly, as Ash is going down her last line, just touch on something that you mentioned earlier, that when people are producing horses to the top level, it's not all about just keeping your foot down at that level. Ashley is an absolute professional. She would have jumped that horse around his first Grand Prix and then brought him around for a little schooling round in the 135 championships, just to take the pressure off. I think that's got to be noted and sort of and understood by people, because it's so important in the production process.
In producing horses, looking after horses, being a horseman or horsewoman, not just being a
rider,
a sports rider.
Yeah, absolutely,
you know what I mean?
a ring rider.
Someone that knows that all too well. Up next, Barry Taylor riding for Brett Latimer, Oxford Special Deluxe. This horse had an amazing win the other day in the 135s at the 135-140 class at Heartland Equestrian.
I'm sure everybody knows that, because I think Barry's told everybody. Did you asked everybody if he saw him win the other day? It's he's such an interesting guy just to chat to, Barry. I mean, he's nearing the end of his career, dare I say it, but let me tell you, he is still as hungry as he was when he was a teenager. He's got fire in his belly. does the Godfather, and I must say I love watching him ride. He really is a master of his trade.
You realize I know you say now he's nearing the end of his career, but it's just because he's been involved in the sport for so long, and will be for years to come. You realize how privileged we are to have been in the sport with a professional of his caliber at the same time. I mean, we've ridden in classes with him. We've been able to share knowledge. You've trained with him.
Sure.
Amazing thing about Barry is, okay, yes, he's a bit cocky and arrogant and has a good joke all the time, and but that just comes with his sense of humor.
Sure.
But he, he's the first guy that'll listen to something you say about a track, or and he'll listen to a young rider saying X, Y, Z every now and then, and he takes heed of what they say, and that's why he's been so successful in the sport. Every day is a school day for Barry, even at the level that he's at now. And I mean, you can see it in his riding and the production he's done with this horse.
I think there could be a little fist pump coming here if he
You
clears
think?
the last. Let's see.
No. He's
Oh, he's not finished
He's
yet.
saving the finish. He's saving
There
the
we go.
fist
Little
pump.
fist pump. Small little fist pump for the first round.
No,
He's
but
happy with that.
He's saving the fist bump for the win. I check. You see, he's got his new jacket on. He's looking super fancy now on a Sunday morning. And I tell you, he's not here to make up the prizes. He's here
for
to
sure
win.
not. Absolutely.
At number 46, we have Jakarta, ridden by Moelise Labuskaghni. The stallion recently licensed with the Warm Blood Society here in South Africa.
The 10-year-old by Tangelo, van der Zoeterhoeven out of an Indoctro mare.
And Moelise has done this production job amazingly. I mean,
I'm mad about this horse.
We said earlier about Ziska Null's horse. I don't think you'll be able to build a jump.
Yes.
I don't think you'll be able to build a jump big enough. This is one that fits into the same category.
I agree with you. I 100% agree with you.
Moelise is just, she's done an amazing job. You watch this horse, and obviously, he's purpose bred. These horses are purpose bred.
Beautiful shot.
They're bred to jump. And we breed rideability and care and technique and all that into them. I mean, it's not as easy as that, but that's what the breeders hope to do.
Sure.
And with this horse, it's just on full display because she has extracted every little bit of talent that this horse has in its production.
He just does it so easy for me. He can take big steps, he can take small steps, he can be far, he can be deep.
Exactly what I was going to say.
So versatile.
She pulls, he waits.
Yeah.
She kicks, he goes.
Yeah.
It's just that simple.
And then jumps that like that.
And has care and scope, and just he really is magnificent. I'm really excited for her to see. This is a horse that's going to put her really on the map in the big classes.
5, 6, 7 to the last. Clear all the way, is it?
Yep.
In the time.
Another clear.
Ooh, that's a lovely stallion. I must say, she must think the world of him, and so
And
she
look at
should.
his relaxation at the end. I mean, he just canters around like he's busy getting ready for a dressage test.
Sure, did it really easily for fun. 40% clears.
40%, that's going to be fast. But, I mean, it's something we've come to expect from the 135s. It's a very strong division.
18 clears out of 44 starters.
And looking to add her name to that list of clears is Stacey Lee Weston, riding Western Farrier's Alpha Ruby. A more competitive jockey you will not find. And to be honest, it doesn't end at show jumping. I mean, I think, luckily for her husband Paddy, luckily for his sake, she doesn't play golf because she beat him at that as well. Stacey is so competitive in her riding.
She has fire in her belly.
She forced Patrick Weston, her husband, into early retirement from show jumping, and I don't think a lot of people know that. I mean, I know he's an amazing farrier.
Yes,
but
he was a top show jumper
Paddy
in his
was
day.
a top
Another
show
top,
jumper.
another top Natal show jumping that produced, you know.
And that's how intimidating Stacey can be. He quit. I know Stacey thinks the world of this horse. It's super scopy. She knows that he's going to take a little bit of time to produce, but I think
she puts the time in, Stacey. She
she's
really
pretty
puts the
sure.
effort in. She's at the shows on the weekend. She's at her lessons. She really does put the time in.
She sort of seems really confident that this horse is going to.
Recently second in the Grand Prix, was it?
That was an unbelievable round. Second to Hannah on that Friday afternoon where
on
we saw sparks flying off the arena. They were going so fast. So another horse that's really just we've said it a few times this class, but when these horses have so much ability, so much stride, so much jump,
yeah.
it takes years. It's not like you get on in 3 weeks, you train them to like hold their bodies.
Of course.
It's years of training to get these horses to learn how to use their bodies in the correct way. So next up at number 49, the 334 Capital Katori, owned and ridden by Leona van der Merwe, her third ride in this class. And Katori knows how to go quick.
Leona looking very composed as she tinkles down to number 2, not looking stressed about a single thing. She's obviously trusting that she's had a good rhythm to number 1 and that this mare's going to carry her along.
Do you think her body control is just that good, or do you think she does pose for the camera when it's on her?
I think just again for all the viewers and the young viewers at home that want to start molding themselves on anybody or mentoring anybody, I think that this lady has always been talented, but just being able to be surrounded by the team that she's surrounded by, she's really been able to blossom and just become the best version of herself. She's got top horses, she's got a top team around her, good training. I think just living in an environment with a husband like Christopher, they talk about winning, and I'm pretty sure they breed winning in that house. So it's been really interesting to watch her just develop and grow. I think I talk a lot about it, but I've also known Leona a long time, and she hasn't always been as good as this. She's really worked hard at it and has to work hard at it. Unfortunate 4 penalties there for Katori.
It's that 2 strides at the back of that oxer jumping into the treble really takes some step, and I think Katori a little bit green and maybe just not quite experienced at this level yet, making a small mistake there at the B element.
And again, just chatting a little bit about our course builder, Kate Launder, today. I think the signs of a good course builder are when the riders are just... They find a soft fence here and there, there's no big disasters.
No one's
like
died,
that.
yeah,
No, but
for
it's
sure.
just, I think that's putting little tricks here and there is so wily of Kate. She does it so well. And I've mentioned before, I'm dying to walk the World Cup qualifying course a little later because I'm desperate to see what Kate's got in store for everybody.
So on track at the moment, we have Aeroplus Callao Lindor, ridden by Kiara Byrne. Another son of Lissabon.
Famous son of Lisbon.
And a partnership that's been really successful of late.
Just again there, Lisbon heading the SASJ High Performance Ranking for the 5th year in a row.
Horse and rider beautifully turned out. I mean, Kiara's grooms really put in some effort with those plats. Looks magical.
Yeah, beautifully turned out. She looks like she means business today. Let's see what she's got planned for the treble.
I thought you meant you were going to say, let's see what she's got planned for the jump off. Because it's looking like that's where she's going.
Super riding. Yo, excellent round.
And then the real beauty of our sport, we go from Kira. You would know her age more than me, Brendan. 18, 19.
Yeah, I think she's still a young rider.
To a mileaged and seasoned campaigner like Greg Scott, who has all the experience in the world, and we all get to compete in the same arena.
Absolutely.
So up next we have Gregory Scott riding for Linda Ellerine, the back on track entry, her BBS. We were talking about Lorona earlier, that Chris van der Merwe was writing about, maybe having a slightly trickier mind.
Sure.
Habibi has hamsters running in all different directions in her brain. Trying to keep them on the same wheel, running in the same direction, I think takes a lot of effort, and Greg does a masterful job.
Yeah, viewers can see that Habibi's got that mask hood on, compression hood, that is said by, for some riders, that it feels like the horses can focus a little better and create a little bit more rideability, and maybe try and put all those hamsters all on the same wheel at the same time.
I think it works a little bit like, have you seen those dog blankets for like the storms that
Yes.
make them calmer? I
Yes,
think it's just a
yes,
soothing. I
yes.
think that would be the idea behind it.
Sure. I think not taking away anything from the fact that Greg is an absolute master. I mean, you
sure.
mentioned just about how much experience he has got. A compression hood is definitely not going to school this horse or get anything out of it. It's percentages when you've put as much work in as Greg has.
When you're 95% of
Yeah.
the way, then you're looking
Yeah.
for an extra 2 or 3%.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yo, well ridden through there. Wants to
Really
lead us
helped
up.
the horse with his body. Yeah, Greg, and that mare can go quick. I mean, she's not always that rideable, but if he gets it right on the day, she'll be quick in the jump off.
Super riding.
Go away, Gregory starts back on track. Habibi is through to the jump off.
Our last horse of the class, Espoir de Bethune, ridden by Rochelle Klook. Rochelle jumped around her first Grand Prix on Friday, had a lovely round on her other horse, Classy Boy.
She's really building a very impressive string of horses, from young horses to advanced horses. I must say, I saw a few of her young horses at our show the other day, and I was hugely
Sure.
impressed.
Wow, that horse jumped so big over number 2 here. Rochelle really starting to apply her trade at this top level of the sport. She's refining her trade, at this top level, and she's looking super. I mean, that Grand Prix round of hers the other day was amazing.
Absolutely.
Trained by Barry Taylor. Whoa! Some fancy footwork at the
Triple bar there again. Just that where that distance is, Rochelle was kind of keen for one more, and the horse was
maybe thinking he knew better. This time she makes sure and he listens. Really well ridden through the through that double.
I think this is a fairly new combination for
very
Rochelle.
new combination.
Yes.
This horse is probably with their first 135 together. Just touching that off behind. Sure. And then really showing that he made up for it there at the Rotoflow jump. Like you say, a new combination, and I think Rochelle can leave this last jump up. I mean, she's super competitive, but she'll be happy enough with that round.
It's an exciting horse for the future.
Four
that's sure.
faults, just the 4 faults.
That is where we complete to the first round of the 135 championship. Proudly sponsored by the Calico Walnut Stud. Big thank you, of course, to E.G. Hendricks and her team coming on board here.
So out of our 52 starters, we have 20 horses going through to the jump off.
Sure.
And like we said earlier, we thought Ashley would have just been schooling
Of
today
course.
after the Grand Prix. So she's scratched crumble from the jump off. And Data Science's Gringo de Turenzi with Ray Corber have also elected not to do the jump off. So we have 18 horses going through to the jump off.
Big shout out has to go to the sponsors of this 135 championship class. Calico Sports Horse Stud.
We're going to take a short break, guys, while they rake the arena and just get the arena ready for the jump off, and we'll be back with you shortly. Okay, looks like they're nearly ready, getting the arena ready for the jump off. Jump off is going to be over jumps number 5, which is the triple bar, down to that vertical at 6. Then right turn to 7AB, the Biogen double. Then a big left turn to jump number 1. Rode on 5 strides down to the back on track oxer in the first round. Then left around to jump number 3, that big oxer coming back up the hill towards the judges box, and it rode 7 strides in the first round to number 4. So Brendan,
Come
5
on.
to 6. Are they going down in 5? Does the winner go down in 5 from in that first distance of the jump off? And then inside the equipment there, the Equestrian Affair and Equine Walker equipment to the 7AB. Definitely inside number 8.
Yeah.
I'm not sure they're going to get inside to number 4. Maybe inside number 4 to number 1. Maybe the winner does.
Let's see.
I don't know that anyone gets down here from this 5-stride distance in 4, but I could be corrected. And then I think it's just a flat-out gallop around to that second last oxer.
And
then hopefully 6 strides, galloping. That box should back them up, so that'll help.
I suppose it'll depend on how you jump the cannon oxer at the end and then flats out to the Biogen wall.
And how big jumping and big striding your horse is.
I suppose, again,
Yeah.
knowing your horse, you obviously want to leave
Knowing
them all
where
up.
you want to, yeah, exactly. So, taking that first bell, Ashley Taylor on Larrabee, 334 Callahoo Larrabee, ridden for the 334 Sport Horse Stud.
Son of the famous Callahoo stallion, Callahoo Larrison.
Who jumped around the Grand Prix on Friday with 1 time fault. Really gave an exhibition. Is that a little nervous smile from Ash? Or not really? No? Oh, there you go. She's like
Asked if the judges are
scolded, like a scolded school child. They shouted back at her. She ran away. Okay, sorry. Crack on, Ash. Good rhythm there. Oh. Come on, the 5 is there.
I think it could be.
She
there,
rode
you're
that.
right.
She rode that really smoothly. Gets
Good
nice
shot.
and straight here at the double. I think this mare is quite naturally quick.
Yeah, but Ash has got her foot down. She's clicking and
Sure.
tapping.
Oh,
Oh, is the 4 there?
I think it's there. Just being
You're gonna need
later
a big
on.
stepper, though,
No,
for
but being
sure.
later on in the track, I think that 5 almost rides a little steady now.
I agree with you. Actually, I think maybe that's it.
And
You
she
got to
goes
balance
on the
up
7
on the
to
5.
the last.
Yeah. Interesting, isn't it?
So 37.55. That's the time that Ashley has set. Unfortunately, 1 down. So next up, we have Jodie Ambrose riding King of Hearts for Sue Peters.
I mean, this looks like a big stepping,
big
big
stepping
jumping.
horse.
I mean, if there was anybody who could potentially drop strides, it may be Jodie. But again, we've got to leave them all up. That is the name of the game today. So let's see what she's got planned.
And Jodie's had 1 foot on a podium most of the season so far with this horse. So, yeah, turns nice and tight inside the equine walker equipment. Great shot.
Sure. Little rub, but leaves it up.
Inside, just around number 4. Good. Whoa.
Well ridden.
Yeah, gets the horse back on the 5.
Now she's got to go.
Is she going on the 6?
I don't think with that
No.
shot.
7 leaves them all up.
Yeah, it's a good
and
enough
come
time.
home and comes home in a time of 37.39, so quicker than Ashley, and manages to leave them all up. But I do think that time has left room to improve.
Sure, agreed. But she has left them all up, and they've all got to catch her now.
Salome Null, next up.
Electing.
Just getting her horse ready for that first jump. Salome trained by Belinda Martin.
Always
and
competitive.
Those
yeah.
Pembroke girls know how to go quick. 5. No. Okay, so maybe my idea of that 5 is a bit ambitious there.
I like your ambition, though. I like the way you think. Let's see. Maybe someone's got the same idea as you.
Unfortunately, she just found that rail there at the second jump.
I do find, Sten, just chatting a little bit about where your head is at with the jump-offs and that type of thing. You were privileged enough to go and do some training overseas in America, and I remember you coming back saying that's how they were winning classes over there, that they were dropping strides to lose seconds, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I think often some of us can be guilty of starting our jump off 3 jumps into our jump off, like feeling our way out a little bit
Sure.
and then getting going.
Yes.
Where you've really, the best place to win a class is 1 to 2, I think.
There you go.
Yeah,
Or for all you young budding show jumpers at home, 1 to 2 is where Sten thinks he can win the jump offs. Let's see what happens.
maybe we should ask someone that actually wins jump offs, like Leona.
Oh, you've won plenty in your life.
Yeah, look, this is right up my alley, that 135 level. I've had lots of speed horses for this.
Sure.
You learn how to win them. I think, 1 to 2 is often where you can catch everyone a little bit sleeping. Talking about products of our equitation system.
How beautifully ridden was that? Wow.
This
so
is just-
smooth.
Yeah.
Hand support, amazing.
Brendan, you alluded to how much hard work Leona's put into her riding.
Yeah.
You know that her and Chris ride on average probably 15 horses each a day. Not between the two of them, each.
Isn't
a
that
day.
amazing? Wow.
So when talent meets hard work, I think that's the result.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautifully put, Sten. I think that is exactly a product of what Chris and Leona are doing at the moment. They're sitting on quality horses, but they really are putting in the hard work.
So next up, we have Tegan Brains riding Voitskirch Acapulco, and we said,
Yeah, this was one
this
we
young
marked.
lady knows how to go quick. I try to make Ray feel better by saying she's not as quick as him, just as stylish, but she's definitely quick. Nice, neat, tight line here to 7.
Whoops. Oh, that was unlucky.
And unfortunately, Acapulco just not locking on.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
this is a relatively new partnership between horse and rider, ridden for Jessica Jane Prince
Sure.
while she's away. So they wouldn't know each other that well. And that's obviously...
And
you know,
just a
where
bit the gamble that we can take.
you want to
know?
win.
Yeah.
You can go around and come 18th if you want and have a steady clear, for sure. But yeah, you got to go for the glory shot sometimes. Unfortunately, Acapulco just not looking himself there in the jump off. But Tegan, being the professional that she is, gives him a little pat. It looks like she's just going to let him jump a vertical, let him finish on a good note. Yeah, and gets a big pat to finish. So next up, Thomas van Rijkersworsel riding Pippa. I won't even say her second name.
The Axmar.
Pippa riding for Hetty Potgieter. Thomas, the young gentleman of show jumping, of South African show jumping.
The Iceman, as we've affectionately got to name him, because, man, this guy is so cool under pressure.
Who even whips out a smile for the occasional win. Gives that little rattle, but it stays up.
Sure, that was
Really
well
good
ridden.
through the double.
He's
He
took-
goes inside 4.
Come on.
Oh, and it doesn't pay off.
Good try, though. Valiant try.
Yeah, I think. I mean, that's a good ride if you want to save some time. That inside turn, I thought it was on.
Oh, this is a lovely mare. I must say, not her day today, but I think we can earmark this one for the future, for sure, for some bigger classes
sure.
for Thomas.
Brendan Thomas has been spending quite a bit of time in Durban lately. Apparently, it might have something to do with another show jumper. I heard.
Maybe.
There was a rumor, but I mean, mate, I could be completely off the bat. That's just what his parents said. I mean,
Okay.
they might be wrong. They're only his parents.
Sounds like he's enjoying his youth like maybe you and I could have.
Like we should have, but neither of us did. I see. So next up, we have Ziska Nel on, can I say, the Lion King.
The Lion King, the Koning Driabroken.
And I was second guessing saying that he was a stallion, but he is a stallion. I see she's got his yellow ribbon.
Oh, there we
and-
go.
Yeah.
I agreed. Oh, this horse really, I don't know.
Choosing that slightly wider ride to the double. But I mean, this is, like we said, still a slightly new partnership, and this is a horse should be producing to jump bigger jumps.
This horse has got a World Cup written all over him. He does it so easy.
Sit away here. Oh.
I mean, he's a big horse, and for me, when the big horses can feel weightless, man, it's such interesting. An interesting thing that breeders can breed these big, light, powerful horses. Man, that was a good round and an exciting horse for the future there.
Puts her on 39.62 seconds, puts her into third place.
Yeah.
Lovely round, really, really lovely round. I mean, if you watched her when she jumped us back on track, Oxa here by us, really just jumping to the left, using, trying to save every inch that she can,
Sure.
getting that horse around. Maybe not the quickest horse.
Maybe not the quickest horse, but I mean, that would definitely
giving
want
an
to jump a clear in a Grand Prix one day for sure.
Absolute exhibition. So next up we have Hannah Gerber riding the CDE Lawlock Picasso. Nice and balanced down there on the 6. She elects to move around all the equipment in the arena, but with some really good ground speed.
She keeps her pace and gives the horse room as always. Oh, and then-
Inside number 4, the same as Thomas. And
so she wanted
gets
to
it.
get the double jumped, obviously, and then turn.
It pays off for her, that turn.
So she's 2 from home. Let's see. She's going to be quick, I think.
She's quick, but is she on 6 or 7 here?
Oops.
Oh, what a late falling rail. She
Oh,
does
6
the
to the last. What's the time?
She got the 6, 37.96.
Oh, man. All it would have been there and thereabouts.
37.96 would have put her into second place.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that back rail of the Cannon Ox are just falling quite late.
Shame. She tried so hard the whole round to give her horse room, and unfortunately they're just running out of a fraction of room paying the penalty, but such a beautiful round. She'll be chuffed.
Next up on track, we have Jason Slade riding Orentha
Van Het Pegerhof.
Sorry, I
Wow.
lost my page. Yes.
Whoops.
Oh. So maybe after that little miscommunication about the turn, Jason might back off the pace
Sure.
a little bit, realizing he's not going to finish on the podium here now.
Oh, when you're putting together new partnerships, you've always got to have the future in mind. You've always got to be thinking of the next class, and if it doesn't work for you today, there's always next weekend or the weekend after. We have a whole calendar to get through of horse shows this year, so there's still a lot of jumping to get through. Oh, conservative riding there at the end. Nothing wrong with that.
That puts him into 7th place at the moment. So, next up, Carolyn Duprieux riding for the 334 Sport Horse stud, Madalifi 28, 334 Madalifi 28. A big striding horse. I wonder if she'll elect to maybe drop strides in one or two of the distances. Make sure that she gets the horse back, the mare back on landing at the back of that triple bar.
Sure. Super riding there by Carolyn. Set the horse up beautifully for the double.
Looking like she's trying to just jump a nice.
I don't know, the horse looked like it got a little stuck on the left,
Yes,
coming around the turn
almost looking
there.
to the outside of the arena. Finding this 5 strides short now on the jump off when it's later on in the course.
What else I'm finding interesting is that the riders are having a better shot at the triple bar with it being number 1.
Yeah,
than being
definitely.
in the course.
Definitely. I think the horses are, their attention's on you fully there at the beginning of the class. So
Absolutely, you can really set them up.
Can make it slightly easier. So next up, and this is going to be one to watch, Leona van der Merwe riding the 334 Sports Horse stud, 334 Giselle. And Giselle's a little cracker. I mean, she's going to be quick.
Just for the viewers at home to just take note that Leona actually trotted her inside turn from
6 to 7.
from 6 to 7. Let's see if she does it. She did look like she'd planned it. She showed the mare where she wanted her to go. Remembering she's a young horse this.
Whoa, good shot, Leona.
Now she moves
Puts
round
her
the turn.
foot down
Yep.
going around there. Quick acceleration. She's going to have to balance in the 5, balance in the 5, balance. Yeah.
And move.
The way this mare lands and goes each time on landing, that's what makes a horse quick in the jump off.
Beautiful riding,
Perfectly
Leona.
judged.
All day like that.
And a good second into the lead. 36.79, that puts her into first place. And that's going to take some beating.
It
But
is gonna
let me
take some
tell you,
beating,
no
I
one's
agree
going to
with
be
you.
trying harder than her husband, Chris van der Merwe, on the 333 Sport Horse stud, Lorona. This mare is lightning.
She is lightning, but I
if
must
she can
say-
listen and
Yeah.
keep her attention on Chris.
You mentioned it that Leona's mare was really on Leona. Every time she said turn, she was with her. She didn't waste any time.
I'll tell you what's going to work for Chris is this mare is going to be on the forward
2,
button. 3, 4. She's on the accelerator, so
Yeah.
it doesn't matter if she's not on Chris. She's definitely on the accelerator.
Good shot. Wow. He's got to go he's going to go around.
It's okay. He's quick. Leona went around. Gently. He'll be turning here. Look at him jump that oxer right on the left-hand side.
He was
saving
chatting to her,
every-
also going down there, saying easy. He accelerates through the turn there.
Come on.
He's quicker.
Is
He's
he?
quicker.
35.
He's
Yep.
quicker.
That's it. Some
36.09.
7/10 of some 7/10 of a second faster.
Oh, that was brave of you, Chris. I'm not sure knocking your wife into second place was the best idea on your Sunday morning, but the show's not over.
She will find it cute though to stand on the podium together. Might be irritated that she's not standing above him.
Fair enough. But they've both got a few more horses to ride today, so they're not done. That's for sure.
Next up, Katie Frank riding Carrot 2,
You know, Sten, I think it was quick for sure, but I wonder if there could be somebody that could squeeze a few little milliseconds off that round.
Cara 2 went a little wider from 6 to 7 here to the double, so she's obviously got her eye on a good clear round. Oh, and another one falling victim to this 5 strides. It's ridden really short to the jump off.
Which didn't in the first round,
I
obviously.
See Leona giving Chris gears outside already.
Oh, he's just rubbing her condescendingly on the back. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I'm sure he's saying.
She's got to let him beat her at something, sometime. I mean, you think beating sort of equates to wearing the pants for the day? Well, maybe for a class.
For the class, not the day.
It's the only time he ever wears the pants. So just the 4 faults for Katie Frank, but putting her into 9 faults. So at the moment, a top 10 finish. Next up, we have Jenna Gilchrist riding Fiji du Rosette. She's been in fine form this
another
week.
one we called that was she's going to have the hammer down for sure.
Just about whether she can keep the lid on this mare. I think she can get a little bit hot when you go fast. So
Sure.
she's going to have to keep it all together. You've got to go fast, but having the back rail of that triple bar.
Gee, that was unlucky. The softest of touches there.
There's often that debate of which is worse, the first or the last. Let me tell you, for me, it's the first.
Again, though, I mean, to chat about that, then, you know, you could always, without the pressure... Oh, man, she went down on the fall. That was too big.
But horse and rider are both up.
She's up. Just for the viewers at home, Jenna actually rides with an air hit jacket that's attached to her saddle. Sure. So
Really
hopefully that would
nasty
have
fall. We
broken
don't like
the
to see
fall.
those. Luckily the surface as well though, Brendan, these surfaces. I mean, I had the great opportunity to fall on gravel the other day and it left me 3 weeks out the saddle. I mean, I didn't realize, because I've always thought that these fiber arenas are much firmer than the river sand or silica arenas that we used to, that you and I would have grown up on, grass and that. Those arenas always seemed a little softer to fall on than these fiber arenas. But I'll guarantee you that these fiber arenas are still much softer than gravel.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I was left bent and buckled. Maybe it's just because I'm older. Because Jenna skipped up, she's trotted off to the paramedics. Okay, well, we wish them well and hope there's nothing serious there.
Yeah, this is a really, really dangerous sport. I mean, none of us ever wanted to go wrong. We have 2 brains that unfortunately worked independently there as opposed to together.
In unison,
Yeah, shame. It's a bit unfortunate.
But luckily, I mean, we saw Jenna trotting out the arena, and Fidji looks like he's walking okay. She's walking okay.
Yeah. I'm sure a little physio session or 2 and she'll be back up and running.
I think that's the vets already on their way there to check
absolutely.
on him. So,
Absolutely,
the
the welfare. Yeah, it's so important
always
for us.
Top priority here in this sport. So as that mare makes her way out the arena, next up we're going to have the godfather of South African show jumping, the man himself, Barry Taylor, riding Brett Latimer's Oxford Special Deluxe. Let me tell you, this horse is special.
He also eyed the inside turn from 6 to 7 there. He's trotted his horse through. He's also chosen to come off the left here.
Wow, magnificent shape over number 1.
Sure, he does make a good shape, doesn't he?
Gets inside. Maybe 1 stride extra.
Good shot, BJ. Yeah, it was maybe 1 shot.
Compared to Chris, I'm saying. Compared to Chris.
Yes, agreed.
But he's really quick on the landing. Whoa. Yeah, makes no mistake there. This horse's one downfall might be that he spends a bit of time in the air. Hey, wow, Barry was quick
3,
there.
4, 5, 6, 7. Ooh, into 3rd for Barry Taylor, Oxford Special Deluxe. Good round.
When the pupils become the master, maybe a little bit. Barry trains Leona and Chris. Spends a
yeah.
lot of time, has spent a lot of time in training them and producing them as riders. That would be a special podium if it finishes with the three of them.
Absolutely, but it's definitely not all finished.
Nothing's done till the... Marilise is up next on Jakarta. Self-produced, which always goes the extra mile when you're in a jump off, when you really know your horse and your horse knows you, when the buttons are all there and you know each other so well, it really helps.
I mean, again, like we were saying, one thing that could be the only problem with this horse's downfall in a jump off is the amount of time he spends in the air, because he's just...
someone could just whisper to him not to show off his technique quite so much would help.
It does look like Marilise has gone around there, though, and just going to give him a good round.
Just touching off there again, finding another example of the riders having too much step and too much scope underneath them with their horses. But Marilise looked like she had sort of settled into the fact that this is not going to be her class to win. She just wants to give this horse an easy trip around the arena. And she'll ask one or two questions to feel them out, so she knows for the future what she can and can't do.
Oh, he's a fabulous horse.
That's such an
really,
exciting
really
stallion.
nice horse.
Wow.
Jakarta.
Usually as they get younger, Brendan, they get quicker. Kiara Byrne up next, riding Aeroplus Callao Lindor. Kiara's a quick rider.
She is quick, and Lindor is super speedy.
And he loves her. If you watched him,
they have a good partnership. I agree.
Little white flecks all over his coat. He's a good-looking horse.
So still, Lorona out in front.
With just Kiara Byrne and Gregory Scott, he can take away the victory from him.
Absolutely. So let's see
what Kiara has to say about this. Good shot at number one. Sets the horse up well for the vertical. Tight here. Chris was really quick there. Wow, really pushes out.
Big effort there by the son of Lisbon.
She goes inside.
She's gone inside.
Gets away with it.
This could be quicker.
Really good on the 5 down here.
She'd want a big shot.
Yep.
Oh, she
and
gets
does
it.
she go on the 6? No. Steady.
But I think she's going to be up on them. I think she's got them.
Well into the lead.
Well into the lead.
35 seconds. Take a bow, Kiara Byrne.
Yo.
Super round. That inside turn, inside 4, really paying off.
Again there, son of Lisbon just hits the ground running every time. So
Knows his
economical
job.
in the end.
Knows his job. It's something that the Lisbon progeny definitely do sort of know how to do, is to not spend time in the air when it counts.
Yeah,
you know
absolutely.
What I mean?
Just I couldn't agree with you more.
Okay, so the only man that can beat her, Gregory Scott riding Linda Ellerine's back on track, her BBS. And Brendan, I said to you, if this mare can keep her mind in the game, this is another quick one.
Absolutely fantastic class here, sponsored by the Callao Warm Blood Sport Horse Stud. 6,000 Rand for first, 4,000 second.
And Gregory,
Greg looks like he's gone round, so is it not going to be interesting
that's
that
it.
a Callao horse is going to win a Callao class? I mean, not surprising that Lisbon takes another victory, though.
They had a few efforts in this class, but yep, they've done it. Habibi really behaving today. I must say, she's impressed me. This mare has come on leaps and bounds, just in her maturity and her brain. I guess as you would expect with Greg in the saddle,
absolutely. He's a master of his trade.
but sometimes you can try your best and it doesn't work. I mean, he's really got this mare on his team.
But the unofficial result looked like Kiara Byrne first, Chris second, Leona third. I think we will wait for the results and get back to you shortly.
So we have our official results in, and Aeroplus Calo Lindor with Kiara Byrne taking the win with 8 double clears. Second place, Chris van der Merwe, 334 Lorona. Third place, Leona van der Merwe, 334 Giselle. Barry Taylor finishing just off the podium with Oxford Special Deluxe. In 5th place, we have Jodie Ambrose riding King of Hearts with Sue Peters. 6th place, Leona van der Merwe again on 334 Vedette. Those are our arena finishes. And then from 7th place down, we have Ziska Nell riding Lion King. Gregory Scott on the BBS in 8th. Ashley Taylor on the Larison 334 Callahoo Larraboo in 9th place. Thomas van Rijkerswater on his mare Pippa in 10th place. Hannah Gerber in 11th on CDE Lawlock Picasso. Katie Frank in 12th on Caratu Z. Marilise Labaskachny on that lovely stallion Jakarta in 13th place. And Jason Slade riding his gelding Oriento Funhead Pegasoff in 14th place. Brendan Flip, really nice class.
Yeah.
Took some jumping, and I must say, those top 4 or 5 riders.
I would even say top 6 if I look, not taking anything away from Ziska. I mean, I think I've voiced my opinion on that horse. I'm absolutely mad about him. But I mean, the top 6 really had to shake it to get in the prizes there. Yeah, I think a really top class. Chris and Leona shining. I think a great result for Farnham Stables, which is always exciting. But I think once again, just exciting to touch on the fact that Aeroplus Callahoo Lindor, the winner of this class, a son of the very famous Callahoo Lisbon. Lisbon heading into the SASJ High Performance Rankings for the 5th year in a row. It's unbelievable what he does. I feel like every time we're on the mic together, we're chatting about Callahoo and about Lisbon and about how much success they've had, and very fitting today that the Callahoo Stud have sponsored this class and one of their progeny gets to win it.
Yeah, it's something that you can't script, can you?
Sure, absolutely. I must say though, Kiara really riding at the top of her game. She won the 140 Derby at the end of last year and really riding a wave of confidence. She's a very polished young lady and very, very happy for her this morning.
Yeah, and one of the youngest riders in the lineup.
Absolutely.
There are a few of them showing the old guys how to do it.
Yeah,
how to go quick.
Yeah. Second place there, 334 Lorona, Chris van der Merwe. That's very exciting. Daughter of Grand Dorado. Sure, she really is the real deal, isn't she?
I really love that mare. Really, really love her. In 3rd place, Leona van der Merwe with Giselle.
Again, I think she really showed her form today. A young mare, she went inside to the double. Leona asked all the questions of her, and she really answered today.
And she gave a big thumbs up every time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a Callahoo bred horse. How fitting that is the winner, Kiara Byrne on Aeroplus Callahoo Lindor.
Is Evie Hendricks, who's the face of the Callahoo team, going out there and giving Kiara her first prize.
With Tani handing out their prizes.
Tani made the trip all the way from Callahoo.
She's been instrumental in the production of the auction horses.
Yep.
Plays a big role in all the management and really heavily involved in the Callahoo family team.
I was lucky enough to take a trip out to Callahoo a while ago to go and ride horses, and Tani showed us an unbelievably professional morning, and we had a fantastic time riding some horses. So big thanks to Callahoo and all the professional way that they do things.
Leona's broken a smile, so I think Chris is out of the dog box already.
I think both of those mares standing there, Chris and Leona's mares, both looking like they ooze in class this morning. Very exciting for the future there for 334 and what they're going to be producing for us.
Yeah, and I think we'll be seeing progeny and foals from those mares in the sport not too long from now.
Yep.
So it's exciting, really exciting.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you now, I'll be the first one bidding on anything that comes out of Lorona.
She really is up your alley, that I must say. There Leona getting her beautiful Callahoo sash for her very well-deserved 3rd place in a very hot 135 championship.
And it always is, isn't it? The
Yeah,
135s is a division where you need to be amazing on the day and you need a smidgen of luck.
Sure, absolutely. There's Barry receiving his Fourth prize from the very feisty Oxford Special Deluxe. And as you mentioned, Steny, he is special, isn't he?
He really is special. That's a horse that in, I think, not too distant future, we're going to see jumping around the big classes.
I mean, I said maybe Barry's at the end of his career. You reckon he's got another production job in him? I think he does.
This horse and his full brother, who's a little bit younger, Barry.
Sure.
Barry's told me already he's coming back because no one else can beat Bronwyn or Ronnie, so he's going to come back and do it.
He's going to show them, which is fantastic.
How many prize givings do you think Barry has stood in like this? I mean, it's just incredible.
Incredible. He's given so much back to South African show jumping. He was instrumental in getting the young rider teams together, the international teams, the Portuguese team and the Irish team. So what Barry again is doing.
Just a fine example of what he gives back to the sport.
Sure, absolutely.
Then in fifth place we had Jodie Ambrose with King of Hearts, another
Leona
pupil of
Chris
Barry.
did have a little hug there.
Another pupil of Barry. So 5 out of the top 6
yeah.
all Farnham riders.
Taking to the top step, Kiara Byrne.
Fantastic moments here. The big thanks to the Callagher Warmblood Sports Stud.
I mean, a really big moment for Kiara Byrne. Anytime you stand on a podium with a Van der Merwe on each side of you, never mind just on the podium with them. When you're standing on that top pole position and you got a Van der Merwe on each side, I mean, that's a good day out.
Absolutely, there. Hugs all around.
Not from Chris. He's a bit awkward. Yeah, a really great result for Team Farnham as well. True testament to Barry's coaching. You know you've done a good job when you can train them to beat you.
Absolutely, and that's what Barry's been doing for years and years. Now the gentleman that always putting in all the work behind the scenes, making everything happen before the sun comes up and after the sun's gone down.
These men heavily involved, like we were saying about how the riders spend time with their horses. You know, so many of these very successful riders, how much time they spend with their horses.
Yep.
I mean, these men would spend more time with the horses than any of us. They know them as best friends, and it's just amazing to be able to pay tribute to them.
Absolutely, just to recognize for a quick time that these guys, I mean, we always mention it takes an army. These guys are a huge part of our army.
Congratulations, huge congratulations. Yeah, they're part of the family.
Yeah, absolutely. The horses love them, and they are a huge part of our teams.
Do you think Leona tries to overtake Chris in the victory lap, maybe?
I think she's waiting for the next class.
Fair enough.
I think she hasn't finished with Christopher for one day. Big smiles all around there.
Well done, Kiara Byrne and Aeroplus Calo Lindor. I hope you guys have enjoyed that class as much as we did.
Yeah, really.
A lot of show jumping still to come today.
Quality horses, quality riding, and as you say, we're just getting started. We've got the 140s up next, and a little later we've got the Biogen World Cup, 150 World Cup. I think it's going to start at around 1 o'clock. The course walk is going to be. I'm going to have a little wander around and see if I can have a chat with a few of the riders in the World Cup. And I think, Sten, you're going to be wandering around the 140 course, seeing if you can have a little chat with a few people and see what their plans are going to be. But I think for now we're going to cut to a quick break, and I think we'll join you a little later.
Now ready ourselves for the next class of the morning, the 1 meter horse championship. Due to start at 10:15, we are sticking to our time. So just be aware of that, riders sticking to the start time, the 10:15. Of course, currently being ready for that. Of course, as soon as we are ready to go, we will open for inspection. First horse in at 10:15. In the meantime, of course, what we do here at Maybury Equestrian Centre, the apple is located in the back, so go grab yourself a cup of coffee. Pancakes are here as from the catering. Of course, our vendor is going as well of Equestrian apparel on offer. Christmas trees are perfect here as well. The pieces are delicious. So I'm going to grab some pizza, something to eat.
Good morning, viewers. You join me here at the Callahoo stand this morning here at the Biogen World Cup. I'm joined by Evie Hendricks, who is all the brains and the beauty behind the Callao Sport Horse Stud. Evie, thank you so much for all that you guys have done for the sport. We had a really exciting class now in the 135 champs.
We did.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about your special stallion and who won?
It was amazing, guys. It was such an let's just talk about the course as it was. It was such an interesting, well-built, sort of technical track from Kate.
Yeah.
I thought I was listening, watching the class, where she positioned the jumps,
Yeah.
the stride options that she gave, and sort of like the interesting ways that where the treble was, where the triple bar was. And you know what's so interesting was the first line was in the shade as they come,
Yeah.
so that oxer sort of let them be a little bit more sticky, but then as they came into the light again,
Also
as well.
different.
So it was a
Yeah.
really interesting track. The jump was lovely when the two Panamadras came in hot. But then when Kiara and Callao Lindor came in and took the win, it was wonderful and heartwarming for us, obviously, always, especially with the Lisbon offspring doing so well. But it was a lovely class, hey?
Fantastic, yeah, absolutely. And I think let's chat a little bit about the Lisbon offspring and what they've done. This has been, we chat so much about Lisbon and what he's done. He really is a magical stallion for you guys. I think he's produced so much history in South African show jumping. It's exciting, obviously, with the auction that's
Coming
on its
up.
way. That there's going to be a little bit of his offspring that's going to be coming through, which is really exciting.
Yeah, Ren, he's been an absolutely incredible stallion for us. I mean, for us to have got him when we got him, especially at the sort of pinnacle point of the foundation of the stud, he has obviously given us incredible athletes as such that are doing incredibly well in sport now from the beginning all the way through to the Grand Prix and the World Cup qualifier classes.
Yeah.
But sort of how he's blessed us is he's given us this whole sort of variety of broodmares with which to go on to the next generation.
Sure,
all the
sure.
Lisbons are nimble. They all really want to do the job. They have these incredible unwavering characteristics. As you know, they're incredibly athletic, natural, really typey. So it sort of set the foundation for us going into the future.
Sure.
Talking about the auction coming upon us, it's about 3.5 weeks to go until the auction comes.
Exciting times.
It's been a really exciting bunch. I think it's been incredibly well received from everyone.
Sure.
And as we're talking about Lisbon now, what's so wonderful where we are now, 25 years down the line, we know what our foundation broodmares have given us. We know sort of what has worked, which combinations of stallions has worked, what hasn't.
Yes.
And we've filtered and gone through it with a fine-tooth comb. So
Like
now,
really proven itself,
Yeah.
as you said. Over time, that's what can happen. It's amazing.
exactly. I mean, breeding is a waiting game. And it's only until you see these offspring in the big classes, what is working, what isn't. And the most wonderful thing is now we have all these little ones coming through into the auction with proven siblings in the sport. Do you know what I mean? It's
Absolutely.
very exciting.
I think just the word that you keep touching on is proven. For me, I think that breeding is a waiting game, and it's always a dream. That you guys have all these magical dreams out of Callao and that type of thing. But when you can see the dreams really coming into life and see how these horses produce themselves, or how they've been produced and how they prove themselves time and time again, week in and weekend out, you guys must be incredibly proud of what you've produced, I must say.
We are. It's unbelievable. We were so incredibly proud of Jean and Callao Lexington winning the Grand Prix on Friday, so it was wonderful. But as I say, it's more than anything, it's the most incredible thing to be able to see these young ones come from the auction and see them doing so incredibly well with their riders.
Absolutely.
To be part of the story and to see this all come to light, it's amazing.
Absolutely. And I think, Yves, if we can just chat a little bit about the horses that are going to be on auction. We've got a couple of siblings that people have noticed on this particular show.
Yeah.
Could you sort of elaborate a little bit on that for us?
I mean, it's so fortuitous what's been happening because obviously Lexington won on Friday. Sequoia Vela is doing so incredibly well. So they all come from our foundation, dam line of Ravella, Raphael Watzman Meyer. So as we have Callao Super Vela, who's lot number 11. He has such incredible, there's so much depth sort of to the dam line, as we said. Lexington.
Proven.
Luca Vela, who did his first Grand Prix. We have
Yeah.
Sequoia, who's going to be in the 140 champs today, so it's wonderful. And then also something super special that's coming up on the auction is Callao Leon. He's the sort of the anchor of the auction. He's Callao Leantos' full brother. I mean, I think sort of everyone knows our foundation, Mayor Wellingen, and all the offspring that are doing so well. Lacadeux, Leantos, Corrigan, they're all coming, you know.
All proven. Amazing horses themselves.
Exactly. So it's an exciting auction. We'll see what happens. You never know what's happening in the market, but we're pretty excited. It's been well received. So
Cool. And then just the dates of the auction again. When are we talking?
it's in about 3.5 weeks, so straight after Shangweni. It starts on Tuesday, the 18th. That's when bidding can start, and then, as I say, all the lots start closing Friday evening and Saturday evening, so the 21st and 22nd of June.
Okay, super.
Yeah.
And then just, I mean, just so we can chat a little bit about that. I know I'm also a little bit new in the whole online auction game.
Mm-hmm.
You said the horses you start selling the horses on the Tuesday,
Tuesday
but
morning.
you actually only sell them on the Friday and
Exactly.
the Saturday. Is that correct?
So we've built this model as sort of to ease people into it. So what exactly happens is, Bren, on Tuesday morning at 6 o'clock, all lots are open for bidding.
Mm-hmm.
So from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday and Friday, everyone can obviously see what's happening in the bidding.
Mm-hmm.
So the first 11 lots from Callao Contouch all the way through to Callao Supervella, who anchors Friday night. They start closing from 6:30 is the first
Okay.
horse, and then every 10 minutes thereafter.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So exciting. As you say, I suppose easing the people in and allowing them enough time to see if they really want
Yeah.
to buy those horses, if they can scrounge around and get a little bit more money out the safe or whatever it would be.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, and I think, Yves, if we can just quickly wrap this up. The 140s are walking now, so
Yeah.
I'm going to quickly go and have a walk there. Thank
Okay.
you for all that you
It's our
do, for the
pleasure.
dream, and for what you've done for South African show jumping. I feel very, very blessed to be a part of this, and all the best for the future.
Thank you so much, Bren. It's exciting.
Lawrence Mowat, the winner of our 140 champs at the last World Cup qualifier. Lawrence, how are you feeling today?
Good. I jumped the Grand Prix, not yesterday, the day before on Friday. He jumped a nice clear, went too fast in a jump off, and I had one down, but that's fine. Yeah, he feels good. He feels confident, just nice, sort of confident giving around. I want to build to a World Cup, maybe at Chongweni in a couple of weeks' time.
Okay, great. And obviously after your win at the last show, you'll be looking for a good result today. What do you think of the course?
That's good. I haven't really got into it in too much detail yet. Just sort of had a quick look at it. Yeah, looks doable. Kate always puts up a nice track. It's a different arena. It's a small arena. There's quite high sides in it with a lot of branding around it, which makes it quite small. To ride my horse a little bit spooky, so it doesn't always go into the corner. So I lose a meter here and there on the curves if he does spook. So I have to just be mindful of that. It's big enough, challenging enough. So yeah, we'll see how it goes.
Good luck.
Thanks, Dan.
We're going to try and catch up with one or two of the other riders. I think a great person to talk to always is Jonathan Clark. He always has a good idea of the courses, so maybe we can catch up here and see what he's thinking about the track. You ready?
Yeah.
Simon, morning. How are you?
Good and you, Rassim?
Good. So you've just finished walking the track. What do you think?
Yeah, so far so good. I was a few lines I want to walk again, just to double check, but other than that, looks okay.
Are you later on in the course, you said?
Yeah, I'm number 30 on Callow for who am I on first? On Casper, and then later on for Tasca.
Casper, a horse that you've ridden at 150 level and been super successful on. So that should feel like an old glove or an old shoe that fits just well. And then for Tasca, new to this level, for Tasca jumped first 140 like a week or two ago. But you guys did really well at the last show in the 140s. What would you be expecting of her today?
She's done really good this week. She had a second in the speed class on Friday. So yeah, I mean, she was double clear at the last show. So yeah, let's give it a go.
Well, all the best. How long do you have the ride for still on for Tasca?
Let's not go there yet.
You're not giving it back.
Well, we'll see.
Okay, good luck. Good luck. Hey, Laura, how are you?
How's it, Stan?
Nice to see you. Great result for Team Farnham in that last class.
Yeah,
5 out of the top 6,
was
all
really
Farnham
cool.
riders.
Yeah. Really cool.
And you've got your horse now, Oripo.
I've got Ori and I've got George. It's his
Oh,
first
great.
140 champs.
Homebred, you've ridden his mom,
His granny,
his gran.
his grandpa.
I mean, what a great, what a
it's
great
quite-
story.
It's really cool. So he jumped his first 140 on Wednesday. He jumped the 135 on Wednesday. On Friday we ventured up. He jumped beautifully.
I saw your video, he looks amazing.
So I thought I'd give it a whirl today. It's fine if he has a couple down. It's
And
all
which horse
learning.
do you come in on first?
Him, the baby.
Okay, great. And then Ori, a bit later on in the
Ori's
class?
41 or something.
Okay, and what do you think of the track for him?
Yeah, it's really cool. So with Ori, I've swapped his bridle about. I've been toiling for 18 months to try and get him to feel like my horse. And I've got him in a little Bomber ST Hackamore. And first 2 rounds have been super. So I'm quite excited.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Enjoy the class.
Thanks.
For our World Cup ride. We asked her now that we are aware from our World Cup riders competing in this 140 class. So they are available to do the draw from our point class. If you want to go and do that draw before your class, get your draw done and then come and ride. Of course, ready to proceed with our 1 meter 40 championship. Course information for you all. 470 meters is your measured length. 81 seconds for your time allowed. Jump off when we get there will be over fences 2, 3, 12A, 12B, 14, 15 and 18. Time allowed for the jump off is 50 seconds. Further scratching added to the list, that being number 15, minus that uptown takes no part.
Kicking us off, we've got the R&R entry Capital Coleman.
Riding for owner NK sponsor.
This was ridden by Dominique Alexander this morning.
You got a chance to walk this track a little bit, Brendan. Tell me what you think.
Again, you know, I'm going to be quite keen to see what Kate's done with the time. I suppose as the level increases, the time gets tighter. So I'm quite keen to see how that works out.
Rides at 6 really well. Then he comes back to this treble. Hey, 1 stride and 2 strides.
Yeah, again, I mean, it doesn't look like it's too tough.
Almost a slightly gentler treble than the 135.
Yeah,
It's a
a
vertical
little.
jumping in.
Again, Dominique nipping inside that cradle of humankind there, so he's definitely got his eye on the clock.
Really balances that horse on the steady 5.
And I think this vertical is going to come quick after the back on track, the rotor flow. Outside line 7 here to the
One insurance jump.
insurance, yeah. And I walk 9 here to the treble.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like you said.
I'm sorry, double. Sorry, not treble.
And our first clear round. That's how you ride it.
Sure, super. Dominique's always said that horse is really intelligent. He loves working with him, and I can see why.
So next up for the 334 Sports Horse Stud, we have Aisling Triggle riding 334 Christo S, more affectionately known as Toto.
Oh, I love him.
So does
love him.
Aisling. Yeah.
He's got such a fantastic attitude. He's got a beautiful way of going.
Those that have been around and involved in the sport for years would remember Aisling had a really good grey horse called Hatsi.
Yes.
She thinks that this horse is her next Hatsi, if not better. So that's setting the expectation quite high. I mean,
Sure.
that just shows you what she thinks of this horse, because Hatsi was really successful at the top level of the sport. I must say, this horse is in mint condition. I mean, you look at his coat.
And the way he bounce canters like that is so beautiful.
Just an absolute athlete.
Oh, good riding, Ace. Horse going a little bit off to the left, but leaves it up.
Now for the steady 5. Oh, jumping a little to the left and just catching the upright. Hopefully that wasn't her knee. Sure. Azing's had a knee injury before.
This 10-year-old gelding by Cristello 2 out of a Laudanus mare.
It's always, for me, one of the worst type of rails to have when you end up clipping an upright.
Yeah,
You've
absolutely.
actually cleared the jumps
Yeah,
and you've
for
done
sure.
nothing wrong.
For sure, for
Don't know
sure.
if the horse may be jumping, you alluded to him jumping a bit left through that treble, but maybe also jumping away from the side of the arena here.
Yeah.
We're sitting right here and he just jumped off to the left.
And lucky 4 penalties there for Christo S and Aisling Triggle, but for sure she will be back to fight another day. You mentioned that she loves that horse, Sten. I'm sure she'll be eyeing out a few more classes fairly soon.
So next up, coming in a bit earlier at number 5, we have Capital Aiden, Nariska Prinsloo Hill. Aiden, a big jumping horse. All the scope in the world. Nariska's done an amazing production job with this guy.
All the scope. Yeah, this 8-year-old stallion by Arezzo VDL out of a My Lord Carthago Z mare.
Purchase from Capital Stud Auction. It's a partnership made in heaven, really, these two, I think.
Absolutely.
Nariska recently back from a back surgery. She hasn't been back in the saddle that long.
But she is tough, let me tell you.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't look like she skipped a beat. It looks like she never missed a day. I think his one downfall can sometimes be he's hard to get inside the time when he shows so much jump over every fence. But Nariska will have a plan here.
Yeah, try and make up a bit of time in the earlier parts of the course or wherever you can.
It's always nice to make 1 or 2 tight turns earlier on. When you have a horse that's a little bit slower, it's nice to make 1 or 2 tight turns early on. Then you take the pressure off the rest of the course.
Oh, the careful jumping stuff, maybe at the end of the course you can take your time. You don't feel like you have to bustle yourself.
Yeah.
Yo, careful there.
You watch Nariska's body control. She just sits so tall.
Sure. I think he'll be a good one just to sort of gauge the time on.
Exactly. I was going to say the riders will be watching the line she's ridden and just think if he gets inside, then they know they'll be safe. Really gets him back. Wow, he was so good to come back to that quickly here in the
Looks
5.
like she's actually got a different bits in his mouth these days. She's obviously working him out a bit and he's working his body out.
Whatever she's got, it's really working, hey.
Sure.
Wow, how did he jump that oxer?
Exceptional.
This 9 will probably be a bit steady. 4, 5,
She's
6,
on the inside.
8, easy. And how well does he back up in the middle? Wow, what a round. Lovely to watch. Lovely to watch.
Very fitting music for Nariska as she jumps her clear round.
What a super round. Big smile from horse and rider. Next up at number 6, we have Denton Horse Boxes, Count Cosmo, ridden by Andrew Olaf. Andrew made his reappearance in the Grand Prix level on his new horse, Kusta G, the other day and had an outstanding round. Nice to see him back where he belongs. He's been out of it for a few years. And Cosmo's had a great show so far, a horse that Andy's really learnt to be patient with and just, he's really finessed this horse because he was very difficult in the beginning with his mouth. You can see Andy has a Hackamore combination bit just so that he can try and steady the horse in the contact. Also a horse that can get quite excited and blood.
And I mean, Andy's so calm and cool. He'd be the perfect guy to get the best out of Cosmo for sure.
Which he really has. I mean, they've been a great pair at this 140 level. Wow, how did he jump in there?
He jumped in huge, didn't he? Oh, shame. Paid the price for it.
Almost paying the price for it at the end. I'm not sure what he thought. Maybe that little white plank at the bottom of number 6. This 5 is going to be steady for him.
He's got the jump though, that's for sure.
He really can jump. I think there might be more there than what Andy's originally thought.
I see. For me, that's either a flowing 6 on the inside, or you got to make sure that you're on the outside 7.
And I also think that's a little bit where that horse's lack of rideability sometimes can come in.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe.
I interviewed Lawrence as we were walking the course, and he just alluded to the fact that with these Biogen banners on the side of the arena, this arena seems to feel a little bit smaller for the horses. So it starts,
a little bit
you know,
more
the
intense.
jumps start to come a little bit quicker, a little bit faster the whole time.
Sure.
Not really a round that we've become accustomed to for that horse, but I mean, one down and just that little circle in front of.
I think the horse is still
Oxer.
looking mileaged in the 140 classes. These
Very,
days, you know,
very.
like it's
It must be playing on his mind to maybe jump up a level at some point.
I mean, especially Andy rides well enough.
So next up at number 7, we have Capital My Lady, Thomas van Rijkersborsel.
Sure. I mean, this man needs no introduction to the South African show jumping public, does she? She is just magical in every way, shape, and form.
Thomas and her have a great partnership. They've been so successful. Thomas a tall man,
And this
young
mare
man,
is tiny.
and she's small, but I don't think you could tell her that.
I mean, I walked past her the other day at the truck, and they tied her to the TEF net because she just stands tied to her TEF net at the truck with no one holding her. I thought that was very entertaining. She looks so unassuming standing at the truck, and then you see her with all her tack on, platted up, making these enormous jumps. Pretty basic.
She sort of comes into the arena and puffs her chest out, doesn't she?
Yeah, no, she's a true competitor.
She was well placed in the Grand Prix the other day, so this would be a level down
Yeah, he'll probably. I mean,
from
he's got
that
to.
class on Friday.
I suppose got to get this jumped first and then eye that jump off, but he's one that's always speedy. Ooh. That's an interesting line, that left curve there.
It's difficult, and later on in the course, when the horses get a little bit hotter, it can really get a bit tricky.
6, 7, 8, 9. Beautiful riding, Thomas. There you go. Clear all the way.
Another one into the jump off. You'll be joining his coach, Dominique Alexander, in that.
3 in the jump off at this stage.
And Nariska Prinsloo Hill. So, next up, the ever stylish Kayla Gertenbach riding Calaho Conzano.
I mean, we're chatting about form and that type of thing. Gee, this lady really does have interesting form. She's so gutsy in the way she rides. She produces these horses and pilots them so beautifully.
And Brendan's actually riding with quite an injury at the moment. She's got an old shoulder injury. And I saw her last weekend. It sounds like she's in quite a lot of pain, to be honest.
Sure.
You wouldn't say.
You would never say so, right?
She had that left arm in a sling last week.
In true show jumping fashion, you ignore the pain.
Yeah.
And into the horse show.
This also is still a fairly new partnership. Not a year yet, I don't
for
think.
sure not. No, not a year, definitely not. She, I think, acquired this horse from Yanni Kleinans, who bought him off the auction and produced him into the open classes.
And it looks like a match made in heaven.
Yeah,
They really get each other, these two.
Kayla's always organized, I find. Her horses look organized. She is organized. Her reins are short. Her body position is good. She's very technically sound.
Rides the 8 to the last. I mean, the 9 to the last.
Spot on.
Perfectly
Spot on
ridden.
riding. Yeah, lovely round there. Another one in the jump off.
We mentioned earlier how fast that 140 jump off was at Kyalami Equestrian
I'm still
Park.
recovering, to be honest with you.
And I don't think this is going to be any different today if these riders are anything to go by. So next up at number 9 we have Capital Cashmere, ridden and owned by Lauren Pretorius. A horse who has a little bit his own way of doing things, but Lauren has really honed him into knowing his job.
She also
unlucky
just
there
jumped
at
her
number
first
1.
Grand Prix not fairly recently.
Yeah, and this horse has just looked better and better as the jumps have got bigger. Very extravagant behind and can launch himself a little bit at the jumps sometimes. He can sort of climb in front of the jumps. Lauren does a really, really good job with him. I don't think with a lesser jockey, we would have
Sure,
seen
I agree with you.
him produce to this point and to be able to show this much ability.
Kashmir is by the famous Capital Colnado out of a Belmondo mare. He's a 10-year-old gelding.
He's got the most amazing canter, this horse.
And you mentioned that back end that just goes for days. I think Lauren's got to work at her upper body to make sure that she doesn't get kicked off the front end. I know she's always going to Pilates and making sure that she's strong enough to ride this big horse.
That goes down.
And there was a soft fence for that
Very.
horse, actually. And unfortunately, one at the end there finishes up on a score of 8 faults.
But I must say, the horse looking more and more calm and relaxed in the ring.
And a bit more consistent in the way he goes.
Just getting consistently more rideable in the ring. So next up at number 10, 334 Calaho Vedante, ridden by Leona van der Merwe for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. This mare is mileaged at 150 level now.
Yes.
Leona sits in the, I don't know how you would want to explain it, unfortunate
Yeah,
or fortunate
fortunate or
enough
unfortunate.
position where she has 3 horses that she has to choose between to jump the World Cup at each show, because you're only allowed to jump 2 in the World Cup. So this horse obviously stepping down, making way for the other 2 horses to jump today.
Just for the viewers at home to see that this horse has actually only got one eye. And it definitely does not affect her in the slightest. She is a real trier, as you mentioned, Sten. She's jumped a few 150 classes.
And successfully, very successfully.
Yeah, she's a 9-year-old mare by Calaho's Victory Forever.
So
out
a
of
young
Deer
mare.
Months mare.
Yeah, so a young mare with a long long career ahead of her in this
Sure.
in the sport.
Beautifully ridden
Rode
there.
that line, yeah, really well. That vertical up at the top there near the bank can be quite disconcerting for the horses. They can lose concentration a little bit there. She rode it really well, but we found one
Golly,
or
she
two
really
others.
is riding well, isn't she?
Yeah.
Clear around there, 334 Calaho, Vedette. Sorry,
Vedante.
sorry, and Leona van der Merwe. Sure.
So next up at number 11, we have the Regenesis Vet entry. Regenesis Vet just on time Z, ridden by Tamaru Raider, owned by Tamaru Raider.
This horse also a little mileaged in the 150 level.
I think he's a slightly trickier horse. I mean, he's got all the ability in the world, but just to try and make sure that he's got his mind on the job is sometimes a little tricky, but Tamara does an amazing job with him. Tamara herself a young lady, but really she did so super mileage at this point.
And professional in the way that she handles herself.
Yeah, I mean she leaves no stone unturned when it comes to her training. I know she gets help from Ray Korba and Gonda Beatrix now, and she's just meticulous in her training. Tam is.
And again, you know, I think being a young lady, she's becoming more and more mileaged over these bigger classes. You know, she's got a quality string of horses. She's often there and thereabouts when it comes to the Grand Prix. Oh. It's weird. It almost looks like it does come quite quick from the back on track round to the rotor flow, that the horses are a fraction surprised.
It comes very quickly. I don't think they expect that jump there. I think you nailed it. That's exactly. Wow, Tam's body jumping
body
through that
position,
last
yeah.
double. Impeccable.
Good body, Tam.
Next up, riding for the Calaho Warm Blood Stud, Raina Korba, riding Calaho's Cartier.
This is a 9-year-old stallion by Casal out of a Corrado 1 mare. Ray is one of the team riders for Callagho. He's been instrumental in producing horses at various level for the stud, but more recently has been taking more the open horses and the big time horses and polishing them up the grades and turning them into really quality versions of themselves.
Yeah, he's taken his time with this horse. I mean, it feels like just the other day I saw him jumping in the 120. I say he's taken his time, but it feels like just the other day I saw him jumping around the 120s. Then we come to the show and he's in the 140 Grand Prix. And looking
pretty easy, huh?
Looking like it belongs here. Looking like he belongs here. Ray's just really a master at what he does.
So calm,
Produces horse after horse after horse, and all in such a nice way as well. I know he believes a lot in his free jumping.
And I mean, we were just sort of chatting about being organized and how we thought that from the back on track to the rotor flow it comes quick until you watch Ray ride it, and it looks like
he's had half an hour.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like he's had half an hour from jump to jump.
That was foot perfect, Ray.
Wow.
Absolutely fantastic round. Wow.
He had one down.
Oh, I can't see from here.
That vertical at the
Oh,
top.
man.
Definitely the horses battle to concentrate up there with the tent right next to the arena. That was just
That must have been a soft fence. I didn't even hear it fall.
Wow, that horse looked incredible.
Gee, he really did.
Really, I mean, that was probably his most impressive round to date. Wow. So next up, we have Back on Track Legato, ridden by Kylie Stain. Another horse that's had quite a lot of mileage at 150 level.
Yeah, absolutely. Kylie thinks the absolute world of this horse, and so she should. He's
Nicknamed Lego.
Nicknamed Lego, yeah. Taken Kylie around some World Cups and some really big Grand Prix. Kylie getting back up and running, back in the saddle after taking some time off to produce another little child, which is very exciting for her and her husband Richard.
Not so exciting for me, the only one with a daughter. A whole lot of boys running around now.
She's going to have lots of protection.
Wow, Lego, he jumped that beautifully.
He's evergreen, this horse. He's such a competitor. He's such a trier.
Yeah, I don't know if the viewers at home can hear that little groan.
He grunts, boy. He puts in such an effort,
That's
and I'm
just
sure
him giving it everything.
Yeah, and I think Kylie respects him and loves him for it.
Yeah, she's been really quick moving around from 6 to 7. Ooh. Gets him back on the 5 strides here to 8. Now for this tricky line 9 to 10.
17 years young is Legato.
Really well ridden there, Kylie. Let's see if you can clear this tricky vertical here at the top. Leaves it up.
On the 9. Come on, Lego. Yeah.
Yep, and
fantastic.
she joins the jump off. Great riding by Kylie Stain there. So next up we have Ashley Taylor.
On this newly acquired horse that she's got, who's nicknamed Tiny. There's nothing tiny about him, that's for sure.
And this is a really new partnership for Ash.
I think it was just in the plans that maybe this horse could take Ash around her first World Cup.
I've heard Barry mention that.
Yeah, he's very mileaged. He's a real sweetheart of a horse. Don't think he's got a horrible bone in his body. I'm not sure Ash has jumped many 140 champs, to be honest with you. So I see her just electing to go around there and set herself up here for the Kia vertical.
I think like you were saying now, Barry would have mentioned that this horse would be a good one for her to jump some 150 classes on. So she's just learning the horse still, using this as mileage. There's a bigger picture in play here.
6
Wow.
works there for Tiny. All good.
Yeah, easily. A little bit of space and scope at the Oxa.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, it's looking like it's really coming together, that partnership, I must say. Not her day today, but I think he could have a 150 class left in him, that horse.
Definitely, I think without a doubt. Okay, next up at number 16, we have the Callao L'Amour, ridden by Tracy Carney for the Callao Warm Blood Stud. L'Amour, another daughter of Lissabon.
Famous Lisbon.
Tracy's done the production on this mare from day dot. Another pair that's got quite a lot of mileage at 150 level.
Also, I believe this horse has a few nicknames depending on
Many.
her
Lily,
behavior.
Yeah. All of them affectionate ones though.
Oh, very much so. You won't find someone who loves their horses more than Tracy does. Gosh, she really doesn't often find fault with them. She's often finding fault with herself. She's done a beautiful job producing this mare.
As she's done so many times before.
Oh,
I mean,
multiple
just
horses,
such a,
yeah, absolutely.
such a professional as Tracy.
I should say again.
Yeah, again, no,
Yes.
that's it. And all the horses that she rides, if you just watch her, they jump in such a beautiful way.
Yeah.
She really is an incredible jockey.
She's got fantastic balance. She's got long legs and good control of her upper body. As you were mentioning earlier, the riders who are a little taller do have to have such good strength in their upper body. Tracy's definitely not lacking any of that. Another Springbok.
Everything she does is just real textbook riding, isn't it?
Yeah. In true Tracy fashion, it just does
I
a
think-
little 8 strides.
But she even had a little smile about it. I don't know if you saw the mare started to manure.
Yes.
You think she's that in tune with the horse that she picked up that the mare was manuring?
I reckon. Well, that and Trace
Definitely
likes
why
a little
she-
weight.
Yeah, I
every
know.
now and again, you know,
Trace
so
doesn't mind an extra. What a
it
round.
works for her today.
Lovely round, Tracy. And L'Amour, Callao L'Amour. This is hotting up to be quite a jump off. Next up at number 17, we have the One Insurance entry, One Insurance Callao Consigo, ridden by Oscar Nube.
Sounds like we've got the Callao people next to us here, because every time a Callao horse jumps a clear round, there's a big roar from the crowd.
There's quite a clap.
Stan, you were mentioning earlier that there was horses were lent for competition. There was one of Thomas van Rijkenvorsel's horses. A horse was lent to one of the Portuguese girls that came out for the Young Rider Tri-Nations. Oscar was kind enough to lend this horse to the pool of horses, and this horse was ridden by one of the Irish boys, and he actually won a class for the Irish boy.
I can't remember whether it was Owen or Cohen, but wow, he rode this horse beautifully. And you know what? Sometimes it's also quite nice for you as a rider to see your horse with someone else, because I don't know, but Oscar looks like he's got this horse's head. Oh,
Was
I've
unlucky.
jinxed him. He's jumping such a beautiful round. He looks like he's carrying this horse's head a little higher, and the horse, it looks like it's finding a better jump for it.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Unlucky for Oscar. He's not 12'6" like that Irish boy was.
Yeah, he was
Um,
very tall.
But wow, Oscar's just done such an amazing job with this horse.
I'm also not sure he's jumped loads of 140 champs. To be
No,
honest with you.
no,
So I think again he's just maybe potentially a fraction under mileage, but not a bad round there.
no. A green mistake here at the back on track, jumping a little bit at the back rail, and the same thing jumping into the last double, jumping a little bit at the back rail of the Oxa. Just still trying to figure his body
Green
out.
error. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not sure you're going to find a person that looks more relaxed than Jonathan Clark does just before he's about to jump. He just wandered up in front of the camera here, looking very relaxed.
But he did take up his reins now, so that's probably an indication that he means business. Next up, at number 18, Jonathan Clark riding back on track Sheldon for owner Linda Ellerine. Linda has been an owner and supporter of our sport for so many years. Loves the horses, loves being involved. Yeah, just and it has been an owner of so many successful combinations in our sport.
No, you mentioned that. I see her holding the video camera here from where we can sit. She is a huge supporter of SA show jumping, and now with Jonathan, with these horses getting such a fantastic tune out of them, I'm sure it must make her very happy. She's just imported a new, very fiery character for Jono to ride in the smaller grades, and I think he's one really for the future. So
Have you seen it, the newest edition back on Cloud?
Yes.
Every Cloud. That is an absolute freak through and through.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he had a little fall in the walker the other day, so he's hurt himself.
But he's the real deal.
But
for me,
wow,
I think.
that is proper. And Sheldon showing that he's not going to be outdone by his new stablemate.
Oh, I was hoping he was going to leave his jump up.
Just getting down that 5 strides a little quick, Sheldon. He has got a lot of step.
They're better at the front rail of that oxer.
Wow.
Easy on the 9 there, tries hard, leaves
Good
it up
in the
at the
9,
end.
leaves out that last double. Finishes on just the 4 penalties. That horse coming back from a bit of biliary only a few months ago, so making his way back to full fitness. So next up at number 19, we have Leander D, ridden by Jenna Eager. And Jenna being diligent about the arena party, just getting some time to pick up that flower pot.
And she'll be secretly hoping that doesn't move, because Leander is a fiery character.
Is electric. Bred by Liam Stevens from Dyer's Stables, and then produced by Liam, and then later on Leona van der Merwe, then purchased by Jenna Eager, and has recently stepped up to the 140 level and looked right at home.
Yeah, she's a quality young rider, this jockey. She really, really is. I think she's got all the attributes to be up in the national teams at some stage of her life. She really does ride very well in the jumping. She rides very well on the flat. She's very structured in the way that she does things, and
Leander having a little play.
Yeah, you mentioned it.
That doesn't bug her. And Jenna just. We spoke earlier about Leona, about the effort she puts into her riding, and that Jenna's another young lady that's not shy of hard work. Whoa. Oh. Leander showing his athleticism there.
Sure, very much so. She still manages to get inside the Cradle of Humankind vertical. She wants to settle him down on the 5 here.
Jenna's been a long-time pupil of Chad Cunningham.
Sure. Very, very good jump.
And you can really see it in her riding. She rides beautifully.
Absolutely, yeah.
Can she leave it up here?
Yay,
What
fantastic.
a round. What a round. And that one's going to be electrically quick in the jump off.
She shakes her
Great.
head there. Maybe she thought she was a little lucky at 6A.
I think she got away with it.
Yeah, she got away with it.
But that when it's your day, it's your day.
Absolutely.
Great riding, Jenna. Super jumping, Leander.
So at this stage, 50% into the jump off, 16 starters, 8 clears.
Next up, riding for Farnham Stables, Lorette Knowles-Taylor, riding Farnham for gold. Lorette has ridden this horse's mother, grandmother.
He's a real family horse, this.
He really is, and she said, I chatted to her a little bit before the class, and she just wants to get in some mileage at this level. He jumped his first 140s the other day, jumped a super round. He's another horse that was, having a little spook at the Biogen jump. He's another horse that was lent for the team event.
For the pool horses.
With the Young Riders team event. Also drew one of the tall Irish boys, Owen or Cohen.
Cohen.
Remember Cohen.
Cohen Williams rode this one, and Owen rode Consigo.
And it's just such a nice, these horses that you've bred and you're so invested in their parents and everything.
Yeah, and the dream the dream of their lives, or potentially.
It's so rewarding to see them in the sport like this, especially when you realize like this sport, it starts before 70 centimeters, but there you are, you're 70 centimeters, that's 10 grades ago, you're 1 grade away from the top of the sport, basically.
Shame, that was so, absolutely, and that was so unlucky for Lorette there. This horse is really trying. Like you mentioned, Sten, he's new at this. He can be a little slow in his way, but he does look like he's got the scope to do it. And I think finishing on a score of 4 penalties there, nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that, and I must say that's
Big
looking
smile
like there's
from
more
Lorette.
and more to come from that big guy.
Yeah.
Look at him cantering around in his casual way on a long rein. Oh, what a horse. Big shout out and congratulations to Farnham Stables, because that's exciting for the future for Law. Next up at 21, we have data scientist Picasso V, ridden by Jason Slade for Slade Equestrian. Jason gets an amazing tune out of this horse. They've really clicked.
He's a 9-year-old gelding by Thunder Zuterhoeven out of a Cashmere.
I think this horse is quite sensitive for such a big horse, and Jason does such a good job at just keeping him together. I've seen him be very playful and cheeky in the warm-up arena.
Agreed. And Jay gets an amazing job out of this horse, really.
And he doesn't get phased, he doesn't get angry with the horse, he stays calm, he stays organized. Oh, he rode that treble beautifully.
Sure, puts in a big effort there, does Picasso.
7.
Soft fence there, man.
Like you said, I think the horses just get surprised by that road to flow vertical a little bit off the turn.
I think if it was a few meters from where we're sitting to the left, it might have given him a fraction more time, but it does come quite quick.
And in a place that we wouldn't often see a jump in this arena.
Yeah, just gently off the turn there. Unlucky fence.
Really soft rail, because a lovely round.
Good
from
round,
Jason.
yeah, very good round.
So next up for the 334 Sports Horse Stud, we have Chris van der Merwe riding 334 Bacure, another one of their really impressive stallions, hand-picked by Govert.
Another one who's been through the whole licensing process that we were chatting about earlier when they whittle the stallions down from 3,000 to their top 10. This horse also, I think, in the top 5 of his year. Was that correct? As Chris is giving us a little exhibition as he's going around here, one of the online questions that somebody has asked us is, how do horses go up and down the grade? So how can horses that have jumped 150 then compete competitively at 135 level? I feel that what the sport, the way that the sport was going, is they wanted to give people the opportunity to be able to easily jump up and down the grades, as we saw earlier with Ashley Healy jumping her horse Sir Crumble in the 150s, and then giving the horse a little sweetener and going and jumping the 135s competitively still, you know. So I think it does allow more opportunity for horses and riders to have different options about going up and down grades and trying to suit horses to classes throughout the show.
Sure.
Gee, that horse has got
horse
so much
really
ability.
jumped.
Wow. Chris looking down, a bit irritated that he had one down, a bit unlucky.
Again, that bogey vertical,
Yeah.
I think that's a really young, Bacure's a young stallion, and I mean a really exciting stallion for our sport. I think his progeny are going to come onto their auction in the next few years.
Yeah, he's only a 7-year-old, so he's really at the beginning of his career.
in the
isn't he?
140s. Next up at number 23, we have GCS Max Pacific NPS, ridden by Nariska Prinsloo Hill.
This is Nariska's little speed machine. He really is.
I was going to say, we've just seen her on Aiden, big stepping, big cantering, big jumping. And
Now a
now on
little
Pacific,
zoomer.
now this is a much faster type. You can see Nariska really making sure that he stays with her and doesn't get away from her. Brendan, just to touch on that question about the horses jumping up and down, I think it just mostly comes down to the riders being able to produce young horses.
Yeah.
You know, once you get to the open level, it's basically the same level in sport as in the horses are all open horses, and then to what extent they can jump in the open grades. You know, I remember a great example would be someone like Liam Stevens, who used to win a World Cup on Wonder, that amazing mare that was a household name in SA show jumping.
Yes.
And then go back the next week and jump a 120 round at Burlington Cup, at Burlington Stables there, just to have the horse nice and sweet for each show.
I think that's the word, is trying to keep them sweet. Sure, this horse put in an effort. Wow.
And if anyone knows Nariska and that horse, that's going to be hard to beat in a jump off.
She's licking her lips, boys. She's coming for a podium finish this afternoon, I'm sure. Big smiles there all around.
But one lady that won't be scared of going fast against her in a jump off would be Jean Corba, riding Pretty Woman M. Jean was the winner of the Grand Prix on Calais Lexington on Friday.
She's a 9-year-old mare, this, by Venan, out of a Voltaire mare.
And this mare was actually brought in as a dealing horse. And that obviously never happened.
No, I don't think that Jean would have got off this one. It looks like it suits her down to the ground, and I think this horse has got some very, very big classes in her. She's modern and light in the way she does it. She never looks like, even though she does put in a big effort, it never looks like it affects her much.
And she's a big mare, Brendan. I've stood next to her. She's a substantial horse. One thing notable, very noticeable about Jean's riding, her horses absolutely adore her. Horses jump for Jean, they love her.
Sure.
And she really does get the best out of them. Wow.
As you mentioned there, she's big, so she got down that 5 quite easily.
And again, that vertical, Brendan, you called it. I think that's just, you said before the class started that's going to come really quickly, and I think it's just catching the horses off guard.
I think just testament to the way Kate Launder builds courses, it wasn't impossible at all, but just one or two little tricks here and there.
The horses have got to keep their attention on their jockeys.
So we've actually got a 42% a clear round percentage at this stage. 21 started, 9 clears so far.
Next up, Uschi van Het Nieterhof, ridden by Philippa Baxter.
This is a quality horse. I must say, she does a fantastic job with this horse. It's got loads of power the way it canters. The 10-year-old mare by Diamant de Semeli out of a Katoki mare, so all the breeding.
That Katoki mare actually jumped in this country with Jonathan Clark. No one will forget her. She was an absolutely amazing mare, very careful, very extravagant. And Uschi really starting to show her worth. She was maybe not quite as extravagant as her mom in her earlier production, but as Pippa's just kept on producing her, she's coming to show some real talent. Sure. She really jumped out.
Gee whiz.
Wow, we saw her whole belly.
Pip was trying to give herself a bit of space there, but unfortunately not enough.
I think she's a bit of an anxious mare as well. Like once she's had a rail, she can be a little bit worried. So it'll be hard work for Pip to just keep it all together. Keep her relaxed.
Beautifully ridden. Sure.
Really good over that one jump. One insurance jump. Jumped super through that last double, so just the 2 rails down for 8 penalties. And like we said, that was new to this level.
Sure. Got lots of ability.
So next up, riding for Rotaflow, we have Janine Kutsia riding Caracas. Caracas had a really good win in the 135s earlier this week.
She's on some form, this young lady.
Caracas himself has jumped some 145s, I think, maybe even some 150s.
I think not lots, maybe.
But Janine, this would be one of her. I think this would probably be her first 140 Grand Prix on this horse.
don't remember seeing her in too many. She is a young lady.
And she does an incredible job with this horse. Not the easiest.
Also 15-year-old gelding by Katoki.
I rode him a few times when he first came into the country. And yeah, this girl does a really good job. Especially, I know he had a little bit of a...
Oh, man.
I was about to say, he has a little bit of a worry about his combinations. I mean, he can get a bit quick sometimes. You see her really using her body to
And
hold
having,
him there in
yeah,
the five.
I agree. Trying to get that horse a little bit off the front rail of that back on track oxer.
Sure. Leaves that up.
Sure.
Oh, good job.
Unlucky fence
The
there,
single rail,
only
getting a
one
bit
down.
quick, getting a bit quick jumping out of that treble, which we know Caracas can do. There's a big smile from Janine. She's a young lady with a big career ahead of her. Getting the thumbs up from her sister who rides next. Jade Kutsia riding Rotaflow Coutinho.
This horse is by Katoki now that I look at it, sorry. Janine hustled in earlier, just before her sister on Caracas. It's been a fantastic partner for this young lady. Also allowing her to get mileage up at these bigger grades. She's got fantastic expression.
Yeah, he really has been the perfect horse for her.
Yeah.
Just a really good match.
He's a solid competitor.
This was a horse that belonged to one of Domini's former pupils, and Domini trains Jade.
Okay.
And it's just he really did make a good match here with these two.
Sure. Jumps that easy. Gets the bogey vertical out the way.
Uh-oh.
Whoops. Oh.
Gets a little deep, but gets away with it there. And we saw, like the same as Jenna Eager earlier, sometimes you get away with one like that in a day,
Come on.
and you got to know that
There
it's your
you go.
day. That's, for me, is going to be a pair to watch in the jump off. Jade,
Fantastic.
no fear of speed.
10 clears so far. 24 started.
Next up, Air Holidays. Next up, we have Air Holidays Calaho Luca Vella, ridden by Tegan Brains for Carenza Hunter. Carenza Hunter, another big supporter of our sport, loves the horses, loves the shows.
I had a little chat with Evie Hendricks earlier, who's the face of the Calaho stud. We were chatting about horses that are coming up on auction and that type of thing. This horse he is by Lisbon, out of a Ramiro mare. Stand to be corrected, but Super Vella.
Yes, lot number 11.
Lot
Super
number 11
Vella,
is-
out of the same dam line.
Yeah. Super Vella will be by Sampras. This horse is by Lisbon. And he's also the poster boy, the cover boy for the auction catalogue.
Super Vella is?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Just keeping a bit of encouragement through the triple there. She was a fraction off that, so maybe realizing and asking the horse to put in a bit of effort.
Gets him back on the 5 here.
Sure.
Now, Luca Vella, just a real Lisbon stamp, isn't he?
Absolutely,
Like you
the
said earlier,
technique.
that good canter, good technique, big white face to go with it. She just go on 6 there.
She went on 6 there. That's in the jump off. We now know it's doable.
She's a fantastic jockey, this young lady. Wow. And
What a
speaking about
round.
technique, there it
Gee whiz,
is.
What a round. Another son of Lisbon shining out this morning.
Big smiles from Tegan. I feel like I keep saying this, but it's going to be a hot jump off.
Yeah.
each rider that I see, I think, wow, that one could win it. Or
Yeah,
this one could
that
win
one's
it.
fast enough to win.
So next up at number 30, we have Calaho Luke Duayen, Carl Bunzaya riding for Chart Kruger, another son of Lissabon.
Yeah, this one's a 10-year-old, as you mentioned, by the famous stallion Lissabon out of a Balubay de Roue mare. It's got an interesting canter, this horse.
Always had that really active back leg, which goes hand in hand with his very extravagant back end when he jumps. Almost double jointed,
Yes, I
like in the
agree with
sacrum area.
Yeah. This horse has also dabbled in a few 145 classes and a few 150 classes. Did he not jump the Derby last year? He
jumped the
did.
Derby.
Yeah. So just again, Carl electing to put him up and down, deciding on where he is in his fitness, in his training. I'm sure he'll be eyeing out. Wow.
I mean, there's so many factors, like you say, that affect form and where the horses are at the time.
And you mentioned being double jointed as he jumps out of 6C, puts in a massive effort.
Carl rides that turn really well. That's sort of the bogey of this track.
Sure.
That
Clear
turn
so
back.
far, right? Yeah.
Clear so far. Leaves the vertical up at the top of the school.
Good shot on the 9. Your horse really tries.
Wow, he uses his body, that horse, doesn't he? Fantastic round, Carl Bunzaya.
Another clear. 12 in the jump off so far.
Next up, a young lady who jumped her first Grand Prix the other day on this horse, Wilberg's Classy Boy. And they really did give an exhibition.
He really does. He is.
He's something special. Yeah, he's classy.
I think the way that he's conformed, he's just an absolute powerhouse of a horse. And such a natural athlete also.
That was really quick thinking. Rochelle lost her stirrup there on landing. He jumped that ox so big, but it took her 2 strides. She had her stirrup back.
I think she was quite chuffed to feel her foot found that stirrup.
She spends a lot of time in the gym, Rochelle, and that obviously shows there in her strength just to be so organized in the saddle.
Yeah. She's always doing cross training and making sure that she's fit in other ways for the sport.
Maybe gets away with one there at the treble.
Again, I think Classy Boy showing his class.
He steps out over that last oxer.
She asked him to whirl with her voice, and he really backed up so beautifully there.
It's amazing how these horses from Europe learn English so quickly when they come out. Or if it was like with Chris's horses, be Afrikaans.
7, 8, 9.
Wow, he's got step.
Gee whiz, another fantastic round, another clear.
And I feel like I have to say another one that's going to be lightning
quick in the jump
off.
Agreed. It's a clear round there for Wilberg's Classy Boy and Rochelle Klook.
So he just had 1 or 2 horses go out of order and 1 or 2 scratchings. So it's going to be a short break before we have Calaho Sequoia Vela ridden by Geordie Byrne.
And while we're waiting for Geordie to come in, I think just to again touch on the auction, the Calaho auction that's going to be coming up on between the 18th and the 22nd of June. We were speaking earlier about the poster boy on the Calaho catalogue, the chestnut horse with the white face.
And Luca Vela, who we've just seen jump a beautiful clear round.
Oh, this is I think Sequoia Vela is a full brother.
The full, yeah. So that's the
same father to Super Vela, who he said lot 11, right?
Yes, lot 11. And anyone that's seen anything to do with South African show jumping results lately would have seen this name blasted all over the pages.
Absolutely. Interesting little horse, this really, really interesting horse. Calaho Sequoia Vela, owned and ridden by Geordie Byrne. Oh.
Little snaffle in his mouth, no martingale.
Super classical tack in the way that he goes.
Geordie trains with Grant Langley in Natal.
I say he, I say she, this mare.
And I don't know if you heard the story. She didn't even go to the auction when they purchased this horse. Her parents went. I can't remember if it was she was studying for exams or if she was ill. But she never went, and her parents phoned her and said, "Hey, Geordie,
you've got your horse.
Isn't that exciting? That's one way to make you feel better.
And then in true sort of riding fashion, the way I feel about it, when someone does that to you, you get like an immediate cold sweat because you're so anxious because you don't know, you haven't done your homework really. But wow, what a gift it's been.
Yeah, absolutely. What a
nice
partnership.
surprise.
Gee whiz.
She's done an amazing job producing this horse, and the results speak for themselves.
Wow,
Bounces him up
what
to
a
that
trier.
boxer.
There you go, the Callagher crowd go wild again. Another one in the jump off. Callagher's Sequoia Vela and Geordie Byrne. I think all the other 13 people in the jump off, their hearts just sank a little because they're going to have to beat Geordie.
Oh, I'm going to have to go really fast now. So next up at 36 we have Aeroplus Callagher Casper, ridden by Simon Henry on behalf of Kiara Byrne. Simon recently took the ride back on this horse, I think just for a short time.
He is such a master of his trade, Simon. I love watching him ride. He's so relaxed.
This pair have had great results in the 150 classes in years gone by, and then the horse moved on to Kiara, who the horse was actually bought for. Oh, Casper having a little look at that Biogen wall. So it's always, like Simon said, it's like putting on a really comfortable old shoe. He knew this horse so well.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
getting back onto them. And
Absolutely.
like you said, Simon, he's a master, an absolute master. Sure, Casper's eyes are big going up that side of the school.
I agree. But again, Simon will just pilot him so beautifully.
Yeah, you'll see. He'll finish this round happier and better for it.
Yeah, agreed.
Rides that really tricky turn to the Rotoflow vertical so well. Casper's definitely got eyes on stalks going up to that side of the arena each time. There's something he spotted. Dear.
Oops, I thought maybe the horse backed off and Simon pressed for one less. I think maybe sticking on the 9 would probably have been the better decision. Show jumping happens at split seconds, boy, milliseconds. You sort of make a decision, and even as you're still committing on that decision, in one part of your brain is thinking, are you sure that was the right decision to make?
I find it much easier to sit here and make my decisions. Yeah, when you're sitting on a 600 kilo animal that has a brain of its own, and you're trying to decide what you're going to do while the horse is trying to decide what they're going to do.
Sure, absolutely.
Decision making becomes much more difficult.
Much more difficult,
Even
absolutely.
harder than trying to find out what your wife wants for dinner.
Yeah, no harm
go.
done.
There you go.
Sure, horse made a beautiful effort jumping into the double there.
Even with the little mini tornado we've got going through the arena at the moment. So next up at number 37 we have the 334 Sport Horse Stud 334 Cantari, ridden by Chris van der Merwe. Cantari, another stallion, handpicked by Govett. That was
licensed stallion.
that finished in the top 5.
An 8-year-old by
selection
Cascadello won out of an Ascari mare.
Wow, how lucky are we in this country that we've got these big studs putting all this new blood
Amazing.
and talent into our sport.
Yeah, just the passion and the time that all these stud farms and these breeders are giving for our South African public and for our sport is really exciting.
You look at the Callagher brand statement, they say the Callagher imperative is to provide discerning horsemen and women with world-class sporting partners that have the genetic potential and requisite disposition to venture beyond the demands of modern top-level sport. And that's exactly what we're getting in this country.
That's what we're getting. That's what we're getting. Isn't it exciting to be a part of this?
It's so nice to be able to compete on an equal footing.
Cantari, a young stallion, and unfortunately just being a little overwhelmed there by movement on the side of the arena.
But yeah, this back on track oxer is right next to the side of the arena, and I think he could have
It's-
spotted someone there.
And it's caused some problems all morning, actually, this back on track jump. We saw a really bad fall there earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what these stallions produce and what we're
Sure.
going to have available to the market by the 334 Sport Horse stud.
Absolutely. Remembering this horse is just an 8-year-old. He's only starting out his career, already in the 140s.
Thank goodness for Chris, because I mean, others like us, I mean, we still try and teach horses to cant on the right leg at 8 years old. I
The
think.
mere mortals that we all are. No, Chris is
Yeah.
an amazing jockey, and he does a beautiful job with all the 334 stallions. Today, not his day.
And I think he knows how privileged he is as well to be sitting on such talent.
Yeah.
I think you can see it in his riding, in Leona's
Sure.
riding. They've been really, they've just stepped up into a whole new level, haven't they, Brendan?
Absolutely, absolutely. Still putting in all the work, but
So next up, Callahoo Chipperlight. Callahoo Chipperlight with Shayton Hendricks riding for Callahoo Warmblood stud. I mean, everyone's dream horse, isn't he, Brendan? Shayton just making sure that Chipperlight doesn't get spooked on the side of the arena here.
I mean, is he not the most perfect stamp of a horse you've ever seen in your whole
Wow.
life?
With a lovely tail as
Yo,
well.
I mean, just mantelpiece pony. It's quite exciting for Callahoo. By the sounds of it, his babies are all going to be ready for sale next year. So, to the South African public, anybody who likes the look of this guy, you might be able to buy your own Chipperlight one day.
And Chipperlight, normally piloted by Evie,
Yes.
Shayton's wife, but I think she's spending a lot of time with the stud and the auction and the marketing of everything.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah,
I
the
think
organising.
She's just stepped back a little bit. I mean, this is Shayton's.
She's like doing the real job.
Someone's got to do some real work. Shayton's involved, you know, this is his day-to-day. This is his bread and butter, riding horses and competing.
Absolutely.
And that's what he does so well.
Sure.
So, I mean, he's such a picture, this horse.
Yes, and I think just you watch Shayton's body position is fairly dressage based, Shayton, but I find that the angle from his elbow to his wrist to the horse's mouth is always so correct. I think just he's light and designed well to ride.
Something you could compare a little bit to maybe McLean Ward, such a high hand carriage.
I agree with you.
Forearms almost parallel to the ground. I
Yeah.
try and teach it so much with my pupils. Not always so successfully. Just his hands, he carries them so beautifully. Not unlike Ray Corber.
I agree.
Whoa, little spook there at the board at the bottom. But enough ability to make light of that.
Chipperlight is an 11-year-old stallion by Katoki out of a Kalato mare. Yo, we've seen Katoki's name around a lot today. In the time, another one in the jump off.
And
Callahoo
super
Chipperlight.
proud of himself. Super
Yeah.
proud of himself. That Calato blade on the dam side has been so successful. There's a lot of horses at the top of the sport that have had Calato on the dam side. So that's really exciting for them. So next up we have number 38, Road to Flow Q Bellissimo Z, ridden by Janine Kutsia for Road to Flow. This horse was bred by Ryan Harvey. Janine does an amazing job. Wow.
He's got a big jump,
jumped that
doesn't he?
triple bar.
He's an 11-year-old stallion, this, who's by Breitling LS out of a Kidam de Ravel mare.
I know Dominic Alexander was instrumental in this horse's production.
Yeah. He's a little unorthodox in the way that he jumps, but I must say that
I don't mind a bit of unorthodox when they jump 6 holes higher in the actual jump.
But really, Janine has struck up an unbelievable partnership with this horse. I think he likes her, to be honest with you. He's
For sure.
had some really quality results this year. Maybe not for everybody in the way he goes, but he has oodles of jump.
And Janine just showing her class and ability as such a young rider to be able to ride an unorthodox horse like this and make him look. Oh,
It's got a big jump, doesn't he?
Wow.
He's got a
He's got a big jump.
big jump.
He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big jump. He's got a big j I jinxed her, sorry. And to make him look as good as this, I mean, wow, just to allow the horse to show his ability like
Yes.
that. She's a real class act.
Good body position, jumping in and out there. Unlucky 4 penalties for Bellissimo today. But sure, good riding by Janine once again.
Janine trains with Charlie Crockett. And yeah, just she shows her real ability and trust in her system when she can ride a horse like that. Next up, Kayla Gertenbach riding Capital Hope, a horse that was originally produced by Chris van der Merwe. Kayla purchased Hope a few years ago now and really has done an amazing job in producing her further.
She's a 9-year-old mare by Capital Hotline. Once again, out of a Katoki mare. It feels like we've said Katoki lots of times through this class.
Kayla and this horse have had quite a bit of success lately.
First one today to hit that, I think.
And barely, I
Yeah,
mean, hit is a strong word.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
she breathed
on it. Agreed.
Unfortunate. I think Kayla really has to be so good with her body because this mare can jump and land a little low in front, and I think
absolutely.
Kayla just does.
She's little,
does the
so she
perfect
tries.
job.
She uses her whole body to try and find the back rail of the
Yeah.
ox. I'm sure that's testing Kayla's sore shoulder at this point in time, but she is tough. Spot on the 7 there. Wow, that was almost textbook riding. Yo, beautiful riding there. Unfortunate 4 penalties, but finished off so well.
So next up at number 43 we have Calaho Talana, ridden by Friday's Grand Prix winner Jean Corba. Talano by Tulano.
Yeah, by Tilano Fanteritov, out of an Argentinos mare.
So by one of your favourites,
Yeah,
Tulano,
I
out
think-
of one of my favourite mares.
Oh, yes.
That Argentinos mare.
Yes, who
Um,
you've got a fall of?
No.
Patty's mom.
No, Kim Williamson's
sorry.
mare. Kim Williamson's really good mare, Karina.
Yes,
Hello,
the current-
Karina.
Yes.
I mean, which is an incredible horse.
Is it the same mom?
They're out of the same dam.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. What is Kim's one jumped?
In the 140s,
Okay.
was actually clear in her first. She jumped her first 140 class at Kep and was clear in the 140 champs, the same show. So yeah,
that mother proving that she's producing
top class.
140
falls
horses.
for the sport.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
We were actually one of the underbidders, I think, on this mare. I really wanted her, but sure, Jean has just brought out the best in her. She's done an amazing job. She's such a classy horse.
Yeah, just going back to what you were saying earlier, how the horses love Jean. She rides with good tempo. She's light. She does make their jobs easy.
And it's just like clockwork.
Yeah.
She buys them, she produces them, and
they
even
all go the same.
and even sometimes you think, I wonder about that one's top end scope. And it jumps, when they're 6 years old, they go and they jump their first 130, and you think, okay, maybe. Then they go the year later, they jump their first 135. This horse has literally done that. It's just like every 6 months just moves up a grade.
Agreed.
And has been so competitive in the production.
She's coming down to the last line, wants to leave these two up. Another speedy one for the jump off.
That's the one. She's quick.
Yeah, clear around there. Calaho Talano and Jean Corba.
Oh, next up at number 44, we have Oropo de Emma, ridden by Lorette Knowles-Taylor for Farnham Stables. This horse purchased from Sancho Fuhrmann. Another horse that has 1,000 nicknames, all of them very affectionate ones. I really do love him. I do think that, what does she call him? Fatty
Fats
or
2.0.
I mean,
Fats
he
2.0.
could be 30 kilos lighter.
But apparently he likes his food. He's a good doer here in South Africa. He's happy to be here.
I love it when owners say that they're good doers. You know that they can't do well unless you feed them. Wow, how did he jump that oxer?
Lorette's got this horse
Yeah, I
in a
chatted.
short shank hackamore by the looks of it, or what is that?
I chatted to
Medium shank.
I chatted to Law a little bit before the class, and she was saying she'd been playing with bitting. I'm gonna watch because I think it is the bit I'm thinking of. It is a hackamore.
Yeah, it's that same hackamore that I've seen Domini ride in a few times, and Magic Boy's gone, and
There, and the original rider in that hackamore was one of our favourites, Ken Farrington on Gazelle.
oh really?
So
Okay.
he rode it with a
Okay.
snaffle. I think it was a little Egbert snaffle with that hackamore on the nose.
I was lucky enough to see Gazelle win the Aachen Grand Prix.
Yeah, you were there for that class.
Yeah. Come on, Law.
She won that class in that bit.
Amazing.
So let's see, maybe Law can win this class in that bit today. Lovely round.
Well, you've got 17 in the jump off so far, 35 started.
Next up, another horse purchased, I think, from Sancho Fuhrman at number 45, GCS Max Oregon Funden Bushel. Ridden by Nariska Prinsloo Hill, owned by Nariska Prinsloo Hill.
He's a 10-year-old stallion by Hunters Surrendro out of a Nabab Derev mare.
And has some foals on the ground already.
Sure.
I think even some 3-4-year-olds that are starting their sporting career under saddle.
Isn't he the blanket monster?
Yes.
Isn't he the one that eats his blanket every
Yes.
day, and poor Nariska has to
What
go
did
and
she
pick up
say
all
the
the
other
pieces?
day? I think his 4th one this month. I must say, mine wouldn't have a blanket on. She loves them too much, obviously.
It's a beautiful stamp of a horse.
We saw her come in on Capital Aiden to start, really big jumping, a little bit of a slower type, but I mean
Sure.
athletic and big and extravagant. Then she had Pacific, who's smaller and hotter, and this is like the perfect...
In the medium.
Yeah,
In
this is like
between.
the perfect in-between one. Hey?
Perfect, yeah.
Maybe it would have been nicer for her to start at one end of the scale and finish, if this horse was second in the middle.
Oh,
But
listen,
it isn't.
she's such
But
a
a professional
professional.
like
Yeah,
her,
this
she
girl.
doesn't need time to
She's
change.
got
Yeah.
it, boy. Making it look pretty easy. She's got one little line to go. Braces up. Doesn't look like it's going to be a problem at this stage. Clear around there, GCS Max.
And-
Oregon Funder Bishop.
And that makes Nariska 3 from 3 for the jump off.
3 from 3. She's got to be eyeing out a podium when you've got 3 in the jump off, especially when they got them as quick as you.
Knowing Nariska, she's eyeing out the whole podium if she's got 3. So next up, at number 46, First L, Daniela Smith, riding for Saskia Malema Bass. Brendan, you caught up a bit with Daniela before the class?
Absolutely. Just I think it's quite tough for us in Johannesburg here to learn about our people that travel far and wide. Daniela hails from Cape Town. She actually keeps her horses in Somerset, some horses at Somerset West, she was saying, and keeps other horses in Franschhoek. So she's made the very arduous trip all the way up the highway to come and show jump in Johannesburg on the Highveld. She was also in the Western Province team, which jumped at Storkey's Dry last year.
I got to spend some time with her a couple years ago at Shongweni for the Children and Junior Champs. Her pupils all ride beautifully. She's a busy instructor in Cape Town. I think runs quite a busy operation.
Yeah. And I did mention to her that I believe she was an eventer, but she says that she's giving that a little break while she concentrates on her show jumping.
There
at this
sounded
stage.
like there was more to that story. You know me, I hate a little goss, but she
We'll have
wasn't
to catch up with her
she
just
wasn't
now and
spilling the
get-
beans.
yeah, and get what's going on. Again, though, just respect for all these event riders that can go around these massive courses. They've all got such strong body positions from having to brace themselves over those
Wow.
unbelievably strong courses. 1 for time there, Shane. Is that right?
Finishing
1 for time.
finishing 4.5 tenths outside the time.
Shame, she really deserved a clear there. That was meticulously ridden, beautifully thought out, just beaten by the clock this afternoon.
So next up at 48 we have Hope van Oorshoff, ridden by Ashley Taylor for Farnham Stables. Ash already had a trip around here on Tiny, so now she's on Hope, a horse that she's got such an amazing tune out of.
Really. She's just, I think Ashley, this horse was instrumental in helping Ash become a better rider. You know, I think that it's taught her feeling. He's such an interesting horse that when he spooks and he does his little antics, if you get after him, he gets worse. So she's learned how to just entertain him a bit.
And like you say, a horse that a lot of other jockeys
Didn't get on with. Yeah. Didn't get on with. Yeah.
And she, and I mean, she's from show jumping royalty bloodlines.
Sure.
But she as an amateur, I think I'm allowed to say that because she was an amateur.
She was an
at that
amateur then.
point,
Yes, agree with you.
Came onto the scene and took this horse out. I thought, what on earth? I mean, it just shows you.
I mean, I even
that
went to
know
Barry
nothing.
and said, Barry, are you sure?
Yeah.
And he said, listen, this horse loves this girl. Another one that gets caught out by the bogey one, but
I also thought, has she been misbehaving or something? You're trying to teach her a lesson. And he just knows so much better than me.
and I think Ash loves him. You know, she was always wanting to ride him, feeling like he could jump bigger jumps. I mean, at one stage she struggled in the 130s. Now she's cruising around the 140s, making it look pretty easy. I reckon he's got a 145 Grand Prix in him for sure. I think maybe he even jumped one.
I think they have jumped
Yeah,
one.
maybe jumped one. I think you're right. I think you're right. At the beginning of the year.
Okay, next up we have Ronnie Hausberger at number 49, riding Verdant Capital's Callao Connor. Connor new to this level. Ronnie
First
said this
one.
is his
First
first
one.
140 Grand Prix. But I mean, he said he had the 140 class the other day. In true modest Ronnie style. He said he had the 140 class one, and he just made a little mistake on a turn back. So let's see what they've got in store for us today.
I'm not sure there's many people that believe in themselves like Ron does. He really backs his own ability.
That's the nicer way of saying it. No, he's a talent. Flip, he's a talent. It just shows in the results that he's had over the last few years. And this horse is a really incredible horse, owned by Tanya
Strauss. Son of Concoriano, out of their famous mare at Callao, their famous mare Loney. She's by Landor S. What she's produced for the stud is so interesting. I had the pleasure of going out to Callao the other day and got to give Loney a little tickle. I think I was lucky enough to be involved with multiple horses that she's produced, and she has my respect and bucket loads because, gosh, she has produced absolute show jumpers for the Callao stud and again then for the South African public.
Ron making sure of that Rotoflow vertical. I saw you posed over this back on track oxer for the camera. He wasn't posing over the Rotoflow jump. He was making sure of clearing that.
We want to leave these two up. Did that stay up? I think it did.
Yep.
Come on, Ron.
Super.
Beautiful riding.
Good job.
Clear
Good job.
rounding.
Gonda's going to have to speak to him. He was a bit on the neck there going through the finish. I think that was to pat the horse.
Super round there by Ron. He'll be one to watch in the jump off there. Verdant's Capital, Callao Connor. Ronnie Healy.
So next up, a lady that we spoke about earlier, Michaela Martin, riding Takentog's Alzu Vulcan, daughter of Belinda Martin. A product and a fine example of what they do at Penbrit's Equestrian.
Absolutely. I think that Michaela was very fortunate to be able to acquire this horse, Takentog's Alzu Vulcan. He's a 16-year-old now. He's a gelding by Verdi out of a Bambix mare. He had a fantastic career under Charlie Crockhart, and I think Michaela's been very fortunate to allow this horse to take her around a few bigger classes. She is still 17 years old. This young lady. She's just been put in the Gauteng provincial team to go down to SA Champs. So congratulations for that. But I mean, she's really proving her skill set, jumping around these strong 140 Grand Prix.
Yeah, and the poster girl of Penbrit Stables, like I said, I mean, what a nice advert to have.
Yeah.
For them.
I agree with you.
Just
I think
outstanding.
not only I think in the show jumping ring. I think just in her school and whatever she's gets many accolades.
Lovely
I know that
young lady.
yeah, Belinda's very proud of her and what she's achieved, and so she should be.
And you know, Vulcan, like you said, now had an amazing career under Charlie. Before Charlie, with James Lowe, Joe Roberts, Joanne Roberts. He's just been, and he's a horse that sort of just kept going with everyone. He's really given to the sport. He loves the sport. And like you said, for her to have a horse like this, to jump some bigger fences, yeah, just a privilege.
Absolutely.
And a privilege that she respects so much.
Yeah, for sure. She's very aware of how lucky she is, or how privileged she is, absolutely, and unfortunate for penalties there.
Finishes
for
on
her.
one down, but I mean a lovely round.
Nothing wrong with that at all.
So next up at number 52, we have Callao Lorenzo with Lawrence Mowat, winner of the 140 Grand Prix at our most recent World Cup qualifier at Kyalami Equestrian Park. Lawrence was quick in he was clear in the Grand Prix on Friday, and then said he got a bit ahead of himself and went a bit too quick. So
That's all good. That's how you learn to win them. I think he had a blistering round at Kyalami Equestrian Park not so long ago on this horse. They've got an unbelievable partnership, and I'm very keen to see what he's going to do today.
Yeah, he was he headed the podium, but one of 3 Lissabons on the podium that day. A feat that I don't think we've ever seen before in this country, so it'll be interesting to see today how he goes. Lawrence is definitely pumping the brakes a little bit after his speedy attempt in the jump off of the Grand Prix.
Lorenzo is a 13-year-old gelding by Lisbon out of a Ramiro Z mare. So I think that Ramiro Z line from the on the Callao stud really shining through for them.
Lawrence mentioned to me that he's got a World Cup in mind with the way the horse jumped the Grand Prix the other day, so he's going to take the pressure off a little bit and just get the horse ready, because he thinks that this horse has got a few World Cups in him. You saw him really pumping the brakes down there on the 5.
This horse gets there so easily, as all the Lisbons do.
Do you think it is because that jump comes so quickly, Brennan? Or maybe I just watched that horse have a look down at that grey plank. I hadn't thought about that at the bottom. Maybe that affects their jump.
I wonder.
Great body control
Very
by
good body
Lawrence.
position there. Lawrence very chuffed with himself.
He said to me he's going to take the pressure off. Do you think he has the self-control to not gallop flat
Well, we
out
better
in the
remind him
jump
that
off?
before the jump off, and let's see how he goes. I'm telling you, he's going to floor it for the jump off.
Next up, another one of these fancy 334 Sports Horse Stud Stallions, 3334 Brandon, ridden by Chris van der Merwe.
Brandon, an 8-year-old stallion by Bransau, out of a Coleman mare. And I think he would be my favorite.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, it's hard to pick a favorite.
It is hard.
It's like whether you like a Ferrari or a Porsche.
Of
you know
course,
what I mean?
of course.
This is a little bit of a smaller stallion.
I think maybe that's why. I think just for me, I'm small. I think you and I are similar sizes. You know,
I just like the way that he explodes off the ground. I mean, another horse that really bends his back. He's
an athlete, huh?
Grant, I used to work for Grant Langley in Natal, and when the horses, we didn't have many, but when they jump like this, he used to call them Russian gymnasts. And I mean, it's true. They are just athletes through and through.
Absolutely. Again, this horse fairly new at this level. What an effort over the back on track. Front pole of that ox, Brandon not going anywhere near it.
And the bogey fence clearing by 5 holes.
This horse just showing his class.
I mean, just to add, Brendan, these horses have only been produced for 2 years.
He's an 8-year-old, this horse. So I mean, he's literally at the beginning of his career.
And I mean, cap off to Chris. I mean, hats off to Chris. Yes. Hats off to Chris. I mean, he's done an amazing job, but to be able to sit on these purpose-bred stallions, it just shows you that they've got it all there. You need the right production team for sure.
Yeah.
But I
mean,
you
need to start with something.
You need to start with horsepower, and wow, that is proper. That was an absolute treat to watch.
Sure, fantastic riding there, Chris van der Merwe. Nice one to watch in the jump off, 334 Brandon.
So next up at 55, we have Callao for Tasca, Simon Henry riding for partners Shanley Rain Marshall. Simon, a recent new father.
And
his
recent to get on this.
His third son on the ground.
Yeah.
I mean, so while Shan's been pregnant and raising their young boy, Simon's taken the ride on Fortaska, and Fortaska jumped her first 140 at the last show 2 weeks ago, the last World Cup qualifier, 3 weeks ago now. And then did she come second, I think, in the 140s 2 days ago here?
Yes.
So
yes.
Simon has left her in the 140 champs.
Sure.
And like you said earlier, he's a master. I mean, Shan's done an incredible job with this horse, and she's always placed and there and thereabouts. She's always in the prizes. And Simon just riding those coattails a little bit and enjoying the ride, I think. I did ask him earlier, I said, so how long before Shan gets back in the saddle? He said, no, don't be stupid. She's not getting back in the saddle.
He obviously likes the feel of this one, and it's really, I mean, they look like they suit each other. Shan did a master job, but I suppose also nice for her to see her horse up and running and
Yeah, for
jumping
now,
some
wishful
clear
thinking, I know Shan, she's coming back.
Yeah, she'll want the reins back in no time.
Simon, that's it. I think this is probably his last show on her.
Sten, this is going to be a serious jump off here. 51% clear rounds, 22 in the jump off, 43 starters so far.
And one of my favorite mares of all time, Dartoli, and in last at number 56 with Gareth Neal riding for Delman Mining and Civils. This horse is just, she's been such a winner and so successful with Gareth.
She has. She's a 16-year-old now. She's by Van Gogh.
Yeah, she would be in the twilight years of
Sure.
her career.
Yeah. Jumped plenty World Cups, jumped lots of Grand Prix for Gareth. She had a little injury, and he said he was going to take his time bringing her back, making sure she's 100% fit to do her job.
And at 16 years old, she still hasn't learned how to stay straight in front of the jump. She still does that little left-right skip,
Yeah, she does. She's obviously got her little way.
which Gareth handles so well. I think would be very off-putting for most riders. He just sits there and lets her do it because he knows she's going to clear the fences.
Sure. I think they've built up a fantastic partnership over the years.
Gareth and Lara quite closely aligned with Callow Stud. It would be interesting to see if this mare went to stud at the end of her career.
Yeah,
She'd be a
absolutely.
mare that I would think, wow, she'd be a lovely horse to breed with.
Sure, absolutely.
Just
yeah.
with her success and her pedigree.
Put on the 7 there. Actually, I mean, I
He
don't want
looks
to put
like
the
he's
mockers on
schooling
her.
on a Tuesday
Yeah,
at
he
home.
looks like she's jumping this pretty easy. I don't want to say too much with 3 to go. heck of a jump off. Let's see.
Very strong field of riders and horses in this class.
Also, 2 new seen in the first round.
Domini hits that triple by at the gallop.
And then at number 11 back.
Show goes so fast on this horse, and I think he finished 8th.
Yeah.
And that whole class was like that. They just
Sure.
got quicker and quicker.
So 35-1-2 is the
4, 5, 6.
and a half. She tried.
God, she knows that this is not going to be a class for him, and she's got 2 more chances at that.
Absolutely.
And my lady knows her job.
Quick there.
You see how quick she is across the ground on landing.
Oh my God. To the lead by nearly 3 seconds. Thomas van. Would we have expected anything less?
No, and I mean, that last 140 Grand Prix that we watched, they
I don't know, from 3 up to the double there. He could
Do you
have galloped a
remember?
little quicker.
Do you remember 140 Grand Prix?
He was low flying.
That's what it's going to have to look like.
He
Like
was
you're
low
about
flying.
to kill yourself.
Yeah.
That's what's going to.
I agree with you.
I mean,
do
she's tight and quick, and she's not hanging about.
Sounds
she's
like that fell.
She's had that vertical down. She's not hanging about.
We said it was going to be quick. They are going to have to pedal to beat Thomas, that's for sure.
Next up, we have Kylie Stain riding back on track Legato. She could use this horse's step and scope to her advantage as well.
Agreed.
Just a groan from Legato.
She started her little right turn before she even jumped number
but she just started with such good ground
Big
speed.
effort there. 7 strides again.
Now she's got
As the wind picks up here at Maple Ridge, just to bring a little bit more drama to our 140 championships.
little tornado pass.
More. Tracy Carney in the saddle. Wonder what Tracy's got planned. She likes a prize, Tracy. So I think she'll be there and thereabouts.
She can sometimes pull out that like. That's usually why I do it. You see me pat one of my horses before I go and meet. No trace.
She's gonna be quick here though. Gee, the mare made a really good effort there. Shame. She almost tried so hard jumping into the...
This it's not good for my anxiety. I'm really worried that if you saw Lawrence Mowat's ride to the last at that last show, I'm petrified for what's to come today. Okay, so unfortunately Lemoore finishing on the 4 faults.
Okay, next up it looks like, we've got a real fire. She's been there and thereabouts. Yeah, she's or at least a good podium finish at this stage.
So that always puts you on the front foot to start.
Sure.
It's costing her a few seconds there, having to go around on landing.
Looks like it stayed. I think she must continue doing what she's doing, that young lady, because it's coming.
Those results are...
They're on their way. She's a quality
just
rider.
around the corner.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, Leanna just jumping
to recover so quickly.
We have Rotoflow Coutinho ridden like we were saying now about Leander. The clock.
Very good shot there to the double. Let's get the time on the turn there.
Maybe just falling. The time is good. 30. Well judged. So they're all looking to make up 2.5 seconds.
Sure.
And I think Thomas was electrically quick after the double. He was so quick on that turn. There's a little patch of hoof prints across the clean arena there that we can see, and those belong to My Lady. So next up, Tegan Brange riding Callao. One of the ladies on the podium.
Yes, she was the other
140.
Good ride there.
So
I think she's there and
smooth.
thereabouts.
Yeah, and she's kept that turn a little tighter, the same as My. That takes some doing. That takes some doing to get.
Oh, she'll
Tegan
be so
Brange out the
disappointed.
saddle.
Comes in next, number 30. This is Callao Luke Duayen.
From
Another
one
Lisbon.
Lisbon to another,
Another speedy character.
and another man who's due a good win.
Sure.
Knows how to go quick.
One to two.
Already on the inside line, jumping over number 3.
Oh, it's gone.
Let's watch his time. But still, Brendan, some 2.5, 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Next up, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts. GCS Max Pacific NPS, Nariska Prinsloo Hill.
I think it's a very good shot to 2. See, she's
She
quicker.
was 15.
Yeah,
She was on the
she's
15,
there
but
and
he's gone a
thereabout.
fraction wider there
I
around.
think Thomas was so tight going to this
Peter Morrison jump.
Peter Morrison jump.
But let me tell you, Nariska
Now
knows
she's
how to
gonna
gallop. Oh, there's
27,
3 kicks,
28.
4 kicks.
Thomas's time 32.68.
Our first rider other than Thomas to break the 35-second barrier, though, goes into second place. Against her a little bit jumping out of that double.
And then also a little bit from 14 to 15 there, sort of maybe lost 1 or half a second there. Still though, solid round, competitive round, she'll be happy with that.
Next up, Wilberg's Classy Boy with Rochelle Kluk. A lady that loves to win.
Watch this horse's expression, his ears are pricked. He's waiting for his next command, waiting for the next jump. He's
Jumps at Biogen right on the
economically,
right-hand
hey,
side. Really taking an economical
let's get a
track
time
around
check.
here. Turn. She's about a second off the pace, off Thomas's pace.
wow, good shot there. This is quick.
You were
I don't
talking
think
about
she's
him
going to
being
chase Thomas, but
you were talking about him being a poster boy.
eyes up.
Yeah.
Oh, another one into the 34s. 34.32, Rochelle Kluk.
Puts
And
her
Classy
into
Boy.
second place. What a round.
Okay, though. Looks
I feel like we're saying this a lot.
They
getting
just keep
faster
coming,
and faster.
one after the next. Thomas, I hope you're watching, because this is going to be one that's going to put you under. She trains a lot at Langley Equestrian Centre, and I tell you, they practice galloping there.
Yeah, definitely. That they've proven. Let's see what her plan is today.
Very mature in the 7, just keeps it tidy, that she can land and turn tight.
It was a speedy turn, no. She's
Turn,
a fraction.
turn.
She's there and thereabouts, I would think.
She's also on that 34-second mark at the moment. Can she make up some time here?
3, 4, 5, 6 strides she goes.
That's it. She drops
It's the
stride
first one
there.
that's gone 6 instead of 7. 32.68. The time to be. Wow. The time was nearly there. Oh, unlucky.
She was
32.81. It was there for the taking. Shame. Valiant effort there, Geordie Burns. Callao Sequoia Vela absolutely trying her guts out at the last, but a little bit too much space. Thomas van Rekevorsel breathes again.
So do I.
So unlucky, but you know that's the gamble that you got to take.
We spoke about it earlier. You've got to take the chance.
Got to take the risk, you were saying earlier that you need to have a whole lot of things in place and a little bit of luck for these classes to work for you.
You know, sometimes you take that ride and the horse clears the back rail.
Sure. And I mean, that would have put her into second and it would have worked for her. Or, you know, I mean, on the day it would have, but unfortunately today, not Geordie's day. I'm sure she'll still think the world of that special mare.
Yeah, and I think just judging by my ladies round, that breaking that 33 barrier is going to be difficult.
It's going to be
these,
tough
for these remaining riders. So next up, we have Callao Chipperlight, ridden today by Shayton Hendricks.
I wonder what his plan's going to be.
I think a stylish round. He'll be quick enough. I mean, he's competitive, but I think. Oh, never mind.
Here we go.
2 kicks after the back of that Biogen
Big
vertical.
step.
He means
How
business.
balanced is this stallion? Takes a little check there. Fair enough. That was good.
3, 4, 5, 6. Super
And
wide.
go. Getting all sorts of encouragement from the sidelines.
He's quick across the ground.
It's a good
here.
shot.
Leaves it up.
Another one, 34.46 into the 34s. Good enough for third place, Callao Chipperlight, Shayton Hendricks.
Moves into third place. He's got 1 foot on the podium. With a few riders still to come. Next up, we have Callao Talana with John Corber.
Sure, no one's safe until she's gone, that's for sure.
I mean, she's always one to sort of check how, what to do in a jump off.
I think this horse is also quite really economical in the way that he jumps.
No, Talana, don't flick your tail. Go a little lower. There
Yo.
you go. That's it.
Your big efforts. Also in and around the 15.5 seconds as she lands. That's a little quicker. 7.
Come
and
on.
Go.
And she's tight there after that vertical.
It's intelligent riding. You're into second.
Into second place. 34.20. Well done, John.
She just took a little check.
Although my lady Thomas also didn't have a big bowling ride down here. Then
No, I think you're going to try and have it won by the last.
He just propped her the last 3 strides. Okay, next up we have Oripoda Emma, Lorette Knowles Taylor, riding for the Farnham Stables. Super smooth.
Nice one to just toe that behind. Definitely looks happier in the hackamore for me.
The one thing with those hackamores, sometimes your second round, they can be a little bit more effective than what they were the first round. I wonder if that maybe came into play in the double there.
Yeah, they can sometimes be a little more sensitive to it.
38.35, very Taylor argued that
Next up at number 49, Vedant Capital's Callaghan O'Connor, Ronnie Healy in the stirrups, owned by Vedant Capital.
Oh, this is going to be a speedy one.
Let me tell you, he won't be holding back. And the way he said to me earlier, he lost.
Something to prove here. Let's see.
Yeah. Looking for the turn already.
Yeah, created the little bend. He's moving.
See that from the little swish of Connor's tail. And a good forward shot at the double. Turn right.
Yeah, he's thereabouts.
There, he's
just
inside.
under 15 and a half seconds. He's going to need to go 6 here. 4, 5, 6, 7.
Thomas was 7, eh?
And go. And go. Let's see what he's got. I think Thomas has just picked him. Oh, good enough for second.
Place. The only other rider so far to break the 34-second barrier, Ronnie Healy.
Fantastic, son of Concorian. Ronnie Healy.
So with only 4 horses left to go, we have My Lady in first place with Thomas van Rijkershorsel, Ronnie Healy in second place with Callaghan O'Connor, and Jean Corbin third with Callaghan Tolano.
And it's getting hotter.
But hold my beer. Here comes Lawrence Mowat, Callaghan Lorenzo, winner of our most recent 140 Grand Prix. Oh, he takes a big deep breath, puffs his cheeks out. I'm pretty sure even he's nervous about how fast he's about to go. Lorenzo doesn't look too worried. He's like, bring it on.
Lorenzo, I was going to say, he's not worried. He likes to go at that pace. He's got such a massive stride, this horse, and I think that when you can allow him to use his step, you almost see the best of the horse. Looks like he's keeping a lid on him in the beginning here.
Yeah, but again, like Ronnie, just
Here we
thinking
go.
of that turn. Oh,
That's a good shot, Lawrence.
that's
quicker.
there.
That's quicker.
He's the first one to land under 15 seconds.
He could pip Thomas if he leaves them up.
Come on, gallop.
Go, Lawrence. Go, Lawrence. He's flying. He's
Uh-oh.
absolutely flying. He's got a good shot to the last. There we go. Oh, Callaghan Lorenzo. Ah, there he goes. He points to the sky again. Dad's watching, buddy. Absolutely fantastic. Everyone knows, but special riding, special moments. Fantastic. Callaghan Lorenzo showing his class once again. Wow, what a round.
Oh, I get goosebumps with that horse.
Amazing riding. Sure. Lawrence looked like he meant business today. His elbows were out to the side.
You saw him puff his cheeks
Yeah,
out.
he puffed
before
his
he
cheeks out.
started.
That was
I knew.
Oh man.
That ride from 2 to 3, from the Biogen wall to the double, that's where he
I agree
really
with you.
won
You
it.
said it. You called
He
it. You
was
got to
so
try and
quick.
win the jump off early in the try and win the class early in the jump off, and Lawrence did just that.
So
From 2 to 3 is where he was quicker than Thomas, definitely.
Next up, Nariska Prinsloo Hill, an Oregon Van den Bishop. GCS Max Oregon Van den Bishop. Maybe not naturally as quick a horse, but she'll be looking to put her foot down, get herself onto that podium.
Lorenzo just rolled up to that Maple Ridge Oxer like it was nothing. It was almost the perfect shot. Oregon
Almost,
locked.
or could have been
The perfect shot. That was the perfect shot, Lawrence. We'll call it that. Nariska having to fight for a bit of control. She's moving up there.
Having a
What's
good
the time
gallop
gonna
at
finish
times.
at? Just a good shot. Wow, that horse is careful. Oh, where did she finish?
35.12.
Sure. Good enough for 8th in this place. Same time as Dominique. Oh my, isn't that amazing? Same.
Was it the last
Sure.
round? He finished 8th. He's now sitting tie 8th again.
After putting a pretty good round together, absolutely. So it looks like we've got 3 left to go. Next up, we've got the 334 entry, Brandon with Chris van der Merwe. And then we've got Callaghan for Tasca and Dartoli
I'm not sure Dartoli's returning for the jump.
Maybe not. I suppose that Garrett's got another Grand Prix in mind.
So next up, the 334 Sport Horse Stud, 334 Brandon, ridden by Chris van der Merwe.
I mean, I feel like we've got the best seats in the house to watch this.
Chris did say to me that this is definitely still a young horse.
Yes, and he's
said
trying
to us,
to produce
said to us this morning.
Yeah,
he's
we did talk to him.
using every last ounce of self-control that he has to not go out and run this horse off its feet. However, Lorona was pretty quick in the last class, wasn't she?
And I think you can be quick on this horse without being crazy. You know, I think he's.
Look, he is moving.
That's a good
But I
shot.
think
That was almost
sensibly
similar
so.
to Lawrence's one. He's there.
Oh.
No, maybe a second behind Lawrence.
Yeah, like we said, we've spoken about a few horses. There's a bigger picture in mind with the stallion.
Oh man, this horse, a young horse, still getting used to the country and all that type of thing. Oh, beautiful distance to the last, Chris. Yo, magically ridden.
Clears it by about 7 holes. And that's how
I'm sure the
fast
boss
this
Govert
class,
will be very happy with the riding that he just saw there.
that's how fast this class is. Goes into 12th place.
Gee whiz. So it looks like there's one left to go, and I mean, if there's anybody who could pip Lawrence.
This is sort of deja vu for the 130 class that we watched here at the end of last year, where Simon came in at the last horse
And pipped him.
and won.
Yeah.
Fortaska
Was it
is
Maple Ridge at the beginning of the year?
no end of last year. Fortaska is electrically quick.
On the 7 there. He's got it all to play for now. He must go.
It could be his last class on the horse. Make hay while the sun shines.
Yo. Whoa. Oh, he's quick.
Barely low over that jump.
He's quick and he's moving.
But I think he's in line for a 33 time because he was a second off there.
Whoop, he nips inside.
Come on, Simon.
Come on, Simon.
Gallop,
Floor it.
flat out.
His ears are pinned flat back. Good shot, bud. Leaves it up.
Whoa.
Into second.
Just.
Pips Thomas. What?
Puts my lady into third
By
place.
1/10 of a second.
100th of a
100th
second.
of a second.
100th of a second.
What a class.
Shame.
Wow.
Brendan, I mean, he's a sportsman and a half. There's Thomas van Rijkersborstel sitting at the gate. He walked away and just thinking to himself, you know, the last show he finished 5th. This show he finished 3rd. What does he have to do to win a class? These classes just get quicker and quicker and quicker.
And is it not amazing that we've got another Lisbon in the first place today? We've had Lindor that won the first class. We've got Lorenzo that's won the second class. Lisbon just shining in every single class. It's magical to watch. I'm sure that the people at Callao are bursting with pride that they can finally see their dreams become a reality.
If you're a betting man and you're betting on Top Bet SA or one of those betting sites, let me tell you, just put your money on any of the Lissabons in the next class. You'll be there
Split
and
your
thereabouts.
bets. Absolutely, absolutely. So there we go. Unofficial results. We've got Callao Lorenzo, Lawrence Mowat out in first place. Callao for Tasca, another Callao horse by For Joy in second place, magically ridden by Simon Henry there this morning. And all the boys, Thomas van Rijkersborstel, Capital My Lady, brings up the third place podium. What a class.
And fitting that those three podium finishes are all in the 32 seconds. Great result.
Yeah, fantastic result. Good class, we called it. Actually, all the boys, Ronnie Healy bringing in 4th place there with Verdun's Capital, Callaho's Connor.
Then in 5th place, Jean Corber, Callao Talana. 6th place, Rochelle
I think
Klopp.
Rochelle will be chuffed with that. So good result for Classy Boy.
I love an arena finish. We call it an arena finish
Sure.
when you get to go in for your prize, the
Yeah.
top 6. And just a great result for her. She's had an amazing show, Rochelle. The Callao Stallion, Callao Chipolite, Shayton Hendricks finishing in 7th place. Nariska Princely Hill in 8th. Dominic Alexander Capital Coleman in 9th. Tie 9th. Nariska Princely Hill again on Oregon Van der Bishop. Kylie Stain on Legato in 11th. Jade Kutsia in 12th place with Coutinho. Chris van der Merwe in 13th on the 334 Sport Horse Studs Brandon. Geordie Byrne with that unlucky rail at the last really gave it a go. Finishes 14th with Callao Sequoia Vela. And in 15th place, rounding out our prizes, we have Kayla Gertenbach on Callao Conzano.
Sure, what a class, bud, what a class. I think what we're going to do is cut to a quick break, and we're going to have the prize giving as soon as we get back. The class. Callao Lorenzo makes it 2 from 2. Lawrence Moitz absolutely beaming from ear to ear, and so he should be. What a class, what a win. Amazing horse, amazing partnership. Sure, fantastic to watch. I feel really privileged to have the best seats in the house here.
Yeah, I mean, just incredible at the moment, those two.
Yeah, really, really. And I think as we can see these, the top 3 in their very smart Biogen rugs. Big shout out to Biogen. Thank you very much for all that you do for South African show jumping. The arena looks an absolute picture today, all draped in red.
Taking second place, another Callao horse, Callao for Tasca. Piloted today by Simon Hendry.
Simon's really showing some form. Fantastic riding this morning, Simon.
Showing form and a nice shiny head.
And a nice shiny head there, yeah. Thumbs up. Yo, I thought that Thomas, look, I think to have a podium when you're in the company that you're in, for a young man like Thomas, I don't think that he would have underdone himself today, but even though I thought at one stage you would have thought that he would have been second.
Thomas is a competitive young guy. I mean, he would have wanted to win, but to be amongst the names of Lawrence Moitz, Simon Hendry, and ahead of Ronnie Healy.
Yeah, absolutely. So first, second, third, fourth, all the boys.
Ronnie loves a bit of cash, just putting that in his pocket.
Cash in his pocket there, yeah.
In fourth place, Jean Corber, winner of Friday's Grand Prix.
Also got a horse Lexington in the World Cup, which is coming up next.
Califutalana looking very relaxed there in the prize giving. She's done this 100 Top 6, Rochelle Klook on Wilberg's Classy Boy. Rochelle's had an amazing show.
Amazing show, and wow, what a horse's Classy Boy. Just suits his name. He really is a competitor. He fights for Rochelle, and I'm sure she must absolutely love him.
I'm sure she'll be raising a glass to her horses today, and well deserved.
So the boys, well, the men, maybe one man and two boys there. Thomas making sure that his hair is looking all right.
Simon doesn't really have that problem.
Onto the first step, Thomas on the leg for the Simon Henry and
Standing in front of the Biogen wall there, very fitting. Big thanks to Biogen once again for sponsoring this class. Lawrence taking home 14,000 Rand for first place. Simon a cool 10,000. Thomas, I'm sure, will be chuffed with his 7,000 Rand for third.
So a podium full of midfield riders, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well done, team.
Clean sweep there. Nice to see some of the boys holding their own in a sport that can sometimes be dominated by the ladies.
Ronnie sitting very happy this side amongst the ladies.
Yeah, as he Oh, fantastic scenes then. Sorry to interrupt you. I'm so happy for Lawrence. Really, he's come back to South Africa with some tough mountains to climb, and he's done that, and he's manned up in bucket loads, and I'm glad to see him back in South Africa, finding the form that he has. I think that he has a special place in all of our hearts, and I'm very, very happy for him today.
Oh, it's goosebump stuff, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more.
And a nicer guy, more deserving guy, you'd have to look hard to find.
Yeah, absolutely. He's always got a smile on his face. He's always
and an
positive.
Encouraging word.
Yeah, absolutely. So the boys going to be mounting up and going on their lap of honor soon. Smiles all around. Are we going to do the grooms first, I'm sure? Give the grooms their moments of glory. I'm sure that Lawrence's groom's going to be chuffed that he's back on the top spot. Second show in a row.
Lorenzo not looking as fast now while Lawrence is trying to remount. Groom was trying to move him, he could barely move his feet.
Thomas's groom Willie. Secure. Driving the trucks, helping Thomas, carrying his backpack around and whatnot. Thomas is always bouncing his ideas off Willie. Willie will be happy with his third place today, that's for sure.
I'm sure there's one or two people, or maybe just one person in Natal, it sounds like, that might be really happy for Thomas today after his recent travels.
Wonder if she'll be clapping away there at the TV.
Maybe. If you're watching, we know. Just saying to anyone competing in the next class, I did interview 2 of the 3 podium winners for this class prior to the class. So if you want any luck, come chat to me. I'm here at Maple Ridge.
Seem to be using some good luck today.
I'll be handing out high fives all day.
You want to interview yourself maybe for the next class?
I need more than an interview to help me.
Oh, fantastic scenes of the groom, winning groom there with his trophy above his head. I'm sure he's super proud of Lorenzo.
Simon almost looks emotional, like he knows this could be his last ride.
I reckon that Shan's going to have to fight him for that horse. But here we go, Lawrence Mowat leading us off on his magical Lisbon gelding Lorenzo.
Second place, Callow for Tasca, and third place, Capital My Lady. Well done, gents. Fourth place, Ronnie Healy on Capital Verdant Callow Connor. Fifth place, John Corber, Callao Tolano. And in sixth place, Rochelle Klook, Wilberg's Classy Boy.
4 Callao horses in the top 6, nothing wrong with that. Lawrence goes past the crowd again, very well deserved lap of honor, but
I sort of feel like he deserves one more lap. That was really something else to watch.
Yeah, really it was. I must say that the partnership that those two are striking up is really interesting for the future. It's he's really starting to believe in that horse. And as you mentioned, he does. I mean, you did say to me he wasn't going to be going too quickly today because
not
he has a
what I
World
said.
Cup in mind.
He told
said,
me,
yes.
oh, he's going to be building towards World Cups now because he believes the horse has it in him.
Well, I also believe that after seeing that today, and I think a lot of it's going to do with his relationship with Lawrence. You know, I think
For sure.
he is a competitor, of course, but it looks like these two together are really fantastic these days. And Lorenzo posing for the camera there, he knows he's done well.
I love it when they know they've done
Yeah,
well.
absolutely fantastic scenes here.
What a class.
What a class, and I must say, the best is yet to come.
Yeah, I was
hopefully.
going to say, if you thought that was exciting, stay tuned.
Yeah, next up we've got the Biogen World Cup.
In the meantime, folks, we are coming to ease some considering a wander around the villages and
All right, so it looks like the course walk is going to start at 1 o'clock. They've got half an hour that Kate Launder is going to be setting her 150 course for, and then I think what we're going to do is I'll have a little walk around the track, have a little look see. I think Sten, you can walk some distances and see what you think, and we'll grab a few interviews. I'd love to have a chat to Kate and see what she's got in store and what she would like from this class. But I think join us in a bit for the exciting World Cup qualifier, which is going to be happening a little later.
Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, that is about open the course for installation. It's the big one, it's the 151 technique Maple Ridge World Cup Qualifier, proudly sponsored by Biogen. 26 starters, this is the riding order, no changes. For the first couple of weeks of the ball program at London and track delivered before inspection.
got my 4 tires under the car. Same speed. Safety. Hey, what an alarm. Ah, you're on fire. Fire. The horse is on fire. Wings and the pole. These two wings in the corner.
Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks so much for joining us. We are in the arena here for the course walk of the 150 Biogen World Cup. It's a really, really testing course being set by Kate Launder this afternoon. I'm joined in the arena here by Brandon, who is the brand manager for Biogen. Brandon, thank you so much for joining us. Brandon, I think thank you so much for all that you guys do and for what Biogen has done for South African show jumping. Tell me a little bit about your brand and how you guys got involved in show jumping.
Well, yeah, I think a big thanks needs to go to Stan and Shaunae Gage. He'll hate me for saying it, but he's very much behind the scenes. Him and his family have been absolutely instrumental in getting our involvement. Yeah, this was a world I wasn't awoken to until they introduced me to it. But this is our 4th year with the World Cup Qualifier at Maple Ridge. And yeah, it's really our privilege to be involved. It's such a beautiful sport, such incredible animals and such brilliant riders as well. And yeah, I think our brand is really all about health and fitness, and it's a lifestyle brand. We've always positioned ourselves as an authentic sports and wellness brand. And what we pride ourselves on is giving quality products that help give people energy, recovery, nutrition to benefit their life and their health. So for us, it's about opening up to different sporting disciplines and lifestyles, and this has certainly been an eye-opener for me over the past couple of years.
Wow, that's fantastic. And I mean, just quickly, we can chat about one or two of the brands. Like you mentioned, recovery. For me, that's such an interesting thing. You know, all these riders, they fall off and they stiff and all that type of.
Well, I think the biggest part of our range is actually more our platinum range, which is our vitamins and minerals. So that complete sort of all-inclusive nutraceutical range of options kind of has you covered. I think in terms of the focus, the dedication, the stuff that the riders have to do, it's a lot more grueling than people think. So I think in terms of staying sharp, keeping healthy, keeping your immune system on board, I think the platinum range is great. And then obviously we probably more well known for being our involvement in sports, mountain biking, cycling, running, whatever your discipline is, CrossFit, functional fitness. We've got the works for you, but I think the principles still apply. These are people who take their sport seriously, and there's a lot of options that we have in the range. So whether it's protein for recovery, just a basic meal replacement, electrolytes out in the heat here, it's very grueling, and you can see at the end of the day it's
type of thing about keeping these riders up in peak performance. Brandon, thank you very much for all that you do for Biogen, Stan, Shaunae, everybody. Thank you very, very much. We really appreciate your involvement.
Only a pleasure. Thanks for having us.
Thank you to everybody who has sent love, support and strength to Tins and Renita's family.
Afternoon, viewers. Thanks so much for joining us again. We're getting ready for the World Cup qualifier this afternoon here at the Maple Ridge Equestrian Farm. I'm joined by the first husband and wife combination that we have in this class. This is Ronnie Healy to my right and his wife Ashley Healy to my left. Ron, we'll start with you. You had a fantastic win at the last World Cup. Unfortunately, not on your nominated horse. I suppose it is the way that it goes. Tell us about your prep and how things have been going.
Yeah, it was the way it happens. You know, Goofy has the experience, so I sort of backed him last time. I've put Cornetto as my nominated horse today, so hopefully he performs well. Yeah, we haven't done much since the last show. You know, it was a few weeks ago, so they've been a bit fresh. You know, especially with winter here, they're feeling a little excited. So the Grand Prix wasn't necessarily great. They didn't jump as I would like. I had one down and one down, but you know, let's hopefully they jump well today, and we're giving it a good shot.
Sure, Ash. And then just moving on to you, you have your fabulous horse Elder in this class. How's he been feeling? And you had a little walk around this track. Tell me what you feel the course is like this afternoon.
Aldo's feeling great. He likes Maple Ridge. We won here last year, so hoping to repeat that again. The track today, I think, is big enough and fair enough. The oxes are nice and square, and the verticals are quite tall enough. I think it's going to be a good World Cup. Just have to pull my socks up and try and jump a clear round, and not get time faults this time.
Absolutely no time fault today. I'm sure that Kate Launder would have pitched the time which is going to be fairly quick. We'll see how that goes. Guys, I've taken up enough of your time. Good luck to you both. All the best. A real wave of form. We saw her in the 140s earlier. Jean, this is a really exciting. You've had a fantastic show so far. Tell us about who you'll be riding in this class and how it's going to be going.
So I've got Callahoo Lexington. So I'm obviously been quite seasoned now in the World Cup. So really hope we're going to have a good round. I've just got to stay calm. He was amazing in the Grand Prix. So let's try and repeat it.
Fantastic. And I think if you walk around this course, is there anything here that you find is fairly testing that would like maybe need a little bit more mindful riding or whatever it would be?
So I think the 2-7 strides from 2 to 3 and then also from the wall to 7 rides slightly cantering, which suits me with him. But then the triple combination is very short. I think that's going to be a little bit of a battle for us. But we're going to try our best, and, you know, we're very lucky to be here. Whatever happens, happens.
Sure, absolutely. Jean, all the best. Good luck, and ride well. Thanks, guys.
Course is the big one. Your speed required is 375 meters per minute.
The Biogen World Cup qualifier held at Maple Ridge Equestrian Farm. It's 2 minutes to 1:30. There we go. The bell starts. First up in this class, we've got the protein feeds entry Pilgrim with Lisa Williams.
Owned by Lisa and George Williams. She'll be taking the salute on behalf of the class.
Stan, you and I have both had a little wander around this very daunting course that Kate Launder has pitched for the riders this afternoon. I had a little chat to a couple of the riders about what they thought was going to be testing. When I walked the course, I thought that the Callahoo Vertical at number 4, which was pitched at 155 on a turn back, is going to be pretty tough. But as I said before, we've got the best seats in the house to be watching this, and I'm really excited to see what's going to unfold.
Yeah, I think great minds think alike, if I can say so myself. I think that number 4 is going to take some jumping out of this tight corner and standing at 155. So let's see how Lisa gets on here.
I'm sure that the viewers will remember Lisa with her magical partner that she used to ride, Campbell. She's now in the process of producing more horses up to this 150, 160 level.
Pilgrim was second in the outdoor Grand Prix earlier this season.
Yeah, he was spectacular.
Big jumping horse.
Here's the vertical I was chatting about, set at 155. No problem for Pilgrim this afternoon. This Oxo is 160 jumping out. Wow, big effort from Pilgrim.
Speed in the 7 to that water tray. Wow, really jumped that.
Didn't he?
And as I suspected, that's
oopsie. Oh man, that's so unfortunate. It happened so fast.
Something we never like to see.
Lisa is a mileage Springbok rider. We never want to see any of our riders hurting themselves or their horses, as a matter of fact.
Lisa sounds like she's okay. She's up on her feet. Pilgrim seems unharmed. I was chatting to Shayton just now, Shayton Hendricks, and we both agreed. I think this back on track oxer, I mean, although it's only 150 by 150, it's not a 155 fence.
Yes.
And it's not 160 wide, only 150 by 150. But out of this bottom corner of the arena,
Almost looks like the top pole needs to be rolled as well, to be honest with you. Just setting the jumps up.
So next up at number 2, we're going to have Diamond Dundee, owned and ridden by Lara Neal. Another partnership that's really starting to come into its own at this level.
You know, Lara is a real competitor, isn't she? She's definitely not here to make up the numbers. She has a real quality string of horses.
Top jockeys in the country.
Yep.
Gets a good tune out of everything she sits on.
Very
Rides
smooth.
a 7 down there beautifully. This big horse, she's going to have to keep him together through this turn and around this track.
First one,
I think,
unfortunately.
like you said, that's going to take some jumping, that Callao vertical.
He does have real end scope for me, this horse. If you look at how he uses his body to find the back rail of these big oxes, even though it's not easy, it does look like he finds the back rail with relative ease.
I think
wow, good shot there.
we even heard the little grunt.
Yes,
though, at the Oxford,
he put in a big
definitely
effort,
have
didn't
to
he?
make a big effort, yeah. Stand still. Making her way through this treble. I think they're really going to be short jumping out there. Yep.
Ooh, and it stayed. Lucky she
Stays
gave it a
up.
big rub. Jean Corber was mentioning to me that with Lexington, her ride that she's got in this class, she was worried about the treble there getting a little bit short because he's got such a big stride. But Dundee having no problem. Sure. Okay, looks like 3 for time. Finishes up on a score of 7. Yeah, the time's going to be tight.
That time, because I didn't think, I mean, I know he's not the fastest horse, but I
Yes.
didn't think she was hanging about.
I think Laura will be thrilled with that. 1 down and 3 for time. I think
1 down, you know, the 1 down, I think, puts you in a position where you could easily go through in the top 25%.
Yes.
And luckily, only the 3 time faults. So that puts us still ahead of everyone that has 2 down.
absolutely. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, those pesky time penalties just add up, unfortunately. I mean, I'm not sure that Laura would be too worried about trying to bustle him in the time. But I think she'll be happy enough with that round.
Next up at number 3, we have Cornet's Mandarino, Ronnie Healy. This partnership were the winners at the last World Cup.
Yeah, I said to him that
in
that he
sublime
wasn't-
form.
He nominated the wrong horse for the last World Cup, but then he said this year he's not, or this time he's nominated Cornetto for this class.
And I wouldn't put it past this team
Yeah,
on taking home the World Cup series. I mean, if they can keep this form going through the year, he could start off one show behind the others and still manage.
It's got such an interesting canter, this horse, sure. With huge knee action. I think as a young horse he was difficult to regulate, and Ronnie just did a master job keeping him.
Really
himself.
big stepping horse. Ron has to do, like you say, has to do a really good job keeping him together, which he does so well. Got something that I really want to say, but I'm going to wait till the end.
Just again, I mean, this horse, I'm not sure would be everybody's type. You know, he's quite fiddly in the way that he goes. He changes legs a little behind sometimes, and Ron is definitely the guy for the job.
Yeah, I think he's not the easiest, and I think Ron's just a master at what he does.
Oh, good shot, Ron. Whoa. That's how you ride that oxer. Your Cornetto.
Even Cornetto,
flicking
with all
out.
the scope in the world, you could see he made a big effort at this back on track oxer. Now he's got to make sure he keeps him short through this treble.
Yeah, it looks like he added one there to get him back.
Whoa.
Oh,
Ronnie's body control as well, just helping the horse.
Triple bar will suit this horse.
Go. Come on, leave it up.
3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah,
Yes.
man. In the time, first clear, Cornet's Mandarino. No, then Ronnie Healy. Continuing his current form at the moment. That horse coming back from an unfortunate colic surgery not so long ago, and he's hit the ground running, that's for sure.
Ronnie hasn't been in the prizes yet this week, and I chatted to him a little bit earlier this morning, teasing a little bit like, I haven't seen you in the results. And he said, wait, boy, today's the day that counts. And you know what? He said that to us many a time before, and he's usually right.
He does pull it out on the last day, absolutely. So there we go, first clear and inside the time, so it's doable.
Number 4, we have Callao Casco Grey, ridden by Jody Ambrose.
This has got to be this horse's first World Cup.
This would be this horse's first World Cup for sure. The two have been in great form, and I think no time better than now to make the step up. Jody, a seasoned World Cup rider, so she would know what it takes. She'd be able to guide this horse around its first trip.
And this horse is by Callao Casperon. I stand to be corrected, but I think that this could be the first time that Callao Casperon has produced horses up to the World Cup level, which is fantastic for his resume.
Yeah, Casperon himself, a World Cup jumper.
Sure, jumped that beautifully.
Jody trains with Barry Taylor. She would be well ready for this class, well practiced.
Oh, well recovered there, Jody. Wow, that horse jumped so high, she nearly got jumped out the saddle.
You know, when you nearly got jumped out the saddle, she got jumped out the saddle. You know, when you go up a level, you're always in a bit of a question or two minds whether your horse has the scope for it or not. Well, that was a loud yes I do from Callao Casco Grey. Wow, how big did he jump that Biogen?
Really, and that's a 155 vertical. It looks like he gave it a foot each side. Good upper body from Jody over that oxer, so she maintains her balance beautifully down to the Kia plank. Whoa. Sure. Jody purchased this horse off the auction and she's done all the work herself. What a feeling to go through the finish on a self-produced horse. Nothing wrong with that.
Your first World
Cup
together.
Faults, unfortunately, but I mean, finishes up on a score of 29, but she won't be upset with that at all.
Yeah, a score that doesn't really and isn't really a true reflection of the round.
Yeah, I agree. I think the horse covered well after a little whoops.
And I think it's exciting when you see the finish like that, knowing that you've got a World Cup horse
for sure.
to work with.
Yeah, she drives home today knowing she's got a World Cup horse, which is
They don't come
unbelievably
around
exciting. Yeah, for sure. I know that Sue, her mom, will be chuffed with that. I think Sue would have earmarked that horse off the auction.
Sue will have 7 exercises that Jody should be doing to not get jumped out the saddle next time. Unless she's softened off a bit recently. Okay, so next up we have Dominique Alexander riding Yellow S for Dominique Alexander and Gonda Beatrix.
He also put in a magnificent effort at the last World Cup. Dominique is so professional in his production and his preparation. And
after the first leg of that World Cup series, Dominique is now sitting in second position. The leader of that series, Michelle Main Fleming, is not riding today, so today
Leaves
could
the
be
door
a
open a
good
little bit,
opportunity for him to really rack up some points. With an early rail, he's going to be looking to try and leave the rest of the course standing.
Horse made a huge effort over that Maple Ridge oxer, jumping out the double.
Dominique always such a correct rider to watch.
His upper body when he jumps his verticals is always so interesting. He's got a theory behind what he does to his horses when there's a vertical ahead of them. He preloads them to get a little bit of extra spring.
Yeah, from his toes to his eyes, his body's just always in the right place. Dominique trains with Gonda Beatrix.
Good shot at the triple.
Sure.
Solid 6 to the last.
Leaves it up.
One
Has
for time.
One time fault, so finishes on the 5. But did a really good job after.
So just 1 for time. 85 seconds it looks like is the time allowed. Ronnie Healy came home in 83.88.
So next up at number 6 we have Liberty Lord Cassini, Jenna Odell. Jenna rides with Chad Cunningham. She's a super successful jockey, knows how to go against the clock. This horse and her have been so successful together.
Yeah, fantastic partnership.
A lovely partnership to watch. As you said earlier, Jenna, an amazing rider herself and a really good trainer of pupils as well.
She went under the radar quite recently because she used to be Barrows, and now she's gone and got married and comes back with a new surname that confuses everybody.
It's a winning surname. I'm glad she's got this one. She won enough as a Barrow, though, I guess.
She
as well.
did too, you're right. He's just a bit slow with his forearm on the way up there at that number 2. Unlucky early rail.
Would this be his first World Cup?
I'm not sure. I wonder, I think he might have jumped one in Shongweni, or maybe that was a Grand Prix.
The Grand Prix he won in Shongweni.
Sure, that makes light work of that double.
Lord Cassini by Lord Z. And you can just see him to get the job done.
Big
really
ask.
Strong ride at the back on track, Oxa. Gets him back well at the plank.
Yeah, she got organised
Now
real
she
quick
has
there.
to keep it all together here at the treble. Using her voice just to help.
4, 5, 6.
She'll be home inside the
Wow,
time.
in the
Well
time.
done.
Sure, leaves it on the 4 faults there.
So Jenna and Liberty Lord Cassini finish inside the time on just the 1 down. Puts her into second place at the moment with a very quick time, 82.51. Next up at number 7 we have Regenesis vet Calaho Liantos, ridden by Tamaru Rueda.
Hasn't he been a magical horse for Tamara? Another winning son of the great Lisbon.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say a winner through and through. And Tam has done such an amazing job just to harness this horse's potential.
Absolutely,
'Cause
yeah. He was
quite cheeky
a
and-
fiery character when he was younger, and I think just for any of the viewers at home that are maybe looking to buy their next champion or whatever it may be, that this horse's full brother, Capital Calaho Lion, is actually on the auction. He's the last horse that's
The
going to
last
get
lot,
sold.
yes.
Same mother, same father as Liantos and Lacado.
2 World Cup jumpers produced by Lisbon.
Interesting mother line that these horses are out of. She really has produced horses for the sport, real winners for the sport, and at the top level too. Tamara also acquired this horse off the auction. She's done all the hard graft, but he really has answered every question that she's asked of him. He's not a huge horse. I mean, in comparison, Lacado, his full brother, is a tall horse, probably stands 17 hands. Liantos is a little chap, but what he lacks in size, he makes up for in fire. Come on, Tam. She looked like she lost her balance a bit there. Oh, lucky rub at the B element of the
Gentle
treble.
touch, but that's when it's your day. When they stay up, it's your day.
She was trying to keep her body good.
Fantastic shot at the triple bar.
Come on, Liantos. Yo!
And we have another clear.
We have a jump off.
Calaho Liantos, Tam Rueda.
Proper. Beautiful riding, Tam. That horse really put in a big effort. Looked like he lost his balance a little coming into the treble. My word, did he try jumping out.
don't know, walking the track, I thought maybe it might be like the last World Cup, maybe just a couple on time faults would be your best result. But that was super riding.
And we've
So
still
far
got some
we've seen-
really quality horses to come.
This is a strong field of riders and horses. Yep, so I think we're in for a treat. Leantos, the fastest we've seen any of the horses go around that track, 82.16, so that puts her in a really good position for the next round. The next up at number 8, we have Callao Bolzano de Quins with Gareth Neal riding for the Callao Warm Blood Stud.
I love watching this stallion jump. He's such an athlete. He's so light and modern in his way. Very classical tack that Gareth's got him in. No martingale, easy snaffle mouth. And this back end that just goes for days and days and days.
Strange, I was chatting to Gareth just now saying how many World Cups has this horse jumped in. This is only his second one.
Gee, amazing, isn't it?
It just seems like he's been around, this horse. We've just seen him jump and jump and jump. He really enjoys his job.
And it looks like Gareth loves him.
Yeah.
Gareth's had lots of horses in his life, lots of very good horses in his life, but this one just really looks like it does it so easily.
Just not getting down there on the 7.
It's weird because it's a little blind, that curve, and the horses don't actually lock on. Gareth just encouraging Bolzano to get down there. The horse trying really hard at these big oxes and potentially landing a little short. Good shot.
Jump that treble for fun.
He is a jumper, this horse, isn't he? Oh man, it must feel incredible. Good shot. Oh, Gary. Very good riding. It's a very exciting horse for the future. They're unlucky at number 7. Again, another score.
On or what the story was.
But then just also said he's green at this level.
Yeah,
you know,
second time jumping around at this level.
Sure.
And then Gareth just definitely making sure after that, going a little wider, setting himself up. So that's where he incurred those 6-time faults.
He's also not a massive horse, Bolzano. He's
I think
an athletic. Eh?
So jumping takes a bit of effort from him. He's got all the ability in the world, but he's going to have to learn at this level a little bit.
Sure. Oh, yeah. Next up, we got number 9, one of my favorites, number 334. This is Finale U, owned by the 334 stud, and piloted as always by Leona van der Merwe. Oh, this mare for me is just the whole package. Absolutely, I'm mad about her.
What is Leona's nickname for her? Fifi, is that correct?
There wouldn't be a more fitting name for such a classy mare than Fifi.
Sure. It's always just so nice to see these horses produce in the sport when you've seen them. I mean, I think the first time we saw this mare jumping around courses in South Africa, well, the first time I was able to see it was at KPC in like a 110 class.
Yes, I agree. It's the first time I saw them too.
And then just to see how she's come on, she's incredible.
She interests me, this mare, when she jumps, how she uses her neck to help her get to the back rail.
Yes.
Some horses jump very round, potentially like Bolzano does, and can land a little shorter after the fence. This mare just uses her neck so beautifully to create a little bit of extra scope.
Again, to have a mare like this in your stud.
Sure, very special.
What an incredible opportunity to be. I mean, I don't know if they have taken embryos from her or if they would, but I think would definitely be in the pipeline for the 334 Sports.
I'm sure they have. I'm sure they have.
So far, just that single rail jumping into the double. So puts her into 5th place, just behind Dominique Alexander and Yella S. Oh,
She's going to win a World Cup one day, that mare. That's for sure. With Leona. I think it can't be long.
I think you're dead on. Next up at number 10, we have Capital's Moonlight van der Kieserhof with Kelly O'Connor. This combination won't be flirting with the time limit, I don't think.
For sure. Just
Or the
naturally
time
quick. Huh?
allowed.
So modern in the way they go.
And Kelly does an amazing job at keeping him relaxed enough, but letting him do it in his own way enough not to upset him as well.
Sure, absolutely. Kelly's had loads of success in the past with very fiery horses that pull her to the jump. This horse has got his ears pricked this afternoon. He's watching the polls, that's for sure.
Just losing balance. He looked like he was quite keen to jump this back on track, Oxa, when she was turning back.
Well, when I
number
walked
4.
it, I thought, I wonder how many horses are going to lock onto the back on track. And again, this horse is still green at this level. He has jumped a few good Grand Prix, but there is a big difference between a Grand Prix and a World Cup. The horses definitely have to, and riders have to put in the mileage to be able to get up and jump these bigger jumps.
For sure. I think, every hole you go up past 135, 140 starts to really make an impact on the size of the jump to the horses and the riders.
Sure, absolutely.
Turning back now to that treble. Oxa of 150 by 160 jumping in.
Yeah, 160 jumping into that triple combination.
160 wide,
That's a big effort. Yeah, 160 wide jumping into a treble is tough.
How good was he there jumping out of the treble? His care was amazing.
Sure.
Super round.
In the time.
So just the one down. Gets inside the time to put her into 3rd place. One of the faster rounds we've seen. 82.33 seconds. So next up at number 11, we have Rivendell Lamborghini, ridden by Nicholas Simon Riley for Nicholas Simon Riley and Karen Koop. Lamborghini, another Lissabon, another son of Lissabon. Lamborghini, I would venture to say, is the youngest horse in this class.
Yep.
An 8-year-old. No?
I think coming 8 or 9, and he is a unit of a horse. Man, I've stood next to him. He has got big shoulders and a really, really big body. There must be oodles of power in there. Nicola's job is going to be to see if she can tap into that power this afternoon. As you mentioned, he's young at this level, but no better person you would like to pilot you around than this lady. She is an absolute genius on a horse. Again, I don't think you will find a more hard-working person in South Africa. And she really strikes up soft, really sort of communicative partnerships with her horses. She never looks like she's doing too much, but she always gets a huge amount of effect out of the horses. Always as riders, we want to do as little as possible, but as much as necessary.
This pair had a really good result in the Grand Prix on Friday.
Oh, he went
just
green
touching
around
off
the turn. Shame, he
Funny,
bulged
that's
a little.
the second
and she-
horse to do that a little bit.
Yeah, she tapped him a bit to say, no, come on, I want you to straighten your body.
Earlier we were saying, is he 8, is he 9? He's 8, rising 9 in October, this horse. So he's got a very long career ahead of him.
Amazing, amazing. Just one of the questions from the viewers on the live stream. They're asking, what is the yellow in some of the horses?
Where they have a yellow tag on their bridle. Oh, I don't know whether they're alluding to the stallion ribbons on the horses or the FER numbers.
Yeah.
So those numbers are often white or blue. That
Yes. This
now
time
we've
they're
got
yellow.
luminous yellow ones
Yes,
that I think
yes.
that's what the viewers are seeing.
And just again, just for a bit of background information about all these FEI horses, when they come to the show, they are always under supervision. Each time they leave the stables, it gets noted. Their temperature gets taken every morning and every evening. They would have been through 2 vettings to go to into this FEI class. So there is a rigorous process to keep these horses in line and as safe as we possibly can. So to answer your questions at home there, it would hopefully be that it's the horses' numbers that they would be drawn in, either that or if there's a stallion that they can put a yellow ribbon on the horse's brow band or a yellow stripe in his tail, just to let the other people know that there is a stallion in the warm-up arena, and they could hopefully give you a little bit of space.
Next up at number 12, Western Farriers Western Farrier's Lure de Mal, ridden by Stacey Lee Weston. This would be this
horse's first World Cup.
Horse's first World Cup.
I had a quick chat to Stacey as she was walking the course, and I asked her how many World Cups she's done, and she mentioned a couple, but those were all before she had her children. So
years old now?
I think something like that. She did give me lots of information, Stacey. She is very entertaining. Sure, this is a magic horse.
She had that amazing result at the Grand Prix at
Yeah.
Kailami, where she was second in a very fast class.
She just does click into a new gear, this mare. She just finds jump. It's amazing to watch.
Stacey rode this horse's mom, bred her, backed her, has produced her to the top of the sport.
Actually, yeah, she competed on tops well.
Yes.
Jumped 145 on this horse's mother, and has now bred this horse and produced it all the way up to World Cup level. I think, Stace, no matter what happens today, you can be very proud of your horse and you and the production job that you guys are busy doing at the moment.
That's quite.
Huge efforts. We have to have such trust in our partners.
Stacey just using her voice to help Lure de Mal just wait a little bit, jumping out that treble. It is short in the vertical.
I mean, she's on
to
4
vertical.
faults at the moment. She can keep it on 4.
She leaves it up at 2 for time.
2 for time.
Finishes in a
unfortunately.
time
Yeah,
of
she celebrates through the finish as she's
86.52.
going. She could have a glass of champagne after that, I think.
Well, given that she's not going through to the second round.
Yeah, fantastic.
Just shows what a true horsewoman she
Yeah,
is.
absolutely. She is a fighter. She puts the work in. I'm very, very happy for her.
Next up at number 13, we have ZM Okinawa, ridden by Michelle Hobbs. Big scopy horse. Michelle, amazing talent.
She's an amazing jockey, isn't she? I was walking the course, and her mom, Regina, is instrumental in all the judging and everything in the judge's box in the principal's office. And she said no, she's not sure if she's going to watch Michelle ride this class. She said she's more nervous than Michelle is.
Does Michelle get nervous? Because she
Oh,
never
I'm
looks
sure
nervous.
not. I'm sure not. And she's had unbelievable success in her career on multiple horses.
And Brendan, fair in me saying that she's had.
I mean, she had the ride on the very famous stallion Optimum Thunder Wellington, who produced multiple open horses, and I think even produced a few under Michelle.
Yes.
There was the beautiful black horse with the white face and the white legs. I forget his name, but he was a son of Optimum that was produced into the big classes by Michelle.
Michelle clear so far.
Horse got a little flat and open there at the Kia plank.
Just looks like he's getting a bit keen, doesn't he?
He does, eh? Michelle having to work hard to get him off the front rail. Yeah, leaves them all up.
Big shot at the triple bar. Really needs to get him back here.
Oh, shame.
He just looked like he got a bit keen, like he
Little.
really wanted to do his job towards the end of that course.
And maybe a fraction big at the triple bar, but I mean, that was the one she saw, and I don't think she'll be upset with that. I thought he actually jumped that fairly easy.
Yeah.
In comparison,
Yeah.
you know, like, I'm not saying it is easy, but I think just the horse
no.
looked like he put in enough effort, and I think that if she keeps on like that, I think that horse could jump a clear round around a World Cup one day.
All right. Next up, at number 4, George Cutlass. George, real champ. I mean, he's done an amazing job with this slightly quirkier horse.
I mean, to say he's slightly quirky, I think, is putting it mildly. I think that George didn't realize that horses could spin and turn around and go in a different direction as quickly as this one can.
I'm not sure anyone realized that they could spin that quickly until they saw Lord Chris do it.
But he really has matured, and George has stuck to his guns. And look, I mean, George always backed the horse. Even when he was a younger horse in the earlier open classes, George always said that it felt like he had a World Cup in him.
really jumped that oxer. I mean, it's strange to say that George is so mileaged at this level at his age.
Absolutely.
Ridden and trained with Ronnie Healy for years and is now still with Ronnie, and Gonda has been helping him now. And I think George would thrive with someone as meticulous as Gonda. He's an over-analyzer, if I can use that.
He's a golfer.
If I can use that phrase in the nicest sense, he analyzes everything. Sure.
Wow, this horse has so much ability. My gosh. He jumped down that line for absolute fun. Come on, Georgie. Whoa. Yo, big effort jumping out the treble there. 2 from home. He's got his foot down. He wouldn't want to get a time fault. Good shot.
Yes,
George! Little fist pump there as he goes through the finish. He'll be one in the jump off to watch.
Fantastic, and a quick time of 82.60. That puts George into second place at the moment. George, boyfriend of Paige Lee Gage, who is the daughter of Stan, Mr. Biogen. So putting on a good display for his
potential
possible in-laws. Just putting it out there. I mean, he's a bit young, but a nicer chap you couldn't ask for.
You won't be. Absolutely.
Great riding, George. What an outstanding round. And from one of the youngest pupils of Gonda Beatrix to one of the most experienced, long-standing pupils of Gonda Beatrix,
Nicole
Nicole
didn't say
Horwood.
oldest there, because I don't think she would like it if you'd said the oldest.
Nicole Horwood riding Capital Impossible for Capital Stud. Nicole's not old. She just seems old because she's been winning for so long.
She's also been winning for years and years and years, and always producing these top quality stallions for the Capital Stud.
Wow, this horse very new to this level. We've said it so many times before. I mean, Nicole's just like a well-oiled production belt. I mean, they just keep turning them out.
Turning them out, I agree with you. They all go in their 2 rein pelham, and they just all jump.
It stays.
Ooh, shame he had a big look down at the plank there. Maybe he had a little bit of room as well, potentially. Shame she did try hard to get him up there.
Could also be the crowd there behind the planks, sitting up on the bank.
We also
these
have
stallions. Yeah, these stallions always notice a bit more.
So just there for the viewers, this stallion has got the yellow in his tail, but he also then has the yellow on his number, which is his FEI number for this show.
Come on, Nicole, keep it. Just the one down. And 4 for time. A classy round from that stallion.
Classy.
A young horse that we're going to see a lot more of. And I would venture to say we're going to see a lot more of on the international stage. I'm not sure how long we'll have the privilege of watching him on South African soil with the new export protocols. I think that's a horse destined for Europe.
I agree.
Or America.
It's so exciting now that everything's getting opened up in South Africa. We can get our horses out, and Europe is becoming a little bit more accessible. So exciting times for the future.
Next up at number 16, Callahow's Larison, ridden by Shayton Hendricks for the Callahow Warm Blood Stud. This pair had a clear in the Grand Prix on Friday, just one time fault.
Sure.
I think there's big expectations of this stallion. I must say, I love him.
Yeah, I love him. I think that the way that he goes is so fantastic. I think
he's getting a fraction deep, maybe. Larison looking a bit keen.
He's got huge step, this horse.
He's a horse who it has taken years to sort of harness his excitement for the sport. This was his first World Cup. And it does take the horses, usually it takes them a bit of time to settle into the new level.
Definitely, and that's why Shayton is going to be so mindful of and meticulous about his production job. No point in rushing him or worrying him. How quick does he get down that 7?
But you can see how he's starting to settle already into the course now. And a more organized professional you'd have to look hard to find. I mean, Shayton really, after those few early rails in the track.
I agree with you. The horse does look like Shaitan has settled them down beautifully.
Just said to him, come on, boy, stick with me.
Yeah.
Let me show you the way.
He did put in a huge effort jumping out there. Made a big grunt as he jumped out of the triple combination. Shaitan using his voice and his upper body. Gives the room at the last there. Fantastic first World Cup there for Callagher Larison.
First one under the belt, and I think the first of good things to come.
Absolutely.
Just for those viewers at home, I mean, to get to this level of the sport, I wouldn't know what the pyramid looks like, how many start out in the sport and how many actually make it to the top end of the sport like this, the percentage.
Few.
But I mean, I would even say under 1%.
Sure.
Would be 0 point something percent of horses.
Absolutely. Right, who's up? Next up, we've got number 17. This is Capital Collier, owned by Holly Smith, ridden this afternoon by Dominique Alexander. Dom has had a fairly recent 150 win on this horse with his new bitting setup. This horse was produced by Christopher van der Merwe and then taken over by Dominique Alexander.
On behalf of Holly, and just an exciting partnership, really exciting partnership. Big jumping horse. Dominique is in a similar position to Leona van der Merwe, where he's got
multiple horses.
3 or 4 horses that are capable of jumping a World Cup, so he has to choose at each show.
Sure.
Collier just looking the part here.
I chat to Dominique a lot about his training and his mindset and his methods and that type of thing, and he just feels like this horse, when he put this Hackamore on him, he just felt like he had so much more smoothness and communication between him and the horse. It's starting to look like it's turning into a proper partnership. Dominique got no spurs on this very sensitive big gelding.
Using his voice there.
Oh, beautiful riding, Dominique. 2 to go and he's clear.
He's good for time.
6.
Yes!
Clear round. Dom's on form today.
So our 4th clear round, that puts Dominique and Capital Collier into 3rd place on time of 83.52 seconds.
Sure, excellent riding. Wow, first horse. That horse I don't think has jumped many World Cups and gave a real exhibition.
Am I wrong in saying that this is his first one?
Could be. I'm not 100% sure, it's difficult, but he has only jumped 1 or 2, that's for sure.
And if that's not a World Cup winning horse, I'll eat my hat and quit the sport.
Gets a big thumbs up from everybody in the tent there.
So, next up, at number 18, we have Gillian van Oshoff, ridden by Ronnie Healy for Andre Leconte.
Goofy at the end of last year, giving Ronnie his first Derby win. Something that I'm sure Ron will always have respect for this horse for. What's so interesting about Ron for me is if you look at Cornetto, who is a big, long, bouncing horse, and then this horse, which is for me a completely different shape. So his job is so different between the two horses. What he has to do, how he has to prepare the horses for the jumps or set them up for the jumps is so different. I think people have got to take note of that, and I think riders that can ride multiple horses at this level, it's really incredible, I must say.
No, I mean, he does it day in and day out, and it shows in his riding. This is Ron's daily living, you know. And he is that good at it, isn't he? Wow.
So smooth. Doesn't want to get... Ooh. master riding.
And I mean,
Let's see what the time's like.
No, he's good for time. Good shot.
Come on, Ron.
2 for 2. Super. That puts Ronnie through 2 horses into the second round.
Shoo!
Trainer Gonda Beatrix would be proud,
Yeah.
happy with her pupil. I must say, Ronnie's really enjoyed his time with Gonda and looked super training with her.
I agree. No, it's interesting because he says he likes the discipline, he likes the structure, he feels like he does well with that. And look, I mean, Gonda needs no introduction. Her pupils and their results need no introduction. And I think Ron's just flying the Gonda flag high as he should be.
And now from one Gonda pupil to another young lady who flies the flag high. Hannah Garton riding PMH Pollyanna at number 19. Pollyanna, just an absolute treat to watch.
She's an acrobat, this mare. I don't think everybody's cup of tea. You know, I think that she's a real mare by nature, and she's quite opinionated. Hannah says that she has to work her quite hard on the flats to get the quality out that she's after. For a young lady, that could be quite a big ask, but not for Hannah, that's for sure.
I think I actually saw Hannah push her hand at the horse there jumping out the double. Never seen that before. Yeah, I mean, a better professional to bring out the best in a horse you couldn't find.
Yo.
This young lady has BMT for days.
Yeah, she really does.
Sure.
That was quite a big ask.
Ground speed, though, just makes it so much better for the horses. I mean, her ground speed is something to be admired.
Whoa, now. Oh, sure. Polly really trying here this afternoon. 2 from home.
Across the ground.
Sure, unbelievable riding.
Just amazing to watch.
Quality. All the way, from horse and from rider. Hannah, take a bow. That was beautiful riding.
Just lovely to watch. What a treat. I'm trying to think of better words to use, but I mean, I can't. I'm actually a bit gobsmacked. Wow, that was a fantastic round.
Riding lesson. Fantastic. Fantastic exhibition, I must say.
Next up at number 20, we have Leona van der Merwe riding 334 Hey Wilma, owned by Leona van der Merwe and BDM Sport Horses.
Sure, I must say that 334 are racking up a fairly strong string of quality mares.
Yeah.
That I'm sure are going to end up at stud, and luckily for the South African public, hopefully a few lucky people will be able to purchase foals or offspring from these fantastic mares.
Well, I think more than a few, because I think once they get their auctions going, it's just going to be another big stud injecting quality horsepower into our sport.
Hopefully for our sport it just keeps getting better and better. I mean, we South Africans always prove that we're good enough. We, as a nation, we've got grit and
good ride there, Lee. Mare just jumping away from the side of the school here a little bit.
Had her legs so tight there, making sure she could get up the 5.
Gets her back and settled to that treble. Always like it when the riders use their voice and you can sort of feel the rider's energy.
Yeah.
You hear her there, how quiet and calm she was.
Just
that's
like how much pressure she's got.
Whoa.
Come on, Lee. Whoa.
Leaves it up, and that's another clear round.
We're in
Puts
for
her
a real
into 7th place. Such a deserving young lady, such an amazing talent in our
7
sport.
clears from 20, 35% clear round rate. That's pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah, riders have upped their game from the last World Cup, that's for sure.
So next up at number 21, Callao Lexington, ridden by Jean Corber for Jean Corber and Michael Whitehouse. This combination were the winners of the Grand Prix on Friday in fine style. Jean's been on amazing form with this horse and her others.
Yeah, I must say I agree with you, Sten. I know that she maybe hasn't won a lot with Lexington, but she's always second or third.
She's been on the podium
every
for
show.
few
She's
seasons
so
now.
consistent. It's great for her that she was at the top of the podium this show because it's very well deserved. But he is just such a typical example of these consistent Lisbon geldings and mares that are getting produced off the farm. Oh, not her day today.
Lexington just looked like he jumped a little left over that vertical, jumping away from the screen, maybe behind it. So Brendan, with 7 clear rounds so far out of 20, and we've got 26 horses in this class, that means you have to go clear to be into the jump off.
That's what she was a bit worried about, making sure that Lex has got enough space.
Well, that she did.
Just to remind the viewers at home that this horse's full brother will be on auction 18th to the 22nd of June.
So next up at number 22 we have Regenesis Vet Peruse, ridden by Lisa Williams for Lisa Williams and Alexander Williams. Lisa's made quite a bounce back. She had a nasty little spill just now on Pilgrim, but she's so mentally tough and organized, and
you're not going to find a more mentally structured person, for sure not. I love spending time with Lisa, I must say. She's got a fantastic sense of humor and is very entertaining for somebody who can be exceptionally serious. She's a tough businesswoman and incredibly structured in her systems and in her productions of her horses. She keeps her horses at home in Kyalami. She's very hands-on with everything that has to do with their welfare and their well-being and their soundness and everything. She's also a little lady to be riding these enormous horses.
which really highlights her body control and her strength and her fitness. She just does amazingly well, does all the basics very well, and it shows in her riding because it makes her such a well-balanced, organized, smooth rider.
Sure.
You can see she's really moving.
Yeah,
around
she's
her
moving,
turns.
trying to keep him traveling. Beautiful riding, Lise. Yo.
And yet moving forward without hassling the horse. He still looks really organized, calm, super ride. Another horse just jumping away from the edge of the school.
He
here
is
a little
sensitive,
bit.
this horse, for sure. So, oh, Lisa using her voice in the middle there, working for her.
Good shot at the triple bar. Now to keep him away from that water tray.
Yeah, good round. Finishes up on a score of 4 penalties. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, not good enough for today, but I think Lisa will be chuffed with that, and especially just when your first horse doesn't go according to plan, it's quite nice to see the finish.
And with how green he is at this level, I think that's an amazing result. I mean, I know Lisa's a perfectionist. She would have wanted a clear.
Sure.
But I see he's getting a big pat on the way out. Great round and great mileage for that young horse.
I'm sure she's probably going to have a bruise on her bum after landing on it today, so she can go home and have an Epsom salt bath and recover for her next classes.
So next up at 23, we have Capital Don Costello, owned and ridden by Georgia Rorich. This horse had a magnificent round in the World Cup at the last World Cup at Kep. I thought she was unlucky.
Yes.
Right at the end of the course there, she rode such a fantastic round. Let's see what he has in store for us today.
Sten, didn't you ride this horse at some stage?
A little bit,
she-
Ian. Oh,
I remember you always thought the world of this horse. You said that he gave the beautiful feeling over the bigger jumps.
he's outstanding. I mean, he just looked like he wasn't concentrating to number 2. I don't know. But back when Ian van Skalkwyk owned him, Ian had injured his shoulder. I think it was his shoulder or his leg, and I was lucky enough to ride him a few times. I'm not sure he even knew I was on his back. I'm so small for him, but jumped some fences, and like I said to you, just an incredible feel.
Gives a good feeling, sure.
And I'm sure, George is half my size, so if he wasn't sure that I was on him, he probably doesn't feel George on his back at all. Shame, really
That's uncharacteristic a bit, right?
just not what you expect from that partnership. George are a super talented young rider.
Absolutely.
And has had amazing results with Costello. Maybe he's just not feeling himself today. They are living beings.
Absolutely. They can have
they're
bad
not
days
robots.
too.
They also do have bad days. Okay, while they're ready, the jumps. Next up, we're going to have number 24, Hausberger's Aldo, ridden by Ashley Healy for Hausberger Financial Services. If you were a betting man, you'd have to have some money on this combination.
I had a little interview with Ash earlier. She mentioned that Aldo likes Maple Ridge. He won here last year. She's desperate to recreate that this afternoon. She did say that she's going to have one eye on the clock. She's always aware that Aldo potentially isn't naturally fast. He does have a big explosive jump, which is great because he doesn't often hit them, but it does make you a fraction slower.
Yeah, he does spend some time in the air. Ashley with her trademark looking 3 strides before the jump to her next jump. Wow. I'd love to actually put a measure on how high that horse's back end actually goes over the jump.
Crazy, right?
Hey, if you were to measure that real distance off the ground.
And Aldo's becoming a little bit more mileage now. Ash has finished having her children, so she can get back into the groove. She was asking him to back up a little there with her voice.
He didn't really oblige. He was
No.
quite keen on jumping out. Like you said, he can get a bit keen to jump as big as he can every now and then.
Has he got a back end for days, right?
I think just to appreciate, for the viewers at home, just to appreciate the size of these jumps, the level of sport at this level is
it's crazy.
it's just crazy. It's such a privilege to be able to watch these horses. I mean, that's from our point of view. Never mind what these riders think of their special horses, that they get to compete at this level.
Sure.
But it's truly a treat to be able to watch sport of this caliber in our country.
Ash, so unlucky. Finishes on 4 penalties. She was in the time, which is what she wanted to do. I thought that he was quite rideable today.
He really, I didn't want to jinx him, but you called it. You said he looks like he's just growing up a little bit. He's really becoming more level-headed, isn't he? 'Cause he's always been outstanding, but he's sometimes had the odd little spook or quirk in him.
Yes,
And it's
I
just-
agree.
I'm
She's
trying
ironed
to-
all of those
I'm trying to
out.
think back to when last we saw any of that, and it's been some time. I wonder if that wouldn't have anything to do with her training with Gonda. Just,
You and I are on the same wavelength.
I think that's definitely had an amazing effect on that horse.
For sure. Just more structure, more discipline. Gonda is always known for being very structured and disciplined. That horse looks like he's really thriving under her.
Next up at number 25, Nickelback Derby Z, ridden by Shani Swanepoel. This would be their second World Cup. Had a great outing at Kep. Just unfortunately touching the front rail there. I saw Shani on one of her younger horses, a Rondemar. Won all 3 120 classes at this show.
Gee whiz.
I might stand to be corrected, but I'm pretty sure I saw people saying to her 3 for 3.
That's
amazing result.
What a show. And I mean, just chatting a little bit about this horse. I mean, we watched him jump his first World Cup at the 334 World Cup earlier this year, and really put in a solid quality effort. And I think we'll just go from strength to strength as he becomes a little bit more mileage at this level.
Like we said earlier about Jody, it's just it must be such an amazing feeling to canter through the finish of your first World Cup and have that feeling that you know that you've got a horse that's a World Cup horse.
Yes,
You know
absolutely.
what I mean?
Yeah, a real
They
competitor
see the finish.
and
They
campaigner.
see the finish, and you know this is one I can work with. I can compete on. And like we were saying now, it's such a small percentage of the horses that get to jump at this level that are able to.
I mean, another solid round.
Finishes off with 3 down.
Nothing wrong
2
with
for
that.
time.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a partnership they're going to be in the prizes at the World Cup in the not so distant future.
No, I totally agree with you. And it's great that we're seeing a few newcomers.
I love seeing a new face on a new horse. She's produced that horse herself, done all the work. Last horse in this first round, number 26, Sunny Park Rivendell Quintessence, ridden by Nicholas Sam Riley. I mean,
beautiful
what
stamp
should
of
I
a
say?
horse.
Yeah, watch and enjoy, viewers, because this is going to be the next treat of the afternoon.
I think I mean, just talking about mileage and experience and that type of thing, this horse is an unbelievably mileaged rider on his back, but this will be his first?
I think so, and he had some time out a little bit. They battled with some greasy heel or mud fever or something like that. But anyway, that's all under control now, and back in the ring. And I mean, Quintessence and Lamborghini, two very young, very talented young stallions. And I think two horses that Nicola is producing for the future. We just know how much success she's had in Suggy. That she rode.
All of them,
Connoisseur, El Paso. I mean, and all of those horses she made. And I would imagine they would have been, it's so long ago and so many wins and so many titles behind them. But I would imagine in the beginning we would have had the same rounds. You know, one down here, one down there.
This is the only way you get the horses mileage, and you teach them to jump bigger jumps.
This is how you train them. Yeah, when they're capable, you have to teach them at this level.
Not often that you see Nicola lose her body, but on landing there.
I'm not saying it. You said it. I'm not saying it. You said it. I'm going to tell her you said it. There you go. Back to equitation down the last line. Quintessence maybe a little tired towards the end of the track there, getting a big pat when he goes through the finish. I mean, no one loves their horses more than Nicola. And like I say, I think Quintessence and Lamborghini, two stallions to really look out for in the future.
Yeah, for sure.
Under Nicola, there's only going to be great things to come from them.
So that's the beginning or the end of round one, but.
That's the end of our first round. We're going to get a running order together for our second round. Go over the track that they'll be jumping, the shortened track for the second round.
Just the clear rounds that we're going to be going over. It's going to be 334 Hey I'm Wilma, Cornet's Mandarino second, Capital Collier with Domini in third. Then Ronnie brings in his second horse, Gillian van Olshoff, and then George Kootlis is in fifth, NCT's Callahoo Lord Chris. In the Regenesis entry, Regenesis Bet Callahoo Liantos with Tamara Rueda, and then PMH Pollyanna and Hannah Garten are going to be last to go. It's going to be an absolutely storming jump off. Come on, bud. I'm calling you out. Who've you got?
Can I tell you that I can't pick a winner? I like them all too much, and I'm actually not saying that. I actually genuinely have a soft spot for every single one of these riders. Brendan, one thing to look at there, Leona van der Merwe trains with Chris van der Merwe, Barry Taylor. And then Ronnie Healy, Dominic Alexander, Ronnie Healy, George Cutlass, Tam Rueda, and Hannah Garton,
All Gonda.
pupils of Gonda,
Yeah.
Gonda Beatrix.
And that's pretty much part and parcel with what does happen these days. Gonda's pupils are always flying. She puts a huge amount of effort into her students. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to let these guys build the second track and get a running order, as you said, and we'll be back shortly. Okay, guys, thanks so much for joining us. This is the jump off for the Biogen World Cup qualifier held at Maple Ridge Equestrian Farm.
Just another massive shout out and a big thanks to Biogen for their sponsorship. Biogen was founded in 2004, making this their 20th year in existence. They are the largest health brand in Dis-Chem and one of the largest in South Africa, so it's such an honor and we're so lucky to have them backing our sport. They're official partners to Virgin Active, the Stormers rugby team and other leading national sports teams and athletes. So to have them on board with our equestrian athletes and for big events like this, just great for our sport. I see they are also partners to the Ironman South Africa, Ride Joburg 94/7, and UCR sanctioned mountain bike events such as Cape Pioneer and the Tankwa Trek races. So I mean, just a huge shout out and a big thanks to Biogen for their support and their sponsorship of our sport. Great to have such a big sponsor on board for us.
For sure. I mean, such a massive brand in South Africa. I mean, every time you go to Dis-Chem, you're always sort of engrossed with all the Biogen products and that type of thing. I think I've learned a little bit about the Biogen products today just being here. I didn't realize that they did all the vitamin ranges and all that type of thing. So yeah, you're right, Sten. Big shout out to Biogen for all that they've done. I think the arena looks an absolute picture here this afternoon, all draped in red. I think there's no misunderstanding as to who our headline sponsor is here this afternoon.
Yeah, and I mean, you can say, I mean, the arena looks amazing, Brendan. Just with regards to the Biogen products, I mean, it's something that's so good in our sport to keep healthy, keep active, keep fit. So many of our riders are really serious about their gym and being fit and healthy. And yeah, I think Biogen and their products are a huge part of our sport. So great to have them on board.
Absolutely. And then just to touch on a little bit of fun facts for this class, Amelia Campbell-Horn from HQ Magazine has been sending us some interesting information that in this class there was 26 starters. We had 16 geldings, 4 mares and 6 stallions, which is really interesting. And just another bit of information that there's some riders that have got 2 horses in this class and some horses that are jumping their first World Cup today. Jodie Ambrose and Callagher Casco Grey, Stacey Lee Weston and Western Farriers Lou DeMille, Dominique Alexander and Capital Collier, Nicholas Sam Riley with Rivendell Quintessence, and Shayton Hendricks with Callagher's Larrison, all jumping their first World Cup today, which is really exciting for our sport.
Four riders who have won World Cups before, 4 rider horse combinations that have won the World Cups before. George Cutlass and Lord Chris, he's in the jump off. Ronnie Healy and Cornets Mandarino, he's in the jump off. Ashley and Hausberger's Eldo, and then Domni and Yella S. 15 imported horses, 11 locally bred, and 7 sold on local Callagher or Capital auctions.
That's such a cool piece of information, that. Really cool. Thanks so much to HQ Magazine for giving us these fun facts and keeping everybody really informed. Just some horses that have been sold locally on the auctions: Callagher Lexington in 2015, Callagher Leantos in 2016, Callagher Lord Cassini in 2016, Callagher Lord Chris in 2016, Capital Moonlight in 2017, Callagher Casco Grey in 2018, and Capital Collier in 2019. So shows you how long it takes to get the horses up to this level, but really exciting that our riders have the ability to produce horses from auction level right up to 150s.
And Brendan, just touching on, I mean, we've been going on about our local studs today and their stallions and the horses that they've produced. Another fun fact from HQ, so horses by stallions that stood or stand on Southern African soil: Capital Collier by Capital Kronos, then Rivendell Lamborghini, Callagher Lexington, and Callagher Leantos, all 3 of them by Callagher's Lissabon. Capital Don Costello by Capital Don Camarco, Callagher Casco Grey by Callagher Caspron. I think you touched on that. His first horse that he's had jump in a World Cup.
Sure.
Lua de Mel by Consuelo, and ZM Okinawa by Optimum van der Wellington.
Amazing, huh? And then just following on from that, the youngest horse in this World Cup qualifier this afternoon is an 8-year-old. And the oldest horse is 17 years young.
And then just being a guy, we're going to have to say it. Only 5 male riders starting in this class and 16 female riders.
The boys were strong on the podium in the 140, so let's see.
And the boys doing well to show face here in the second round. We've got Ronnie Healy, Dominic Alexander, and George Cutlass. So all 3 of them, and Ronnie with 2 in the top 7. So 4 of the top 7 spots occupied by men. Can I call them men? Ronnie, men?
Absolutely, absolutely. And again, just a big shout out to Amelia and HQ Magazine for giving us or keeping us informed.
I've been following her facts actually the last couple of shows. And Amelia, just big shout out to you. Thank you, because it's just such interesting facts to see. While we have Tweedledum and Tweedledee here guessing about horses, where they're at and where they're from, and is it their first World Cup? We should have just paid a little more attention to you earlier.
Absolutely. So just to touch on what's going to be happening now, we've got the jump off. All the clears going through to the jump off, 7 horses.
And then Brendan, 26 horses in that first class. It's starting off in the first round, and 7 of them going through to the jump off. So we actually had 25% clears.
Dead on 25%.
And we have 25% that usually go through to the second round.
So it worked out perfectly.
An indication that Kate Launder, who you were really singing her praises earlier, has done a top-class job this show.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I know we've chatted a lot about Biogen and all that they have done for South African show jumping. Massive thanks to them. Huge prize money on offer this afternoon. First place, just over 40,000 Rand. Second place, 24,000 Rand. Third place, just over 18,000 Rand up for grabs here this afternoon. So some good money to gallop for, that's for sure.
40,000 reasons to gallop as fast as you can. Brendan, the horses are going to be heading down just now to start the second round, which is a shortened track against the clock. I really didn't like it when you asked me the question, so I'm going to ask you the question. Who's your money on?
Yeah, it is a tough one for me. You know, I think you're supposed to be going with experience and that type of thing, and you look at a horse like Capital Collier jumping his first World Cup, but he's then piloted by a man who's won many World Cups in Dominic Alexander, so he's always been a horse that's interested me. I do think that Ronnie Healy's been a little quiet this show, so he could be leaving the best for last. He looked pretty smooth and unflustered today in his way, and as typically he does ride. So, you know, I'm gonna put my neck out again, and I'm gonna say that Ronnie's gonna be on the podium, and then I'm gonna have a little, not so cheeky, but I'm gonna back 2 of our young riders maybe there and say that Pollyanna's got a good shot. She's been on real good form, and the way George Cutlass rode Callahoo Lord Chris in the first round really looked spectacular. That said, though, I mean, just going through, you can never ignore Tamara Rueda in any class that she's in, and you most certainly can't ignore Leona van der Merwe. That said, though, Hayam Wilmer sort of starting out her 150 career. I'm not sure that Leona's going to ask her too many questions this afternoon. So, I don't know. I've gone around and around the mulberry bush, and I'm going to say Cornetto and Ron, but let's see.
I think if you were to go on current form and a man that's just riding the wave, I think you'd be silly not to say Ronnie. I think if there was a betting poll on this, your percentages wouldn't be great.
Absolutely, you wouldn't be getting big money.
You'd have to put R1 million down on Ronnie and Cornetto to get R100 back, I would imagine. Like you, though, I think there's some young blood coming in at the end of the class, towards the end of the class. And our last 3, George Cutlass, Tam Rueda, and Hannah Garten. Yeah. Could we have it that the young guns show us? The young guns show us how it's done. I don't know. Experience usually shines through, but those 3 are super talents in our sport.
And super hungry, actually. I think they would love nothing more than to put one over their coaches or their mentors that they've had over the years.
So now, I've asked you the hard question. You've asked me the hard question. How does Gonda go about this? Which one of you 6 would like to win the most? I'm going to stand here in the warm-up and just put jumps up and down, not watch.
And then watch you all.
Okay, so heading into the arena, we have our first horse for the second round. Hayam Wilma, 334 Hayam Wilma, ridden by Leona van der Merwe. as you said, a horse that's pretty new and inexperienced at this level. But sure, piloted by one of the best. So, yeah, we had Chris van der Merwe here just now, sort of bending our ear a little bit. I think he just came to check on the little spook of his horse earlier to make sure that it wasn't us, but he realized that it wasn't.
Yeah, and we sort of chatted to Chris in passing, sort of saying, what would Leona's plan be? Is she going to give it a go or not? You know, I think it's all to play for today. Obviously, you don't ever want to try and ask your horse to do something that it's incapable of, but these horses are mileaged, these riders are mileaged, and I think if there's any time to throw a little caution to the wind, it may as well be this afternoon.
So here we have it, second round of the Biogen Maple Ridge World Cup. 7 horses to go. Let's see how we get on.
Starts off with the big back on track oxen number 1.
Jeepers, that's a hell of a jump to canter at number 1.
It really is. Right here by where we're sitting.
She turns up really tight to that double. Great shot in.
Sure.
Amazing body control jumping out, as we've become accustomed to seeing with Leona.
It's a good shot. This is now an oxer in the second round. The horses are going to have to notice that. This is now a vertical. Oh, good riding.
Turns back really tight up to that Calo vertical.
Oh,
leaves it up.
Big efforts. Come on, Leona.
Moving on.
Double clear in your first World Cup. Nothing wrong with that.
Fantastic.
Take excellent
a bow,
riding.
ladies.
Yeah. Take a bow, Leona. Marvelous riding. Sure.
And she was not hanging about. Time 50.63. I know she didn't look like she was bustling the horse.
Yes.
But
She wasn't slow.
She wasn't hanging about.
No, she wasn't slow.
And she basically, every turn, she came off every turn with a nice forward ride to the jumps.
I agree.
It just looked
I agree.
smooth.
And I think that, she was just consistently moving forward the whole time. And again, it now proves that only a clear will be good enough.
Brendan, she did 7 from 6 to 7. You think Ronnie goes down on the 6 for sure, I think. This one insurance jump down to the Rotoflow vertical.
I wonder.
Well, let's watch. He sets off here. He'll be smooth and quick. Oh.
Sure, Cornetto
winner of the last World Cup qualifier.
Oh, Ron.
Jeepers.
Well
I mean, how did he get that horse even back into the double? He jumped so wide. Okay, this is a gear or two up on Leona's round. I think hers was perfectly judged, but this is looking quick. I think he's on the 6 for sure. He's on the 6.
He's on the angle.
Yeah, he's on the 6. Waiting on 6.
Waiting on 6. You're right, boy. Oh, 2 to go.
Ron practices these in his sleep. These little rollbacks to a vertical.
Come on, Cornetto. Oh!
When he's had it down.
That is so unlucky. Just
almost kicked back at it.
Oh, and
he has the last.
So the pressure of Leona's round.
Ron was quick. He was up. He was up on them. Ronnie looks a bit put out about something that's been said.
There was a bang that happened in the tent behind Ron there just before the double. But
that must have been. Do you think?
Yeah, it is what it is. Look.
Yeah, a little bit of construction going on. There's quite a bit of questioning. Ronnie doesn't look happy. His blood's up, but that's the sport. Next up, Dominique Alexander riding Capital Collier. Brendan, you said a man full of experience, a horse that'll be thriving from that experience.
Sure.
Jumped an immaculate first round.
A horse that's really enjoying this new Hackamore setup. He looks like he just clicked into a whole new gear. He's so calm and mindful.
Sure. Dominique looks like he means business. Serious face.
Uses his voice there. Asked the horse to wall, going up from 1 to 2 just so he balanced himself. That was quite quick. Gosh, that horse made a good effort there.
I wonder if he goes down on the 6 as well, because Leona looked like she really had to pull that horse back.
And Ron looked like he was waiting on the 6. I think they got to do 6.
Come on,
sure
Collier.
Dominique's going to pick 6 on this big horse.
Yep, he's coming a little left
on
to
the
right.
angle, the big press.
Yeah. Easy as you like. Come on, keep it together, Dom.
Definitely, it's not done until this is cleared and go.
He's well up on time, I think. Is he? No.
The owner's time,
It's close.
50.63. He's clear.
Oh, and 3/10
just
of a
into
second.
Leona lives to fight another day.
Sure.
Woo.
Dominique, what a round.
What a round. First
round.
World Cup, double clear. Take a bow. Dominique
That is
Alexander.
something special.
Yeah.
Capital Collier.
Magnificent riding. You said it
It
earlier.
trots out like a dressage horse.
I think that horse just took everything from Dominique. Dominique really made that horse's job fractionally easier, even though no job is easy at this height. I thought the horse jumped into that Biogen Oxa. Unbelievable the way he just used his body and then pressed out. Wow.
He never had a straight stride coming in.
That was exceptional. Dom will be over the moon with that because for sure that horse is going to win a World Cup one day.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but he's one of the first horses that's looked like it could go up another 2 holes.
Yeah, it looked like
and
it was
he wouldn't
easy for him.
And he wouldn't be rattled.
No, I agree with you. I think what's going to be happening now is next up it's going to be number 18, which is Gillian van Noshoff and Roddy Healy. So he's going to, I think he has about 7 minutes that that the judges will give him to get onto his new horse and get cracking and jump a few jumps.
7 minutes? Takes me longer to brush my teeth in the morning. How do they expect someone to do that in 7 minutes?
I think that's the ruling and that's how much
Wow,
time you get.
really?
It's
I
pretty,
never knew that.
I think it's pretty, they put a, because obviously now the rest of the class has to wait because anybody behind Ronnie definitely wants to see what he does. George Kootlis, Tamara Rueda, Hannah Garton are all waiting to see what's going to be needed to be done to either win or get a podium finish in this Biogen World Cup qualifier this afternoon.
Just looking at these riders still to come, Brendan, sure. Gillian, Pollyanna, Liantos, Lord Chris.
It's anyone's game, right?
I mean, and you'd have to say the young guns are on the faster horses.
Very much so.
Hannah, Pollyanna,
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah.
George Cutlass on Lord Chris, quick.
Liantos, quick, the quickest actually.
Tam Rueda, I mean, if anyone was there to witness that Burlington Cup win last year,
Blitz.
I mean, she was incredible. Her coach at the time, Johan Lotte, I don't even think he believed she could go that fast. That was ridiculous. That was just, like we referred to it earlier, a steeplechase at 150. I mean, that's I think, if these last 3 riders, we've got Ronnie, who will be looking to put in a quick time and put the pressure on the others.
Sure. But for sure, Gillian is not naturally fast.
Not a naturally
not
quick
as quick
horse.
as Cornetto would have been.
Not naturally as quick as Lord Chris or Pollyanna or Liantos. I think if we see one of those horses, who comes in first? Liantos?
Yeah, it looks like it goes Gillian, then Lord Chris,
Lord
then
Chris.
Liantos, then Pollyanna.
If Lord Chris has a blistering round, we are in for some finish to this class because I
For
think
sure.
those last 2. And the other thing is these young riders have absolutely no fear.
Definitely. They have no idea what can go wrong, just to a point. I think when you're under 25, it still feels alright when you hit the ground. I think as you get older.
I can assure you now at 35 it's starting to take its toll.
Ronnie must be really testing his fitness this afternoon, riding one hectic round and getting off and having a quick sip of water, I'm sure, and getting on the next one and doing it all again.
Not even sure he needs water. He's a machine, Ron.
I'm sure he'll be thinking about a beer at some stage by this afternoon. He's at a hard show.
You forget he's got 2 kids under the age of 3 or under the age of 3.5. I don't think that crosses your mind anymore. Sunday afternoon used to be our afternoon off. Now we have to take the kids to school on Monday morning. I mean, I wish.
There's no days off anymore, unfortunately. Actually, you're right. I saw Ashley with Ronnie and Ash's 2 boys, Tommy and Hudson. They were pottering around there in the VIP earlier. It's great for Ron to have his kids here.
I sort of feel like you're underselling Gillian a little bit. I think he could be quick against the clock. I don't think he's that.
I think he can be quick against
I
the
know,
clock.
yeah,
I think
I know what you're
Cornetto
saying.
just naturally goes faster. And
Yeah.
I think maybe when he's quick is a little bit more careful. I think Gillian,
for sure,
a little older. I'm not. What he is
No, I'm
economical.
teasing you. I'm
No,
teasing you. Yeah,
it's fair enough. Though. I
he
think
definitely spends a little less time in
Yes.
the air. And that way he sort of he stays a bit level across the ground. He sort of skims across the
Yes,
ground a bit
yes.
more rather than bounding along the ground. Can help make them a little quicker. Sure, Gondo will be there at the front of the warm-up, shouting instructions.
Again, just chatting about this course and the tests that Kate Launder has put out this afternoon. Such intelligent course building. I think we're so lucky to have somebody with Kate's passion and drive and organization and all of it. She really is just, I don't know, an absolute gem of South African show jumping for me. I've worked with her for many years, and she is so passionate about what she does, and she's desperate to give back, and she's always developing things, developing herself, developing young course builders. And I think that if there are any budding course builders out there, Kate Launder for me is one that you really need to watch and follow. Not taking anything away from Kevin or Anna or any of the other top course builders in South Africa. I think I have a connection with Kate. She's also from Natal, where we're from. So it's, I've had a connection with her for years, and I'm really
feel
proud
like
of
you're
her.
getting a bit homesick. You keep mentioning Natal.
No, I'm very happy up in Gauteng. I love going home to Durban to see our friends and our families and whatnot, but I think 5 days is plenty, and then we can come back to the cold.
Okay, so we have Ronnie Healy back in the arena on Gillian van Oshoff. Just a little rain back, getting him on his hocks. And Ronnie's going to be eyeing out that time of 334 Heian Wilma of 50.63 seconds.
I wonder if he can get really cheeky and turn up to that number 8 quickly, and
He'll be
get it on the
super
angle.
tight there. I'll put my money on it.
I think that's where this horse could be really quick. He's got such good balance. Just Ron can be really
1 to 2.
slick coming around the corner.
Really tight there to the double. He's moving through the turns.
Good shot there.
Come on, Ron. Moves up, then supports.
Ooh, little rub, but it stays. Do you think he's got 6 or 7 here? 7.
I think 6. Oh, 7, you called it. Maybe he's probably thinking of this little rollback to number 8. Doesn't want the horse running through the turn. Gets him back. Come on.
Ooh,
Leaves it up.
lucky rub.
He's got 3 seconds.
Is Leona going to be quicker?
Leona's quicker.
Leona's quicker.
But does Ron go into third place? So Ronnie puts himself on the podium for now into third place, just behind Dominic Alexander and Capital Collier in a time of 51.49.
I'm not sure he could have gone a whole step quicker.
And he wasn't
left him
even
up.
a full second slower than Wilma. So, I mean, great job by Ronnie. I think he needed to be careful. I think that 6 strides from 6 to 7 lets the horses run on a little bit, and then you've really got to get them back to make that turn to the Callow vertical.
Yes. Maybe landed with a bit more balance on the 7. Okay, so 3 young guns left to go.
George Cutlass, winner of a World Cup before, second in a World Cup, man who knows how to win these classes. Trained and ridden closely with Ronnie Healy for years.
On a horse that can win these classes for sure.
Yep. Let's see what he's got. Does the master become does the pupil become the master today?
It's coming. I think George has been knocking on the
Well,
door
again, because he has won one. Come on, Georgie, come on.
Lord Chris having a lucky rub at number 1. Often as riders we think if they've towed one, hopefully that's enough for the class. Come on.
George definitely gone a bit wider there to the double.
Yeah.
Oh, how well did he jump
the
that
elbows
number
there,
5?
Georgie? He's given himself space here to get straight.
He's given himself a bit of space everywhere, Brendan, hasn't he?
He's on the 6 there.
Leaves it
left
up. Get him back, Georgie. Looks early to number 8.
Leona's time is quick, huh? Leona's time
Leaves it
is
up.
quick, I'm
He
telling you.
mustn't bustle this horse
Chris,
because
Leona was home already. It's going to be good enough for fourth.
George, well done, boy.
54.51, good enough for fourth at this place. Callagho Lord Chris and George Kootlis.
Some 4 seconds off the pace of 334 Hayam Vilma and Leona van der Merwe. Just shows you how smooth, like
Yeah.
we said, she was
Economical.
going forward off every turn.
Yes.
She found that forward ride. We maybe underestimated how quick she was, the great Leona
agreed.
van der Merwe.
Agreed. Well, at worst, Leona's on the podium in her first World Cup with Hayam Wilma. She would have taken that at the beginning of today.
For sure. A rider that's not going to be battling against the clock. Tam Rueda with Regenesis vet Callagho Liantos.
For sure, this horse can be quick enough.
She
Can
needs to
he-
keep the lid on him,
Yeah.
keep him together, keep him organized. But she definitely will have the pace if she can ride the correct lines.
For sure. He's again economical in his jump. He always hits the ground running.
Her leg position is so good, she's left a sweat mark on his shoulder from her toe.
Oh, sure jumps that well. Ooh.
She's quick.
Oh, go. She's going to do 7, I'm sure.
Yeah, sets him up.
Okay, she needs to be quick here to the Callagho vertical. Leona's time still
That's
looking
quick.
good,
She's
huh?
only got 5 seconds to get home if she wants to beat Leona. Whoa, but she is moving.
Oh, she's oh! Still not quick enough.
But still not quick enough. That would have put her.
Still not quick enough.
That would have put her into fourth only, Brendan. That only would have put her into fourth
Gee,
place.
Leona's round was unreal.
I think we owe her an apology. We thought neat and tidy, left a bit of room for beating.
Well, and obviously she put the pressure on. I mean, that's
She's
what
put
she
the
did
pressure-
from the beginning.
But they haven't been able to match her time, even with a rail or two down.
You're
They
right.
haven't matched
You
her
are
time.
100% right. I mean, the whole crowd shouted go as Tamara left the Callagho vertical up, but it still wasn't quick enough. But we have one left, and this is a young lady who can really, really put the hammer down when she wants to.
More than capable, and like we said earlier, BMT in bucket loads.
Let's see what she's got next up. The PMH Pollyanna.
Hannah Garten, go well.
She's moving already. Sure, Polly putting in a huge effort at this back on track Oxer again.
Not flat out, but very tight to that double. Come on, Hannah.
I don't know if Leona was
I
a bit
feel
quicker
like
there.
Leona was quicker through the
I
turns,
agree with
Brendan.
you. I agree with you, but I think Leona's going to have this.
She's turned it up now, but remember I
She's
said
also
to you
gone
earlier.
further. Yeah, I'm telling you, Leona's got this class.
Remember I said to you, you win a jump off 1 to 2.
Leona's got this in the bag. Wow. I mean, not taking anything away
Well,
from
wait,
this round.
Let's see. Hannah's got 5 seconds to get home. She's not going to get there. Is she?
She's not going to get there, I don't think. She leaves
No.
it up, though.
She leaves it up.
Good enough for fourth.
Good enough for fourth place, and that means our
World
winner
Cup
of the
winner.
World Cup winner of the Biogen World Cup qualifier, Leona van der Merwe.
First to go. 334, Hayam Vilma. Leona van der Merwe leads from the front in a time of 50.63. Absolutely fantastic riding. Take a bow, Leona.
Sets the pace from the beginning. Class.
Yeah, all the way.
I heard 334 Sports Horse Stud team will be over the moon. I mean, it takes, like we've spoken about, it takes a team to get these horses to this level, and I think Chris is going to be forgiven for beating her in the 135
There you
this
go.
morning.
I told
now,
you she
Brendan.
wasn't finished with Christopher for one day.
That's exactly. You said she wasn't finished for the day, and she definitely wasn't. Takes the win.
And I think let's just have a quick chat about the horse that came second. An unbelievable performance by Capital Collier. masterfully ridden this afternoon by Dominique Alexander, a horse that was in his first World Cup, a horse that's maybe struggled a little bit in his production job, trying to find the sweet spot with him. Well, they found the sweet spot and they're running with it. That horse looks absolutely unbelievable. And then finishing off the podium, we've got number 18, Gillian van Oshoff, Ronnie Healy. Maybe not his day today to be on the top podium, but I know Ron, he'll take a third place all day.
Nice to be able to say not your day, and you finished third in the World Cup.
The unfortunate thing is that I think he would have put Cornetto as his nominated horse. So I'll be interested to see what happens with the points. Yeah, he hasn't managed to get the points
nominations right. Brennan, going back to this, a little correction. We said it was Wilma's first World Cup. It's not. It wasn't her first World Cup today, but it was definitely Collier's first World Cup. I was about to say that's some mean feat to have won your first World Cup.
For sure, but definitely going out first in the jump off, putting that
not
round
taking
together,
anything
actually
away,
did.
not taking anything away. That was
Amazing.
incredible.
Amazing.
And for Capital Collier in his first World Cup to come second, I mean, what a result!
Fantastic result.
Like you say, he has the advantage of being piloted by Dominique Alexander. Great result for Dominique today. Dominique was lying second overall on the World Cup qualifying rankings. So after today, Michelle didn't ride today.
No,
she
it's
was
gonna
in
be-
first
it's gonna
place.
be
Dominique will be
pretty open.
Dominique will be leading.
First, yes.
Dominique will be leading.
How many World Cups has Leona won?
I'm pretty sure more than they taught me to count at my government school.
Do you think?
Enough?
I'm trying to think how many World Cups that Leona's won. World Cups, not Grand Prix. How many World Cups horses has Leona had in her life?
We would have to ask.
I think she's jumped a good few Grand Prix. I'm going to find out that piece of information because I'm pretty sure it's got to be one of the first that Leona's won. It's unbelievable achievement on a horse that she's produced herself. They imported that horse. Her and Chris imported her as a young horse, and fantastic achievement for Leona. She really does put in the effort. Sten was saying to us earlier that between Chris and Leona, they basically do 15 horses each. That's 30 horses in a day.
And Brendan, I just chatted to Chris. That's Leona's first World Cup win.
There you go.
She's been third twice in a World Cup.
Amazing. And for me, I think that everybody deserves their chance, and I'm very, very happy for Leona that today was her chance because I don't think that there's many people that put in as much effort as she does. She can ride them big, small, long, short, whatever it may be.
She rides them all.
Yeah, and today was her day, and a very, very, very well-deserved win there for Leona van der Merwe and 334 Hey, I'm Vilma.
It's quite cute now. I mean, he'd kill me for saying it, but it sounded like quite an emotional Chris van der Merwe on the phone now.
Oh, good.
Very proud husband.
Fantastic. Yeah, I mean, again,
Leona's entire family, her in-laws, her own parents, the entire family, they're all very invested in Chris and Leona's riding.
I agree with you, and I think as we've said, it takes an army to produce these horses to this level, to keep the horses at this level. And today, I think it just worked out for Leona. I think that often when you go first in the jump off, it can leave a few cracks in the door for people to watch your round and to polish your round and potentially beat you at your own plan. But sometimes your plan is good enough and they all fall apart around you. So it was an interesting class to win. I think sometimes it's interesting when the last horse wins. It makes it exciting, but it was really exciting up to the last. And it was just proof today that what Leona did was good enough from the beginning.
Yeah, I really like it. I enjoy it when someone can lay the gauntlet down like that and hold on to the end. Like you say, because you do run the disadvantage of having played your hand in front of before everyone else goes.
But you called it, that you said that she went forward to every single jump. And I think that today was the difference.
She saw that good forward ride out of every turn. And
I think that's what happens when you ride 15 a day and you ride these quality horses. You have the days where it just works for you.
Oh, and just that small thing of being born with a touch of talent as well, that helps.
So here we go. In her first World Cup win, Leona van der Merwe brings in her fabulous mare, 334 Hey, I'm Vilma. Fantastic day for them. Amazing opportunity, so well deserved. I know that we actually pulled up next to them today, and both of Leona's children are here to see their mom win. Fantastic day for the whole family.
And I think Chris's parents, Leona's in-laws, are here as well supporting.
Oh, amazing.
She said yesterday they waited all day to have Chris tell them that he wasn't going to jump. After jumping clear in the 130 class, decided not to jump the jump off. Well, I'm pretty sure Leona's jump off was worth waiting for today.
Oh, amazing. Absolutely, it made it all worthwhile. Dominic Alexander there bringing in Capital Collier. Gosh, I think he's going to be absolutely beaming. That horse gave an exhibition. It must have felt incredible. And then maybe not his day completely today, but Ronnie on Gillian van Oshoff, third place. Fantastic scenes here this afternoon. Smiles all around. Leona looks absolutely ecstatic, and so she should be. See Stan Gutsch from Biogen going in there. I think he's going to be presenting the prizes. Stan, thank you for all that you do, for all that this brand has done for South African show jumping, and for all that you give back. We salute you, sir. Thank you very much.
Nice moment there between Domini and George. Domini just congratulating George. Great result for George, finishing 5th place.
Fantastic scenes all around. George Kutless, big smile. His horse jumped absolutely out of his skin today. Happy days. As we were talking about the young guns rolling with the OGs of the sport, I think that when you got company like Dominic Alexander and Ronnie Healy that you're riding against, these young ladies like Hannah Garton and Tam Rueda, and these young men, George Kutless.
Now, Brendan, I think, if you look at it, the average age of that top 6 looks very good for our sports. It's a young group of people.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we got scenes. Stan Gutsch going forward to give Leona van der Merwe her first World Cup win.
Day she'll remember for years to come.
Absolutely. And there's Chris in the arena there. He's got the kids. He's got... Oh, shame. They're going to be so excited for their mom. Fantastic scenes here. Again, thank you to Stan, to the whole team at Biogen for all that you guys do. It's been a fantastic show so far. I'm sure all the competitors are going to be really chuffed with the outcome.
Second place, Dominic Alexander and Capital Collier jumping in his first World Cup.
And what a class. He really put in a performance today. I really believe in that horse. I've watched him through his career. It wasn't all smooth sailing. He did have a few bumps in the road, but I'm very happy for him, for Domini and for the horse and for the owners that he's put his hand up today and proved what a champion he is. Last year's Derby winner on the podium again, second World Cup of the year, Gillian van Oshoff. I think could be the oldest horse in the class and still puts his hand up, huh?
Yeah, and just a testament to what an amazing horse he's been and is in the sport. Sure. His results speak for themselves. Leona's young, but dare I say the first of our younger riders.
Yes, absolutely.
Hannah Garton in 4th place on PMH Pollyanna. What an amazing result. Great riding. As we
were talking about the future, but and you were saying that, our future looks bright. If you look at Tamara, George, and Hannah and the horses that they ride and the capability that these kids have got, it's unbelievable. It really is exciting for South African show jumping. I think that our young riders proved in our Nations Cup 2 weeks ago that we were good enough to take gold. And I must say these young riders and younger riders of the generations have really stood up to be counted.
Yeah, I mean, we've really had some greats in the South African show jumping community, and I think the records that have been made to these younger riders are records that they're going to be breaking in the not so far future.
Absolutely.
George, I mean, I'm pretty sure he loves Paige dearly, but I'm pretty sure she sits second in line to Lord Chris. I've never seen someone or heard someone talk about a horse the way
he
George
does think the
talks
world
about
of him,
Lord
man.
Chris. So just an amazing result, and I mean, what more could you ask for? Flip that horse jumped amazingly.
He really did. I think their partnership is so special for me. I mean, Chris is a really tricky competitor, and he's nervous in the warm-up, and he's nervous about horses coming towards him, and he's very reactive. When horses come towards him, he literally turns around and runs in the opposite direction. Often people would give up and lose hope when horses are like that, but George stuck to his guns.
Yeah,
he stuck it out, and so he
he's
should
reaping
have.
the rewards. Sixth place, we had Regenesis Vet, Calo Liantos, Tamri Wader receiving their prize.
She was looking a little disappointed when she walked past us. I think all these riders.
But Brendan, that's just testament to the expectation that
the
these
standard
riders
and
set
the
for
level.
themselves
Yeah,
and what they're
absolutely.
expecting of themselves.
100%.
I mean, I think that's as long as you don't crucify yourself too much. I think, I mean,
You've got to learn from
it's
these.
setting the bar high.
Yeah.